Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. New houses can be haunted too. I remember the day, not too long ago, that I stood in front of my brand new home. After the year-long headache of the over-budget and over-delayed build process, I finally held the keys to the castle of my 11-4-acre kingdom. The exhaust note from the contractor's truck finally faded, leaving only the shrill whoosh of the wind blowing against the structure. The Rambler stood broad and strong under the increasingly low and dark clouds that promised a chilly fall storm. The exterior was fashioned of white brick and white wood paneling, designed to appear in a sort of rustic barn styling. Front and center was a light brown double door made from pine, with 3 matching pillars on each side to support the covered front porch. The garage was facing the side. I had seen the house several times during the build process, but now that it was complete, it felt different. The house appeared ominous against the daunting clouds of the incoming storm. The yellowing grass from the sod that was planted too late in the season to properly root, along with the various shades of brown of the fields behind the house, added to the effect. Lightning struck in the distance behind the house, as if the scene was posing for a perfect photo shoot. Although it was brand new, the house had a noticeable essence, in the sort of way that a historical relic older than any person alive makes you wonder about the events said relic has seen. If a house could have an old soul, this house had one. It was designed to appear rustic, of course, but there was something special that I just couldn't quite put my finger on. A gust of cold wind reminded me that I had little time before the storm would unleash pounding rain and violent wind. Violent waves. I took a deep breath as I walked in, inhaling the smell of fresh paint and carpet. My paint and my carpet, with each step. My boots echoed through the open living area's bare walls, hardwood floors, and vaulted ceiling. When I had previously been inside the home, it was busy with workers and conversation. Now that it was empty, though, my 3,250 square feet felt oddly large to the point of being nearly lonely. For the past year, I'd been living in a cozy fifth-wheel camper while waiting for the construction to finish. As I wandered through my new home, it crossed my mind that maybe it was a bit excessive for a single 29-year-old after all. Still, I had no regrets about it. I walked through the master bedroom first, admiring the luxury of space he'd have. The California king bed I ordered would easily fit, with plenty of room to spare. Hell, the closet was roughly the size of my bedroom growing up. I strolled through the rest of the house, realizing that I had underestimated just how much furniture I would need to fill the large open spaces of the house. It was overwhelming to think of all the furniture it would take, so I decided an interior designer would be the best option. After locking the door behind me, I took one last look at the house. My house. I finally allowed myself to smile at my new symbol of success. That's what the house truly was, whether I wanted to admit it to myself or not. I didn't need all that space. I wanted to stick it to those who doubted me, underestimated me, and looked down upon me. I wanted a place to set down roots, maybe a place for a family one day. But my middle finger played a big part in my decisions. My furniture was set to arrive in 10 days. Until then, it was back to the camper before the storm hit. If only I knew the real storm that was on its way, I'd have turned away and never gone back. 1 week later, moving in honestly wasn't much of a move. The furniture company delivered everything and arranged the house to the orders of my attractive interior designer, Rachel. Everything else that I owned, I simply carried out of my camper and into the house. Rachel was unpacking all of the kitchenware she purchased on my behalf and rolled her eyes at me when I set my coffee maker on the counter. Nope, hide that away. You can't have a red coffee maker when all of the appliances are stainless steel. Why not? I asked. Because it's hideous, she said, throwing her arms above her head with a laugh. This, this is why you're single, she said, in a way that wasn't insulting, but perhaps slightly flirtatious. Or maybe it's because I like choosing my coffee maker. I fired back, sharing her playful tone. Yet, here you are, hiring a woman to pick out everything in your entire house, she said with a cute wink. Can't argue that, I chuckled. First time I've ever paid someone to spend my money for me. How much do I owe you anyway? Oh, we can discuss it over dinner, she said casually as if we had planned such an event. Dinner? Dinner? Well, yeah, she said, taking a step closer. You have me working on a Friday evening. That's serious overtime right there. All right, let's go. Steak? I asked, testing to see how serious she was. I was thinking Italian, she said with a smile. I know an adorable place out by the lake. Sounds expensive. Overtime and cheap. Cutie, you're driving, she said, already walking toward the front door. Well, I'll be damned, I thought. Got a date with a beautiful woman and didn't even have to come up with a bad pickup line. Life was turning out all right after all. We hopped in my truck and started driving off. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something out of place. A child, staring out from a window on the main floor. I hit the brakes and turned my full attention to the window, where there was no longer a child, but the drapes were swaying slightly as they had just been moved. Are you okay? Rachel asked, staring at me intently. Yeah, I just thought I saw a coyote is all. I lied, not wanting to look like an idiot on our date. Yeah, you'll be seeing a few of those in this neck of the woods, she said with another soft laugh. With that, I put the child out of my thoughts, my foot on the gas, and started driving. The evening was wonderful, one of the best nights I'd had in a long time. The last decade of my life had been consumed by working and saving. Long, grueling days in remote locations left little time for romance. But that's where the money was, and money was the goal. I hadn't spent much time worrying about finding a partner, but after that date, I couldn't help but wonder if maybe I'd found her anyway. I hoped she felt the same. We'd just met, of course, and had only one date, but I was smitten. I reasoned with myself that I was setting down roots anyhow. I had my welding business, which was going great, a reasonable work-life schedule, and finally my house. Maybe having someone to share it all with wouldn't be so bad. I was just drifting off to sleep, thoughts of Rachel on my mind, when the pitter-patter of bare feet hitting the hardwood floors resonated throughout the house. I sat up in bed, quickly putting my feet on the carpeted floor, and froze, listening intently and wondering if I'd really heard that. Nothing but the silence was audible. I took a deep breath to calm my heart rate, told myself I must have dreamed it, and started to lay back down. The pitter-patter came again, unmistakably the sound of quick footsteps running through my hallway, right past my bedroom door. My heart rate skyrocketed as I lurched out of bed, grabbed the pistol from my nightstand drawer, and rushed out the door, ready to confront an intruder. I turned the flashlight attachment on, which illuminated the hallway in the direction the footsteps ran toward. But there was nothing but a wall in that direction. I turned the light in the other direction toward the living area, walking down the hallway with the pistol held in front of me. Who's there? I yelled, unsure of what to do. I flipped the lights on as I entered the open living area, revealing that, like the hallway, it remained empty. I continued through the main level of the house, flipping on every light as I went through. Then I did the same with the basement, which was also empty. The last room in the basement was the laundry room. It was large for a laundry room, but designed to double as a storage area. For now, the mounted shelves stood empty, leaving the stainless steel washer and dryer as the only things in the room. I had cheaped out on this room, and instead of tile, I had ordered pergo flooring to be installed. Still, the soft gray flooring matched the rest of the house. The room was empty, but as I turned to walk out, the light flickered, then went out entirely. Nope, I thought to myself. The thing with the lights was too weird. I turned to walk out. But as I did so, I felt a tingle on the back of my neck as if someone was right behind me, breathing on my neck and waiting to lurch. I felt goosebumps grow on the back of my neck from a cold puff of air. It touched my neck as if someone's icy breath had just touched me. I gathered my guts and span around, half expecting to be greeted by somebody or something, despite knowing that the room was empty. The room was indeed still empty, but that did little to qualm the feeling of being stalked. I turned and sprinted back up the stairs, 2 at a time. I locked my bedroom door and sat propped up on my bed, leaving my bedroom lights on. My breathing was heavy and chest tight as I tried desperately to make sense of it all, telling myself that I had imagined it. I dreamed it. I definitely heard something, but it definitely wasn't real. Did it sound childlike? Raccoons. It had to be raccoons. They must have nested somewhere before all the doors and windows were in place. Right? I pulled the covers over my head, like a child afraid of the boogeyman. The following day, I woke up Saturday morning with the sun already blasting the large eastward-facing bedroom windows. The bedroom lights were still on, and I was shocked to feel the weight of my pistol still in my hand. I cursed myself for having been so scared, so damn stupid, as to drift off to sleep with a loaded weapon in my hand. People have shot themselves in their sleep before, their fingers snagging on the trigger while they rolled over, unconsciously searching for a more comfortable position. I cursed myself for risking my life over a raccoon, a goddamned raccoon. As I gently placed the weapon back in the quick access gun safe I kept in my nightstand drawer. I didn't have too much time to quibble with myself over the previous night's events, though. I had to get ready for the housewarming party I planned for my family, and I needed to show off. Before hopping in the shower, I checked my cell to see a text from Rachel. "Good morning, Nick." It read, "I had a great time last night. Good luck with your housewarming party." A smile grew on my face. I immediately forgot about the raccoon fiasco, my thoughts changing course to the date with Rachel. After dinner, we had taken a long stroll down by the lake and talked well into the dark hours. I don't normally open up about my disparate family dynamic to people, but holding her soft hand in mine gave me a giddiness enough to open my mental floodgates and spill my personal details. Somehow, we had explained much about our life stories to each other with ease, finding many similarities between our upbringings. I thought about asking her to come, but felt that it might be too much after only one date. I had done so little dating in my adult life that I wasn't quite sure what a normal flow should be in a romantic relationship, but I did think that we were starting one. Besides, subjugating her to deal with my stepfamily seemed cruel. So instead, I resent a text message returning her thoughts about having a great time with the date, and added that I hoped we could do it again soon. Later that afternoon, I had just finished setting up the large charcuterie board, arranged based on a picture Rachel had sent me when the doorbell rang. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened the door with a fake smile. "Good to see you, Nicholas," my stepsister said with an equally fake smile, holding some sort of casserole over her pregnant belly. "Thanks for coming, Abilene," I returned as I held the door open for the parade of her 3 kids aged 6, 4, and 2. Her tired-looking husband, Brad, held up the rear of the formation holding a stained diaper bag. Seeing that my stepbrother Joshua was rolling down the street in his silver minivan, I kept the door open. "It's a little big for someone without any kids, don't you think?" Abilene said, in the voice one makes when they are trying to mask a condescending judgment with a compliment. The blows were being thrown early, but it was my day to show off. I refused to let Abilene take that from me. "Nope," I said, not having to fake my grin this time. "I enjoy the space, and if I do decide to have kids, this way they won't be stuck sharing rooms." Her fake smile dropped at this low blow, taking the subtle hit about how she would soon have a family of 6 living in a 3-bedroom suburban townhouse. "Tennessee versus Georgia is on," I said, tossing Brad the remote. "I have all the games, though. Feel free to pick whatever." "Sup, man," said Josh, as he walked in with his wife and 2 kids in tow. "Hey man, Brad's getting the game on. Food is on the counter. And there are some new toys in the basement for the kids." Josh and I didn't bother trying to fake kind formalities the way Adeline does. At the mention of toys, the herd of kids rushed to the basement to see what wonders I had purchased to keep them entertained. All of the kids enjoyed Uncle Nick, much to their parents' dismay. It's stupid and weird, the way we all act like a happy, normal family, despite the obvious disdain we feel for each other. But we did it for the sake of our parents. After my mom died from cancer in 2002, my dad had become a born-again Christian and married Joanne, a prudent widow from his congregation. Within 18 months of my mother's death, I was forced into a step-family with a prude woman and her 2 prude children. Joanne and her children always looked down on me. She treated me as a second-class citizen compared to her 2 children whom she regarded as angels. They had good grades and stood out as faithful members of the congregation at their private religious school. Meanwhile, I was lucky enough to have been kicked out of the school after slipping a corn album into the CD player before the Easter choir program the poor children were forced to sing in. Joanne had found my CD stash after Josh snitched and told her where I hid them. She made me watch as she broke them all. But being expelled meant I was gloriously reunited with my friends at the public school. While my step-siblings made honors and memorized their Bible verses, I kept my grades just good enough to stay on the wrestling team and spent my off-season skateboarding. Joanne and her church taught me that to be happy and successful, I had to go straight to college, go to church, get married, and have babies. Metal and skateboarding taught me to stick a finger to those idiots and do it my own way. Wrestling taught me that hard work is the avenue to success. Instead of going to college at the sacrifice of student loans and my dad's retirement like Adeline and Joshua, I worked roofing during the day to pay for welding technical school at night. After getting my certifications debt-free, I took welding work on the pipelines for a couple of years before taking Department of Defense contracts overseas. While my step-siblings were graduating college with student debt, getting married, and barely making ends meet after the cost of children, I was stacking my bank account. Sure, the work was grueling, and the quality of life welding in the Middle East was less than substandard. But I worked hard and was good at my job. Josh used his degree in business to become the manager of a tire store, and Aileen put her $25,000 piece of paper degree on the wall and became a stay-at-home mom. Meanwhile, I made a triple-digit salary with my cost of living being almost nil. I put almost every dollar away in savings and investments that stacked up quickly. Finally, 15 months ago, I came back home and started my own business, which was taking off. Now, I had my 3 employees work the bad hours on the pipelines while I handled the work that could be done in shop. I did this all without wasting money on college or time at church. That's why I have built such a nice house I didn't need to say heck you to everybody who doubted me, to let them know I did it my way. This time I didn't have to fake the smile on my face. I turned and gave my dad a big hug, happy to finally hear someone be genuinely happy for me. In my late teen years and early 20s, we hadn't talked much, but in the past 4 years, we managed to put the past behind us and forgive each other. Now, we spend every other weekend fishing. "Thanks, Dad," I said, before seeing Joanne's fake smile behind him. "It's a little big for someone without kids, don't you think?" Joanne asked. Like mother, like daughter. Before I could come up with anything to fire back with, Abigail, Abeline's oldest child, tapped me on the elbow. "Uncle Nick, I thought you didn't have any kids." She phrased the statement as if it was a question. "I don't," I told her, crouching down to make better eye contact with her. "Then who's the little girl downstairs?" "What little girl?" I asked. "The only kids here are your cousins and siblings." "No, there's a little girl in the laundry room. She keeps crying." I shuddered at the mention of the laundry room. Under normal circumstances, it would have been much easier to chalk this up to the imagination. But I was still haunted by a bad feeling deep in my chest about what happened the night before. "I promise you, "There's nobody in there," I told her, pushing any doubts to the corner of my mind. "But there is. I saw her," Abby insisted, getting frustrated that I didn't believe her. "Okay," I said before her mother could intervene. "Let's go take a look." She grabbed my hand and led me downstairs, her parents following behind. "See, no one here," I told her, secretly relieved. "But she was right there. She was right there," Abby insisted, pointing to the corner furthest from the door. "Right there." I was at a loss for words, not sure how to explain this away. The chance to attempt an explanation was taken away from me anyhow. As Abilene started scolding her daughter, she went off on something about making up stories. But I wasn't listening because, for a split second, I thought I heard the faint crying of a little girl. Later that night, the one nice thing about my step-family is that nobody overstays their welcome. By 3:30 in the afternoon, everybody had left, and I collapsed on my couch with a beer in my left hand and a phone in my right. I'd asked Rachel to stop by and finish off the charcuterie that had been barely touched by my family. But unfortunately, she was obligated to family dinner. Although I wanted to see her, I couldn't complain about an evening spent watching football and drinking a few beers. But before I got too comfortable, I went downstairs and tucked away all of the toys the children had enjoyed. Cars and Barbies were strewn all over the basement. But I was happy to see that the kids had dived into the books I had purchased as well. Their books at home were largely religious-based. I figured they'd enjoy a couple of books about farts and such. I shoved everything into storage underneath the stairs. The rocking horse barely fit through the door because it was so large. It hadn't been cheap, but the kids had absolutely loved it, making it worth every penny. Before I headed up the stairs, I stopped and stared at that laundry room. I didn't want to admit it, but the room exuded a sort of feeling that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It just felt wrong. Even looking at the room from a distance left me feeling uneasy and creeped out. It was more than just the weird experiences that both Abigail and I had. It was a feeling of hellish dread that seemed to emanate from the room. I hurried over and closed the door before quickly moving up the stairs. I had a dream that night. At least I thought it was a dream, where I found myself in the basement washroom. It was crying that had drawn me to the room, the crying of a child. She was in the corner, wearing white pajamas with pink unicorns. She was sitting down, her legs crossed in front of her. Her head was buried in her hands, with her long brown hair draped over her in a tangled mess. She was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm no expert in kids, but I guessed her to be 6 or 7 years old. I knelt behind her and put a soft hand on her shoulder. At my touch, she flinched and stiffened up, as if bracing for a hit. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. Maybe I can help you." "What's the matter?" I told her in the most soothing, non-threatening manner that I could. She loosened some at the sound of my voice, but continued to cry with soft sobs. "I'm stuck here," she said between sobs. "Sobs? What do you mean you're stuck here? How'd you get here anyway?" I asked. "The bad man brought me here and we can't leave. We're stuck here with a scary thing." She burst into another round of sobs. "What do you mean you're stuck?" "What do you mean you're stuck?" I asked, ignoring all of the other nagging questions. "Maybe I can help you," I added reassuringly. At that, she stopped crying and turned her head to face me. "You can help me?" she asked, now facing me with her hair obscuring most of her face. "Of course," I said warmly. I reached up and brushed the hair away from her face, but immediately pulled back when I saw it. I tried not to show the horror and disgust I felt, but that was nearly impossible. Her face was battered, bruised, swollen, and misshapen, so horribly that I couldn't get a single idea of what she actually looked like. She looked as if she had been ruthlessly beaten. Her swollen neck displayed deep bruising and rings completely circling her neck. "Please," she said again, grabbing my hand as she started to cry again. "Please, you have to help, please." Before I could get a grip on myself and think of something to say. The lights in the room went out. With the darkness, a cold fell on the room. The kind of cold you'd expect to feel outside on a cold winter night. I heard something walk up behind me and felt it too. It was a presence, a cold, dark, evil presence. The girl screamed so loud it hurt my ears. Behind me, I heard laughter, a deep, maniacal laughter. "No!" she screamed as the laughing intensified. "No. No, no, no. Help. That's when I woke up. I rubbed my eyes, scared, but relieved that it was only a dream. My relief didn't last long, however, as I realized that I was not in my bed, nor was I on my couch. I was on the floor of the laundry room. At the realization, I jumped to my feet and hurried to the light switch, nearly slamming into the wall. I felt along the wall, frantically searching for the light switch. It seemed to no longer be there. At last, I found the light switch and flipped the lights on, immediately pushing out the darkness. There was no little girl, no terrifying laughter. But there was the rocking horse, the one I had put under the stairs only hours ago. The following day, I hadn't slept at all after waking up on the laundry room floor. After that dream, which I was not sure was an actual dream, I felt genuinely shaken up. To be completely honest, I was scared, and more than just a little bit. Too many strange things had happened in my home in such little time. I tried to reason with myself that everything had a logical explanation. This house was brand spanking new. It couldn't be haunted, could it? But in my heart, I knew something unexplainable was taking place. I could feel it. Rachel was on her way, though, which granted me a welcome distraction. We had plans to make and eat breakfast together. The text she sent telling me that she was on her way brought a smile to my face, and I immediately pushed aside my fear because I needed to freshen up. I had a lady to impress. "So, Nick, how are you settling in with this handsome house?" Rachel asked, as we sipped our second or third serving of mimosas. The golden morning sun shone through the large windows that faced the rear of the home, warmly illuminating the home in such a way that made it hard to believe the unsettling experiences it had. "You know, it's great," I said. My mind involuntarily moved to the incident with the little girl. But I didn't want to sound like an idiot. Really, I'm surprised every time I see it. It seems too beautiful to be mine. "Why'd you hesitate?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "You hesitated. Is there something that you don't like about the house?" No, it's just that." I trailed off, not sure if I wanted to finish the sentence. "Tell me," Rachel insisted, slamming the table in a pretend show of aggressive frustration. "I think this house is haunted," I blurted out. "But it's brand new," Rachel returned, looking more serious this time. "I know how that sounds," I said, putting my hands up as if surrendering, "but hear me out." I proceeded to tell Rachel everything, starting at the beginning with the time I saw a child peering out the window as we left for our date. I told her about the footsteps I sometimes heard at night, about the crying girl my niece insisted she had seen, and finally about the weird dream I had before waking up in the laundry room. I finished the story while Rachel listened intently. I paused, worried that she'd think me crazy and make an excuse to leave, but her response was nothing of the sort. "I believe you," she said, putting down her glass. I let out a breath that I hadn't realized that I was holding in, relieved to find a serious but reassuring look on her face. "I saw a girl, too, on the day you moved in." I blew it off and kept telling myself that it was some sort of illusion, but I haven't been able to let it go. She put her hand to her head as if experiencing a serious headache. It just felt so, well, creepy. I don't know how else to put it. A small smile crept on my face. I was aware that the smile was out of place, but I found it strangely touching to know that I wasn't alone in these strange, even dark experiences. Rachel looked at me confused for a moment, before she also smiled and we both broke into a weird fit of anxious laughter. My brand new house is haunted, I said after getting a hold of myself and finding a more serious tone. I'll be honest, I'm scared of my house. Well, Rachel started with her flirtatious glint reappearing in her eye. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if you weren't sleeping alone. I think you might be right. I laughed. But I'm not sure my bed is big enough. Maybe we should go make sure my bed will fit us both. The bed, as it turns out, was plenty big and sturdy, enough for the both of us. 2 weeks had passed. I had woken up around 1:10 a.m. to the pitter-patter of feet running throughout the house, an occurrence that had happened often to both myself and Rachel over the previous 2 weeks. We'd both heard crying a time or two, and had just ignored it. The toys that I had kept stored underneath the stairs were often found scattered around the basement. Although somewhat creepy, I had decided to just let it happen. Rachel had stayed over most nights, which was great for many reasons. I had sometimes wondered if things were moving too fast, but it was working great, and I'm not one to argue with a good thing. Besides, I felt much more at ease not being alone at night, and I began to think that maybe I could get used to living in a haunted house. I reasoned with myself that it was just a child ghost after all, and what harm could a child be? Despite that, I couldn't escape the disconcerting question as to why a child would be haunting my house. The house was brand new. There were no previous occupants to have died in the home. Rachel and I theorized that perhaps there had been a car accident on the road resulting in the death of a child, but had not been able to find any corroborating evidence while searching the news archives. That particular night, however, it felt different. Usually, it was just a sound that I could blow off and go back to sleep, allowing the sound to be filtered out with the background noise. Instead, I felt an intrusive sense of fear, dread, and sorrow that held me tight to the bed and threatened tears as I suddenly wanted to cry. I wanted to move, but the weight of fear pinned me to the mattress. I heard a whisper, in the voice of a scared child, say, "Please, please help me." The whisper in my ear was enough to overcome my paralyzing fear and jolt me to my feet. I had to get away from whatever was going on, the way you feel the need to get away from a bee buzzing in your ear. I walked quickly, but quietly, to the master bedroom where I splashed water on my face. The soothing touch of the cold water shocked my senses, but helped bring me back to reality. It was probably just a dream. Another creepy dream brought to me courtesy of my creepy house. My chest expanded as I inhaled a deep, comforting breath, then relaxed as my chest pushed the breath out, allowing me to open my eyes. My heart plunged into my kidney the second I opened my eyes. There was someone, or maybe I should say something, standing directly behind me. The monstrous thing was humanoid in form, but there is no way it could be called human. It towered above me, standing so tall that its head was nearly touching the ceiling. Although it was dark, I could see that its skin was composed of a blotchy black and red, yet slightly translucent plastic-like substance that reminded me of dirty saran wrap. God, I desperately wanted to run, or scream, or anything besides just standing there. But I once again found myself held tight with paralyzing fear. Although it had no iris, no pupils to be seen, I felt its empty white eyes staring madly into mine. The thing leaned forward until its head was just above mine in the reflection and placed a hand on my shoulder. The hand was so cold that it burned as if my skin had encountered dry ice. My reaction was to pull away from the pain, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed, and not just by fear. Some force had stolen my ability to move. I found myself unable to so much as grimace at the pain in my shoulder. The hideous beast smiled at me in a threatening fashion, exposing black gums with only a handful of long gray teeth. It winked at me as if to say, "There's nothing you can do to stop me," and then it was gone. The weight was lifted from my shoulder, and the burning stopped. I dared an attempt to wiggle my fingers and found that I had regained the freedom to move of my own free will. I had just enough time to turn on the light before the screaming started. Piercing screams of intense fear and agony exploded through the house, dicing the eerie silence of the night. My first thought was of Rachel, so I burst back into the room to find her still asleep, unfazed by the horrific screams, as if she could not hear them at all. The screaming continued, and my heart fell as I realized the agonizing sound was coming from the basement. I didn't want to go. I was terrified and considered waking Rachel and vacating the damned house. But my inner conscience told me I needed to try and help the poor hurting souls. Despite the fact that I hadn't the slightest idea how to do so, I made my decision, and without further hesitation, I hurried to the basement. As I descended the stairs, the screaming grew louder. I reached the basement where I found the light in the laundry room flickering so fast it created a strobe-like effect, casting flickering shadows across the entire basement, as if a concert was playing. I ran into the room where the toy horse was rocking violently in the middle. Laundry detergent fell off a shelf and burst onto the floor as the screams reached an unbearable and inhuman volume. So loud and pain erupted deep inside my ears. I pressed my hands to my ears, squeezing so hard that it hurt my head, but it did little to vanquish the intensity of my pain. My knees were suddenly weak as I became physically and emotionally overwhelmed, and I collapsed to my knees, as if the weight of my body had become too much for my shaky legs to carry. The sound was all-encompassing, not coming from any specific part of the room, but existing in all parts of the room. I squeezed my eyes shut in a feeble attempt to concentrate and find some sort of solution when it hit me. The walls. The screams were coming from the walls. Before I understood what I was doing, I stood and slammed my fist into the wall closest to me. My hand went straight through the drywall, hitting the concrete behind it. Pain shot through my knuckles and up through my elbow, but in the adrenaline-fueled moment, I paid the pain little mind and ripped as much of the drywall out as I could. I used the opening to grab more drywall and rip off piece after piece until finally an entire board of drywall was loose. I grabbed one more time and pulled, forcing the entire 8-foot by 4-foot section to fall. The screaming stopped immediately, as did the strobing of the light. For a brief moment, all was still. The room was quiet. After the drywall fell, a plastic bundle fell from between the exposed framing and hit the floor with a dull thud, landing partially on my bare foot. I was breathing heavily, but managed to take a couple of deep breaths and regain some composure at the eerie but welcome silence. I took a knee beside the bundle and rolled it over. What I found caused my heart to beat with the ferocity of a death metal drum solo that blurred my vision with every beat. Tightly squeezed inside the layers of thick plastic was that little girl, the one I had seen crying in the basement, or her body, I should say. I could see her misshapen and rotting face, still frozen with the fear of her final moments of life. Her brown hair, coated in decaying blood, was plastered against her face by the tightly wrapped plastic. It took me a few moments to notice that now I was the one screaming. I backed away, shocked by the body that had been rotting within the walls of the home I had been so proud of. Then the lights went out, submerging me into a pit of darkness. The only thing I could see was the demonic beast that I had encountered earlier, somehow visible in the eternal darkness. The scary thing backed away as it moved toward me, a menacing combination of amusement and hatred staining its almost human face. I felt my heel slip out from under me on the spilled laundry detergent. I fell, hitting the back of my head on the washer. 20 minutes had passed. I regained consciousness outside the house, where I found myself on a stretcher being pushed down the driveway. Flashing red and blue lights reflected off the white exterior of the home, illuminating it in a daunting fashion. It reminded me of the day I was given the keys, and I once again found the house to appear daunting and secretive. I knew that what I had just uncovered was only a scratch on the surface of the hellish secrets contained in that home. A sobbing and exasperated Rachel was explaining what had happened to a shocked-looking officer as more patrol cars raced down the street. He looked to be about my age, old enough to have some solid experience under his belt, but the look on his face showed that no amount of training and experience could have prepared him for this. Despite the chaos, I felt at ease. Somehow I knew that it was over, for that little girl at least. She'd asked for help, begged for it, and I thought that maybe I had given her the help she needed, the help she deserved. The next few nights were a nightmare of a different sort. I repeatedly gave careful statements to the police, trying to describe how I came to find a body in the walls of my house in the middle of the night, without raising suspicion or sounding crazy. They had searched my house for more bodies. Thankfully, there were none. What they did find, though, was a large pentagram along with other demonic symbols painted underneath the flooring. The general contractor of the house had been brought in for questioning, who quickly admitted that because I had picked cheaper finishing for the roof, he had hired some guy off the classifieds and paid him under the table. DNA evidence found on the body matched multiple crimes across the country, and the contractor was able to successfully ID the same man in a photo lineup. The going theory is that this man performed some sort of satanic sacrifice in the night when nobody else was around. He then covered it up with the flooring, and by hiding the body in the wall, the little girl had been kidnapped from her home in a different state 6 months prior, which meant he kept her for several months before killing her. The worst part is, they have only a photo of this man. No name or solid information to be found. Nobody knows exactly who he is, why he did what he did, or where he is now. He's still out there, and I know without a doubt that he'll kill again. Story 2. The depths of the uncharted. The first thought that crossed my mind as I hit the water was how warm it was. We left for Galapagos in mid-December, arriving on site towards the end of the month. I thought it would be cold. December's always been a time of cold nights and long snowy days for me. So when I broke the water and was greeted not by an icy wall of goosebumps-inducing darkness, but a comfortable lukewarm ocean, I was pleasantly lukewarm ocean. Surprised. An unpleasant surprise followed shortly after, as the radio in my ear blared to life. The voice of Anne, already grainy and hard to make out, despite being only 15 feet above me, highlighting the budgetary shortcomings of our expedition. Ground control to Capital One, actually. I wouldn't be ground control, would I? Since I'm, not on the ground. What would you call the boat version of ground control? Anne asked, our new radio quickly becoming a toy in her eyes. Now hang on. Why am I Kappa One? I called back into the radio, ignoring her question that I admittedly did not know the answer to. Because Kappas live in the water, do? She called back rather matter-of-factly before giggling at her own cleverness. A splash is heard some distance to my left, before the radio picks up again. A man's voice this time. This is Kappa 2. I'm in the water, Brett called out. Our youngest member, though he had been with the company longer than I had. You don't need to say that. I watched you jump in, all chastising. I know. Just couldn't let you two have all the fun with the new radio, Brett rebutted, while I was slowly starting to regret our buying the thing. All right, enough playing around. We're wasting sunlight, came the voice of our senior, Robert. He was as no-nonsense as ever, although this was somewhat endearing of him. He always kept a cool head on his shoulders and kept us focused. Jason, move into the bell. Brett, retrieve the sea scooter and join him. We want this done before sunset, Robert directed through the radio. I wasted no time, swimming over to the large device dangling from our boat by a thick metal cable. It was almost shaped like a bell, as our nickname suggested. A large bottom-heavy structure that narrowed at the top and widened at the bottom. It was around 7 feet tall and half that in diameter, 4 small round windows positioned on its north, south, west, and east most sides, and 1 large hatch on the bottom. As I moved to climb inside this hatch, Brett joined me at my side, using the sea scooter to catch up, its light illuminating the diving chamber in the dark ocean water. I was a little jealous Robert had chosen him to pioneer the sea scooter for our company, and not me. It was a small device, no bigger than the motor of a weed whacker. At its rear were 2 handles with a small lever to pull on the right, and a button for the light on the left. Attached to these handles was the motor, a loud thing, strong enough to turn the blades at the front of the device to propel its occupant forward faster than they could swim. Just beyond the propellers, right in the center, was a large light. I could see Brett's smile showing through the thin glass of his mask as he delighted in his new toy, and we both climbed into the chamber, sealing it shut behind us while it began to build pressure. I took a seat opposite Brett, and we could feel the chamber moving, sinking through the water a few feet at a time. It was an odd sensation. The water inside didn't jostle or move, but we could feel the world pulling upon us as we sank down, deeper and deeper. Robert's voice came over the radio again, growing fuzzier, but not so much that we couldn't make it out. Remember to watch your depth gauges and don't go too deep. Those suits the NOAA lent us will get you to the vents, and maybe a little deeper. Let's not find out how much deeper. Just chart the entrance of the trench, leave your markers, and get back to the bell. Roger, Roger, Brett called into the radio, and I heard Robert let out a sigh. Now we started to wait as the chamber sank into the depths. It built pressure to acclimatize us to the pressure of the ocean at our desired depths. That way we could get out, do our work, and decompress in the bell. Instead of doing decompression, stops in open water, which out of doing decompression stops in open water, which was going to be nice, as decompression from this depth should take close to 14 hours. Our air tanks hooked up to tubes in the bell, running up the cord of the bell all the way up to the surface, so we shouldn't have to worry about running out of air. I stared at the depth gauge on my left wrist, watching it tick up as it worked even from within the bell, ticking past 1,000 meters already. It was nice to have such a fancy bit of hardware in the form of these suits. Our bell and scooter were as outdated as they get, and our boat was on her last sea legs. This job could have been the start of something new. With any luck, it would lead to more business with the NOAA, and our little diving shop might make it big. Suddenly, a question shot to the front of my mind, a question I aired over the radio to our captain. Why us? My question was met with silence at first, and a funny look from Brett before he spoke up. Well, because Anne doesn't dive, she mans the ship, and Robert's too old to make it down here anymore. Careful too, you know he's sensitive. Anne teased back at us, and Robert let out what could have been a chuckle, or maybe a cough. It was hard to tell. That's not what I mean. I mean, why did the NOAA hire us for this? Don't they have divers, and divers with better gear? Divers they trust with these fancy suits a hell of a lot more than a basically unheard of diving team? There was a long silence after this. I thought maybe he knew the answer but didn't want to say. It seemed everyone took a few moments to ponder this question, or maybe the others were waiting for our captain's response like I was. Regardless, our thoughts were interrupted by the bell jerking to a stop, causing us to swing and sway in the water before we steadied again. Brett was up first, hands cupped around his eyes at the window, searching for whatever it was we came here for. No, that can't be right, he mumbled to himself before beginning to undo the hat. I moved to the window to see whatever it was he saw, but I saw nothing. An endless expanse of dark water lay before me. At least I think it did. It was dark and I couldn't make out much. What is it? I don't see anything. My eyes didn't leave the window as I asked, waiting to see some colossal beast swim by, or some ravaged sea lice. My mind starting to swim as I waited for his answer. He didn't reply, not until he had left the bell, ducking out into the water and drifting just below the hatch, floating motionless in place as he looked out at the surrounding ocean, the lights of the bell finally clicking on, revealing more of the nothingness around us. That's the problem. Check your depth gauge. And I did as he instructed, reeling at our depth. We were 2,600 meters below the surface, the deepest anyone had ever gone without a submersible. The vents he started, we should have hit the floor 50 meters ago. This can't be the right place. The hydrothermal vents are gone. He sounded angry and a little confused. Robert called to him over the radio, trying to calm him down. Brett, it's a newly formed trench. The vents are still there, just moved. If you get back into the bell, we can adjust the position until we find the edge. It shouldn't be more than a few dozen meters away. Brett ignored him, swimming away from the bell now. Brett, I called out, stay near the bell. If you get lost down here, we'll knee. I was cut off before I could finish. Brett starting to shout into the radio, turning his sea scooter on and propelling forward, with me following along against my better judgment, trying to keep a mental note of where the bell was. No, this is impossible. The edge isn't a dozen meters away. There is no edge. This trench is massive. A trench this large forming, and so close to land, there should have been tsunamis and earthquakes. This kind of damage doesn't just happen without anyone noticing. We were at 2,700 meters and getting deeper by the second as he searched for the ocean floor. Comms were quiet for a few moments before Anne spoke up. Brett, it's okay. I need you to go back to the bell. We'll figure this out, and I'm sure the NOAA have an explanation for what happened here. She spoke soothingly and Brett slowed, coming to a stop at 2,750 meters, with me just a few behind him. He took in a breath, looking around the expanse of ocean before us. He had always been more of an environmentalist than I. I can't imagine how seeing such an important part of sea life cease to exist must have made him feel. I put a hand on his shoulder, trying to guide him back. Simon, let's get back to the bell. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get answers. He looked back at me, his face betraying how upset he was as he tried to sound calm. He didn't look angry anymore, just sad. Maybe that was worse. Yeah, Hawk. He spoke softly and with a sigh, starting to position the scooter to take us back when suddenly we saw something. What is that? Brett asked, his tone curious as a small dark object slowly floated up towards us from the chasm below. It looks like a fish. He offered, and he seemed to be right. A small skinny fish was floating up between us, at our legs now. Robert's concerned voice came over the radio, each word dripping worry. What do you see? Are you two all right? Anne was also talking now, her voice quiet and meek. Is there something down there with you? Is there something down there with you? The fish kept on rising. It wasn't swimming. Its side was facing up, tail dragging behind it, and one empty eye socket pointed to the sky, and it was covered in what looked like red seaweed, wriggling and waving in the light ocean current. It looks like a dead fish. It's just floating here. Brett finally answered, though his calm demeanor was broken by what I said, and what we saw next. There are more. Look, I pointed down, seeing dark shapes rising towards the surface from below. Dozens of them. Fish, turtles, stingrays, all looking half-decayed, none moving. Each one was covered in the red seaweed. Some had much bigger patches of it on them than others. And as the fish rose closer to us, we could see at last that it was not seaweed, but what looked to be worms of some sort, sticking out of dozens of some sort, small holes in their skin. They were skinny and long, each one waving around in the water as though feeling for something else to latch onto. At what appeared to be their head was a single disc-like growth, flat and skinny, but relatively wide, maybe 1.5 inches in diameter. Brett slowly reached towards the thing, his hand tentative, but driven on by his growing curiosity. As his hand approached the fish, I thought to stop him, to reach out and swat his hand away, or to tell him no. Instead, movements made clumsy by the water all around us, I reached out and touched the fish. Instantly, the worms had driven the flat growths of their heads against my suit's glove, and I felt an awful pinching sensation as they wriggled and shook violently. I let out a yelp, shaking my hand as I tried to dislodge the creatures, but they held fast, the pain in my hand increasing as my panic rose. I thought to grab them and pry them off, but I feared more were inside the corpse of the fish, waiting to latch on to me and exacerbate the situation. Finally, Brett grabbed my wrist and with his knife cut at the wretched things. They held for a few cuts before withdrawing into the fish, releasing my glove. None of them had been severed by his knife. I looked at my shaking hand, sucking in deep breaths as I tried to calm myself. The voices of Robert and Anne cutting each other off as they tried to ask me what was wrong, what was happening to me, and demanding we return to the bell. My glove had several large indents in the material. The gloves were a strong fabric, but here it seemed they were almost chewed through. Long cut like scrapes in circles, moving towards a central point where each of the worms had held on to me. Brett's voice came over the radio, the other two resigned to not getting an answer and clearing the comms. "It's all right. They didn't get in. Captain, there are some sort of worms living in the dead sea life down here. Definitely unfriendly. We're going back to the bell. Get ready to take us up. I'll get on the radio with the Coast Guard. And man the crane." Robert's voice was stern and commanding. It was comforting to have someone sound collected and in control of the situation. Looking around us, things were not in control. Dead sea life was all around us, slowly moving past as they floated for the surface. It was like a swarm of jellyfish. We didn't want to get close and touch any of them, but if we didn't move, more would float up and surely touch us. Looking around, I didn't even know where the bell was. We had left it so long ago. And orientating yourself in the open ocean was like spinning around in a pitch-black room and then trying to find the bed. "Where's the bell?" I asked, more to myself than anyone else. Anne and Robert couldn't help us reach it. The best they could do is keep it in place and hope we see the lights again. "We have to go back the way we came. Just go nice and slow, and I'll use the scooter to push them out of the way." Brett presented his plan, and it sounded like a good one. He moved in front of me, using the light of his sea scooter to shine us a clear path and turn the engine on. This was a mistake. Once the engine turned on, the sea life stopped moving. Each one close enough for us to see stopped dead in their tracks, no longer drifting towards the surface. "What the heck?" Brett choked out before slowly, but surely, each decaying fish began to move towards us, where before we had a path, we were now slowly being closed in on by a mass of dead animals, worms reaching with all their might towards us. Brett's voice was scared now, lacking the determination his plan had afforded it before. "See, Captain, they're coming towards us. We can't slip past. Not this many," he cried out, pointing the light of the scooter around like it was some sort of gun to hold them back. Not they responded, but crawled on, moving closer and closer. "Stay calm, son. There has to be a way out. Just stay calm and keep looking around. There are Coast Guard ships on the way now," Robert assured us over the radio. I knew it wouldn't matter. Even if the Coast Guard were here right now, they could never make it to these depths. Not without our suits. Maybe with a submersible, but then what would they do? Ram the things out of the way. I kept this to myself, not wanting to upset Brett any more than he already was. I needed him to come up with a plan like before. Some way to get us out of here. It struck me then. If I were wrong, well, we wouldn't need to see Scooter anyways. I reached out and grabbed it, pulling it away from him. "Hey, don't you leave me here," he cried out, fear in his eyes as he held tight, But it didn't matter. I was bigger than him. And after a brief tussle, I had the scooter. I pointed it away from us, turned the engine up to medium, and let go, watching it drift away from us. "What are you doing?" Brett demanded, grabbing my shoulder and spinning me around to face him. "We needed that. You've killed us both." Around this time, the first fish drifted past us, towards the direction of the sea scooter. He let go and turned around. We had to dodge them a bit, but they were moving past us, leaving us alone. I think they were drawn. I think they were drawn to the sound when you turned it on. They came towards it, so I turned it up and sent it away. I explained, trying to keep him calm. "Well, you could have just said that, idiot." He was still angry, but too relieved to hold on to it. He turned, and we both started to swim, making our way to where he claimed the bell was, careful to avoid the sea life that hadn't been close enough to notice the sea scooter. With each passing meter, I grew more concerned. If this was the wrong direction, we were only getting ourselves more lost. And these things, these dead things, were still here with us, a little more spread out, but they were here, and I was worried more would come, and it would become too dense a group to swim through, as my fears began to bubble to the surface and form words in my throat. My thoughts were interrupted again when Brett shouted over the radio. "There it is, the light. I can see the bell." I swam a bit faster, straining to see what he saw, and sure enough, just ahead there was light. He swam towards it, fast, waving his arms and breathing heavily as he raced for it, ignoring the fish floating around him and rushing for the bell. As we got close, I began to notice something. There was something big just below it. "Brett, stop. There's something there." I tried to call, but over his frantic breathing, the radio was too garbled for him to understand. Maybe he thought I was celebrating as well. I should have tried harder, yelled louder, something. But I didn't think he would be able to hear me. And as he neared the bell, the thing below rose into the light, coming into view and freezing him in his tracks. It was a whale, a huge humpback whale, but this one wasn't dead, and it wasn't drifting, though just barely. It had huge holes all along its left side and tightly packed clusters. The skin they clustered on was swollen and infected, the holes leaking a dark fluid into the water. Its body was lumpy, long tubular growths protruding all down its back and to its tail. And these bumps wriggled and moved, twitching and causing the body to move along with them. One of its eye sockets was empty, and the other eye, while still there, had a large hole in it, with a huge worm sticking out of the front. It slowly approached Brett, its one big eye locked onto him as the worm reached for him. Both of us frozen in shock. As it neared him, the whale let out an awful sound, a groan of pain and anguish as its mouth was pushed open by a mass of worms inside. They reached out, latching onto Brett, causing him to jolt to action again, flailing and screaming, jabbing at them with his knife to no avail as one latched onto his face, slowly pulling him into the mouth. He screamed into it, screamed and cried, and fought for all he was worth. But he wasn't getting away, and I only watched as it took him. Once he was gone and the mouth was closed, his screams did not stop. They kept coming over the radio, drowning out anything anyone else might have tried to say. The whale then slowly sank, leaving the light of the bell and vanishing into the darkness. I wasted no time swimming for all I was worth, looking at the bell and hoping that maybe if I didn't look, I wouldn't have to see it rising to swallow me too. But it didn't swallow me. It didn't return as I swam into the bell, didn't attack me as I sealed the hatch and pressed the button to return me to the surface. And it didn't rip the bell from the ship and sink me to the ocean floor as I waited for the ocean floor, as I waited for the bell to slowly rise out of the depths. But he did scream. He screamed the whole way, and as he did, his screams slowly became groans of pain, muffled by whatever it was that had him. And just when I thought I couldn't take the screams anymore, he spoke. He begged. He begged. He begged not for his life, not for rescue, not for me to come back and save him. He begged me to kill him, pleaded with me in a voice so weak and with breath so raspy, breathing wheezily, unnaturally. He pleaded with me, and with God, and with the devil to kill him and free him from the pain he suffered. And when our radios finally disconnected, I wept, and I hoped he got his wish. I don't dive anymore. I man the crane. But I'll never get in that water again. I'd leave, say goodbye to this life, into the water forever. But I can't do that to Robert and Anne. I can't leave them and this business behind after what we went through together. So I man the boat and I lower the bell. But I don't think the ocean is safe anymore, because sometimes on long jobs during late nights on the water, our radio will pick up something. It's always staticky and hard to make out, but I know what it is. He's still begging us to kill him. Story 3, Where the Caterpillars Die. Fear is only as deep as the mind allows, was my mother's favorite idiom. Growing up, she never hesitated to use it against my childish fits, whether I was upset about sleeping alone in my bed or trying to convince her there was an all-night in the closet. It was what she lived by, even as the cancer finished eating her lungs, when the light in her eyes disappeared. I grew to loathe every syllable of that idiom, burning with a blistering hatred. I knew that I would never hear it spoken in her voice again. It became the cruel reminder of change, and yet, without it, I wouldn't have survived the horror I'm about to share. It's funny, though, how something you've rejected for half your life can turn out to be the only thing holding you together. When I was 13, 3 months after Mom's passing, my father told me I would be going to Akita to stay with my uncle during Dad's marine exhibition in Hokkaido. I wanted to die. Not literally, of course. Only about as much as I wanted to die in the dentist chair before the needle slid into my gums. But this pain wasn't going to be a quick pinch. It was going to last for the next week. It wasn't seeing Uncle Hori I was dreading, though. It was my cousin's soda. Dad's cell phone rang. Moshi, Moshi. Yes, pulling in now. Okay. A fair-sized 2-story home with a thatched roof came into view. It fit perfectly with the other picturesque houses in this secluded community straddled by deciduous forests. A slate path of stepping stones stretched to the front door where my uncle waited. A woman stood next to him, probably the new girlfriend Dad had mentioned. She was wearing a Nordic gray sweater. About time, Hori called to us as we pulled ourselves out of the car. Did you get lost or something? My father closed the car door. Maybe if someone knew the specifics of their address better. Learn to listen better. Hori jeered my father, exaggerating a smile. Now where's my Yuki? Hi, Uncle Hori. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and walked over. His arms wove around me in a tight hug. He then gestured to the woman next to him. Yuki, this is Hina Otori. She nodded her head at me and extended her hand. I smiled and shook it. Her black hair was very short and complemented her young features. It's nice to finally meet you, she said with an ivory white smile. You'll be staying on the upper floor, second door on the left, Hori said. Soda's room will be right next to it. Go say hi to him. I wandered upstairs and found the guest room while my father caught up with his brother-in-law. Although my uncle and his ex-wife had separated months ago, the room still had Aunt Mackie's decor scheme. A tiny space full of bright, vivid colors and furniture that screamed dollhouse. Her special touch. I imagined an unblinking eye peering in around the flowery curtains and shuddered. The entire house had probably looked like this at some point before the divorce finalized. I plopped my bag on the tatami floor mat and sighed. 1 week, my thoughts groaned. It's just a week, right? The door beside mine was the restroom, which had a sign on the door. Broken. Use other downstairs, it read. Next to that was most likely Soda's room. I stepped up to the door and stood there for a bit. I knew that it would be rude to not at least say hi to him, but I couldn't help hesitating. My cousin wasn't a rude or overbearing person, but his obsessions worried me. We were both going to be 14 this March. Our birthdays precisely a week apart. The majority of my memories of growing up with him involved his eerie fascination with insects. At family gatherings, he would often be outside interacting with any creepy, crawly little thing he could catch. But Soda wasn't the kind of kid who enjoyed pulling off bugs' limbs or pitting them against each other in a plastic container deathmatch. He preferred to treat them as friends. He gave them names, voices, different personalities. All he was missing were tiny clothes, while he collected insects. I ran from them. That was the gaping chasm that separated us. I didn't doubt that his latest collection of new friends waited for me behind his door. I'll pop in, say hello, and pop out, I thought. As I was about to knock, I heard a muffled conversation on the other side. Soda was already talking to someone. Just as I decided to say hello later, he said, "Come in." I did so and shut the door behind me. The inside was dark, very dark, save for the bright laptop screen outlining a seated body. A few streaks of sunlight peeking around the floral curtains. "You can turn on the light," he said with distracted awareness. "Sure, Your Majesty." I sighed, flicking the light switch. After the darkness melted away, I saw the hanging scroll paintings and mounted pieces of calligraphy that covered his walls. As expected, several diagrams of different insects' anatomies joined them. A framed picture of Aunt Maki sat on his desk. Situated on a table below his window was a miniature cherry blossom tree with missing branches. Sharing the space next to it was a foreboding glass terrarium. Upon hearing my voice, he turned to look at me. "Oh, hey," he said quietly, rolling towards me on the chair's caster wheels. We gave each other a light 2-second hug. Then he returned to his laptop to shut it off. "I saw you pull in. I wasn't sure when you'd come by." I shrugged. "You sounded like you were already talking to someone." "Oh, that was just my mom," he replied in the same monotone. "She Skypes me from her trip whenever she has time." "Where is she?" I asked. "Europe. She's touring France right now." "Oh," he suddenly cried with spontaneous eagerness, catching me off guard. "Do you want to meet someone?" He rolled his chair toward the window and ushered me to follow. He was no doubt referring to the glass container. "Pop in. Pop out," my thoughts reminded me. "Pop in. Pop out." At that moment, I wanted to tell him that I wasn't interested. The words never reached my mouth. It didn't take much to hurt Soda. His feelings were like pieces of papier-mâché living in a world of knives. Instead, a measly "sure" wafted out of me. I'd feel awful destroying that ray of excitement on his face within the first 5 minutes. As long as I didn't have to touch anything, there was no immediate problem. As I joined him at the window, repulsive images were already firing off in my head. A spider outweighing my hand with its hairy limbs, a mantis with those alien claws folded in prayer to thank the evil people for giving it wings. Horrible things like that. I looked down, peeked inside, and saw a horrible, enormous nothing. The missing branches of the cherry blossom were planted in a patch of black soil. "Can you see her?" he asked eagerly. I finally did. Attached to one of the brittle stems was a worm-like thing, but no worm I'd ever seen before. This looked much worse. Its bloated, squishy skin was black and orange with a dark, pointy tail. 4 spindles protruded from its backside like black, curling tendrils. Goosebumps puffed up my arms. Fear is only as deep as the mind allows. My thoughts repeated reluctantly. "Her name is Kodami. She is a Brahmin caterpillar." Soda lowered his finger an inch from its chewing mandibles. "When she turns into a moth, she could have a wingspan up to 7 inches. "How do you know it's a she?" I mumbled. "I just do." He shrugged. "Want to hold her?" "They don't bite." "They don't bite?" "Nope." "No. I'm good, I said, promptly backing away. Just the thought of that thing's rippling, squishy mass touching my skin made me want to die again. I tried to think of anything I could say to change the subject. So, what do you think of Heine? I asked. His smile melted. Dark cloudiness replaced the enthusiastic look. He bit deeply into the skin of his bottom lip. It was clear I had accidentally struck a nerve. Before I had the chance to apologize, he answered me. I don't know. Mom isn't going to like her when she comes back, though. I wasn't sure what he meant by that. You mean after her trip? He looked right through me and tightened the left side of his face into a smirk. Yeah, after her trip, I finished unpacking and waved my father goodbye as he left for his new venture, leaving me to sulk over mine. I spent the rest of the day killing as much time possible with the books and handheld games I'd brought. When that wasn't enough to sedate me, I'd wander around the tea garden in the backyard. I slept well that night, and thankfully did not wake up to an eye watching me sleep through the windows. When morning came, I went to the kitchen. Heine was there, standing over a purple kettle. Good morning, Yuki, she said, flashing that same ivory smile. Breakfast isn't ready, I'm afraid. Care for some oolong while you wait? Oh, thank you. I took a seat at the table. The aroma of dry roasted leaves graced my nose. She poured some tea into a mug and placed it in front of me. Your uncle always likes a hot batch waiting for him when he wakes up. It's the only tea he ever asks for. I blew on it, slurped some up, and then gasped. Burn yourself? She asked. I looked at my dark reflection in the brew. The complex woody flavor mixed nicely with the subtle creamy nuttiness. It wasn't perfect, but it was close. For a moment I felt happy. In the next moment I felt sad. No. Sorry. It's just, my mom used to make her tea similarly. It was her special touch. And who do you think showed her how? My uncle said, strolling in while Heine preemptively handed him a cup. He smacked a quick kiss on her cheek. I blinked at him. But Mom said she had a secret method. Well, he grinned at me. She may have perfected it, but I'm the one who gave her the idea. Mind you, I don't think ours will ever be as good as hers, though. His grin faded. Soda then walked in and poked his head into the fridge. Hey, kiddo. His father greeted him. How'd you sleep? Heine asked. He didn't answer, just muttered under his breath. Would you like a cup of... No, he interrupted audaciously. Soda, Hori said, uncharacteristically stern. His son gave him a passing glance and returned to the stairs, leaving an invisible heaviness behind. Sorry about that, he told me, pressing and massaging his left temple. I took another sip of tea. Later that same day, Soda wanted to show me one of the nature trails near their house. If anything, I figured it would help the day pass a little faster. Hora's only condition was for us to be back before sunset, or else we'd go to sleep hungry. Luckily, the day still had plenty of its golden hours left. Just in case, he made us take the tactical flashlight that he kept in the garage. We followed the neighborhood's gently sloping hill, which quickly led us to the park. Behind its empty playground was the trail entrance, a boardwalk that cut through the old-growth forest. A cold breeze sighed between the beech tree canopies. Soda whistled every time he heard it. The wooden path brought us to a bridge hovering over a small creek. Before I had the chance to cross, Soda's hand clamped over my wrist. I want to show you something cool. His eyes suddenly had that electric eagerness again. What is it? I asked cautiously. In one swift movement, he leaped over the wooden railing and walked headfirst into the foliage. Come on, his voice whipped back at me. Really? I groaned angrily and sluggishly followed. What else was I supposed to do? The sheer lack of a distinct path to follow made me nervous. But it appeared he was following the creek. Some gangly saplings crunched under my shoes. No matter how many times I tried to coax him back to the trail, All I'd get was one of his whistles harmonizing with the wind. We came across an abandoned railroad track. It was, for the most part, buried beneath a bed of weeds. Whatever route its ancient metal and wooden ties had once followed now belonged to the underbrush. A rusted rail spike was jutting from its iron harness like a snapped bone. I thought maybe this was the cool thing my cousin wanted to show me until he stepped over it and continued. The treetop thickets above us darkened the area. Less and less sunlight slipped through. Piles of dead leaves were everywhere, with the occasional bell-shaped poking out of them. The trees here were different, too. Their bark was covered in sunken dead cankers. Slimy brown ooze leaked out of them like pus from a popped zit. The visual made me cringe. I didn't like it here. It was cold. It was different. The air felt stale and damp. Here, Soda said merrily, finally breaking the awful silence. A torii gate stood over us. The sort of gate you'd find leading to a Shinto shrine. Its large structure was held flimsily together with decaying wood. The horizontal crossbar connecting both pillars had a tablet caked in slime mold in its center. Impossible to read. It was honestly a miracle the gate was still standing. And beyond it was a set of rocky steps covered in fuzzy orange clusters that led up the hill in a disorganized mess. I found this place 2 months ago. Don't bother asking how I did. It just happened. It's where I met Kodami. Your caterpillar? I asked, to which he nodded. I clamped my nose shut to keep out the musty smell of wet socks and rotting cedar. Okay, you showed me. Can we head back now? Not yet, he answered, and began hiking up the rocky steps toward the top of the hill. I followed, losing my footing a few times on loose patches of dirt. Situated atop the incline was a large dead tree. I clambered to the top and joined him. Foul odor infecting the air was stronger up here. He pointed at something in front of us. A sculpture stood at the foot of the lonesome tree. It was clearly of a naked woman, roughly the same height as one, too. Her copper skin was dark and coated with a film of green residue. Spiny black catkins with red and black spindles covered the majority of her body. Her disturbingly thin neck was bent to the side as though broken. Not just that, but her mouth was open in a tooth-bearing grimace that displayed a set of uncomfortably realistic teeth and gums. Her tight skeleton-like arms were digging their fingers into her chest, portraying great agony. "Watch this," Soda whispered. He clutched a small rock and then tossed it at the sculpture's leg. The rock clacked loudly against it. The sculpture's skin started to move, wriggling and squirming with life. The slim, spiny objects I had mistaken for catkins were caterpillars, swarms of them, all writhing over each other in tight, jerking clumps. They wormed out of her eyes, her open mouth, her ears, everywhere nightmares could reach. I staggered back and fell over, nearly sending myself spine first down the hill. My heart leaped into my throat. My muscles tensed and refused to move. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. All I could do was let the deafening static wash out my thoughts. The static always came when the fears started to blossom. I couldn't turn to any fight or flight instinct buried within. I could only freeze. Beat your heart out. Natural selection. And the Brahmin caterpillars, every last one, Soda muttered. They all come to the sculpture. Lots and lots of them. But none become moths. They just die sooner or later. He wasn't wrong. The ground at the sculpture's feet was riddled with their dried, deflated bodies. Kodami didn't want to be here. She wanted to come home with me. His eyes then scanned the small corpses. What kind of caterpillar never wants to fly someday? He sighed, and then lifted his sleeve to itch his arm. Something was written on his skin. Before I could read it, he tugged his sleeve back down. He turned to me and smiled wildly. It's getting dark. We can head back now. We made it home just before the peak of sunset. Hina was cooking teppanyaki, the cornerstone of our love, said Uncle Hori. Unfortunately, she didn't join us to eat any of it afterward, which Soda seemed cheerful about. For the last few weeks, Hina had been experiencing spontaneous episodes of feeling unwell. Sometimes she felt better in minutes, other times it took hours. The food looked great, but my appetite had shriveled up and crawled away. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman, the horrible woman, drowning in a living, wriggling coat. I tried to push the thought back. Useless. That awful image wasn't going anywhere. Later that night, I dreamed that I was back there, standing in the abandoned shrine. The woman's grimy face and broken neck faced me. Her mouth started to move. Yuki, a hushed voice, sang. "Where are you, Yuki?" The voice was cruelly familiar. I gasped. "Mom?" "Yes, Yuki," she whispered and crooned. "I miss you, Mom," I screamed and ran to her. The ground squelched and clung to my soles like thick muddy pools. The face staring at me was no longer the pain-infused face of the woman. It was Mom. Her neck wasn't broken, and she was smiling. "I want to move, Yuki, but my legs won't bend," she said softly to me. "Will you help me move again?" I wrapped my arms around her cold metal skin. "Yes, please come home. Please come back to me," I screamed, unable to wipe the cascading tears. Her mouth elongated. A flurry of Brahmin caterpillars slithered out. They engulfed her, swallowing her body up into a twitching silhouette. "Will you help me, Yuki? You'll do anything," I wept. "Just come back. Mommy will come home. But first you must let me in. Let me breathe again. Let me move again." I said, "Yes," I blubbered, thoughtlessly digging my hands into the mesh of larvae and pulling out 2 meaty handfuls. They struggled and jerked in my grip. All at once, I forced them into my mouth. Their flexible, squishy bodies popped between my teeth. Their spindles cut into my gums and the roof of my mouth like a dentist's needles. Bitter, slimy flavors covered my tongue as I choked them down. I startled myself awake, looking wildly around for a few blurry seconds. No shrine, no caterpillars, just cold sweat and a miserably tight bladder. I climbed out of bed and walked next door. The "please use downstairs" sign mocked me. Still not fully awake, I groggily stepped downstairs and crossed through the dining room to reach the west bathroom. After relieving myself, I washed my hands and headed back. But this time, I froze. The lights were on. Hina was sitting on her knees at the dinner table. It had to have been 2 or 3 in the morning by then. Why is she up so early? I thought. I passed by her, intending to apologize if I had woken her up. Something wasn't right. She was doubled over the short table, blowing out deep, concentrated breaths. The blue sleeves of her jinbai hung loosely from her wrists. Her neck was bent, and her shoulders were hunched and locked stiff. A black pool of sumi ink had been spilled on the table, with a pungent, sickly sweet odor. She was dipping her fingers into it and sloppily writing on her left arm, repeating the same characters again and again. "Sugar." I leaned toward her. "Is everything all right?" She abruptly twisted toward me. Her sleepless eyes were bloodshot and rapidly rolling around in their sockets, utterly independent of each other. "KKK," she croaked through a grimacing, toothy smile. The wall touched my spine before I realized I was backing up. Hina stood up, and her neck slumped to the side and hung there. She turned to me, eyes swiveling like a chameleon's, streaks of saliva slipping down her chin, and slowly approached. Her legs seemed rigid as she clumsily forced them to bend, like a puppet learning how they work. I pressed further against the wall, wishing I could fade away into it. My mind was saying run, but my muscles rejected the order. The static was taking control. Just scream. My thoughts echoed. Wake someone up. Just scream. Her wet fingers grasped my wrist. She leaned forward. Her musty breath smelled like old, used-up mothballs, and pressed a finger against her lips. She let go of me and trudged awkwardly to the front door, where she disappeared into the night. My trembling legs dropped me to the floor. I'm not sure how long I sat there, trying to take back control of my sporadic gasping and disabled motor functions. Once I was able to feel my legs again, I rushed into Horace's room, nearly giving him a heart attack in the process. What? What is going on? He jumped in a drowsy panic. I told him what had happened, showing my wrist, smeared with black fingerprints. He pulled himself up and wandered into the dining room. The black pool of spilled ink was coagulating on the table. Ori reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number into it. From the front door came the vibrating bizz of a cell phone on the floor. Heine's cell phone. He picked it up and glanced at me, concerned. Did she take her car? Before I could answer, he was already checking the garage. The car was unmoved. I heard him curse under his breath. I'm going to take a look around. Stay here in case she comes back, all right? I nodded to him and sat on the stairs while he got dressed and headed out with a flashlight. He'd come back shortly after, flustered and empty-handed. She isn't anywhere close by. Let me make a quick call. The call was to the police. An officer came by shortly after the call. His barrel-shaped chest protruded out of his dark blue uniform. He had dry, scabby lips that screamed for chapstick. My uncle talked with him while I waited in the kitchen, washing the ink off with a wet cloth. I idly wondered if I should wake Soda, but decided not to. The officer came in and asked me questions, one after the other. How do you feel about your uncle's girlfriend? Has she ever acted differently around you? Has she ever told you about any secret? I answered him as best as I could. He smacked his chapped lips together and finalized his notes about Heine's physical description and the djembe she was wearing. Given the circumstances, we aren't able to conduct a search for an adult who just doesn't wish to be home. I can hold on to the information you've given me for the time being. If you have not heard anything for at least 24 hours, or have any reason to fear for her safety, we can provide more assistance. Please keep us informed. He bowed and returned to the parked cruiser. We watched him drive off. Uncle Hori looked at me. Get some sleep, Yuki. I'm sure she'll turn up in the morning. I nodded to him and went to bed, where I laid for hours staring at the ceiling. As exhausted as I was, my mind had no intention of resting. I called my father, who answered groggily. I told him what had happened and how scared I was. He promised to cut his Hokkaido exhibition short and said he'd get me the day after tomorrow. 24 hours never felt farther. I was scared, not quite sure what to do with myself. Why had Hina written on her arm? What was wrong with her eyes? What was happening in this house? The next morning, the cold breeze from the day before had brought an overcast gray sky. Hori was making oolong tea alone in the kitchen. He didn't say too much. His look of exhausted defeat said enough. Sleep must have been scarce for him also. Soda was in the backyard, seated in the garden. His elbow was lifted and pointed outward as though striking an invisible person. He was giggling and talking out loud, a jaunty, ear-to-ear grin radiating from his face. I thought he was talking to himself at first, before spying the glass terrarium in his lap and the caterpillars, 4 spindles crawling across his arm. I can't believe it, he sniggered quietly. I just can't believe it, Kodami. We didn't hear from Heine that day. Nothing but silence through the morning, noon, and evening. All we could do was wait while the pale clouds wafted over us. Despite this, Soda's upbeat attitude never left him. He was joking, smiling, and perkier than usual. I'd never seen his spirits higher. It wasn't right, and it also didn't seem real. He was hiding something, and for both Hori and Heine's sake, I had to find out what it was before tomorrow. Around sundown, Hori left for another drive around the neighborhood, another attempt to find her. It was now or never. Just as I was about to tap on Soda's door, I heard him talking on the other side. I pressed my ear to the frame and listened intensively. Dom, don't understand, he said softly. It's okay now. Your trip can be over. The distressed weight lowered his voice. Another voice replied, too quiet and distorted to make out clearly, but I was almost certain I heard the word complicated. There was a bang on the table. I don't care, he cried. I did this for you, so why can't you do this for me? So why can't you do this for me? You need to be here. Dad needs you here. More distorted words. More complicated. His voice rose to a volley of incoherent screams. There was another loud thump and muffled sobbing. No more talking. The discussion must have been over. I creaked open the door, slid inside, and gently closed it. The room was dark and the laptop's white void screen once again blinded me. Curled up on the bed, where the light couldn't reach, was a vaguely outlined body. A desk chair lay on the floor, probably thrown there. Was that your mother? I asked quietly. No answer. I scooped up the desk chair and planted myself next to him. Whenever I was upset, my mom would tell me to cheer up before my face got stuck that way. The dark lump that was my cousin didn't move. His stifled sniffling sounded in the sheets. Come on, just talk to me, okay? I did everything right, he spoke faintly. Everything right. Everything the woman said to do, and it still isn't working. She said it would, so why isn't it? I rolled the caster wheels closer, reminding myself of one of those psychiatrists you see on TV. What woman? The woman in my dreams, he said, rolling over to face me. His eyes were wide and drenched with tears. Blotches of light reflected off his wet pupils. She came because I brought Kodami here. She said Haina would leave, and Mom would come back. She's real, Yuki. I've seen her. I didn't like the seriousness in his voice. The look in his eyes was both real and terrifying. Sure, there was living in your own world where bugs had voices and their own personalities. But this was different. This was the real world, where real people went missing. It was just a dream you had. Probably from that creepy place. I had one too. Listen, if you know what happened to Hina or where she is, you have to tell me. Abruptly, in a whirlwind of speed, he leaped out of bed and paced around. Words in flaky, dried ink were written down his right arm. I know Tori. Curse. The woman is a liar. That is why it didn't work. She came because of Kodami. So if I take Kodami back home, then maybe she will leave too. He dashed to the glass case and scooped it up in his arms. I can fix this. He bolted for the door. I grabbed his shoulder and tried to yank him back. Wait, you need to calm down. Something struck me in the head. It took me a moment to realize it was his elbow. Pain throbbed in my temple and blood rushed to the forming goose egg. My knees buckled and dropped me to the floor. I could hear the sound of feet pattering and swinging open the front door. Hot tears left dark blotches on my shirt. I thought about Haina. I thought about oolong tea. I thought about Mom. I'm sorry. I blubbered pitifully to myself. It felt like I was losing her all over again. The stupid idiom bounced around my aching skull. I wanted to tell it to shut up. Why was I even crying? Soda said he'd come right back. But what if he doesn't? I blinked my eyes, both marinating tears. But what if he doesn't? Here I was, crying my eyes out while he was going to that awful place all alone. No, I couldn't let something happen to him. I couldn't let Hori lose him too. I reached into my pocket and called Hori's cell phone. It rang emptily and delivered me to the voicemail. A few more attempts, same result. Of course, why not? I thought sorely. I texted him a message filled with misspellings and panic. He'd read it eventually, and it would probably give him a heart attack. But it was all I could think to do before any more regretful thoughts could sprout up. I grabbed his tactical flashlight from the garage and rushed through the front door. I raced down the sloping street to beat the sundown clock, find soda, and bring him back. Then there would be no more need for hysterics. I hope so, anyway. I crossed the empty playground and reached the trail entrance. As much as I tried to fight them back, poisonous thoughts were still breaking through the monsoon, wriggling caterpillars all over her skin. I pressed on, trying to ignore them. Her slender, broken neck, the damp, mossy smell hit me when I reached the bridge. That grimacing open mouth, those real-looking teeth. Both my hands gripped the wooden railing. "Let me in, Yuki. Let me in." "Oh, shut up already," I mumbled to the ugly thoughts and hopped over. If not for the creek, I'd have completely lost my sense of direction. Everything looked the same, especially with so little sunlight breaking through the canopies. And it was only going to get darker from here. Something metallic crunched under my shoe. I reached the abandoned railroad track. Still no sign of him, though. He must have already crossed. Something also felt different about the tracks, like something was missing. Regardless, I pushed forward. The forest was losing what little light it had left from the day. My eyes played tricks on me, meshing the branches and shrubs into monstrous shapes. Then I saw Soda hunched over against a tree. He was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the run here. He pressed the glass terrarium carrying his precious cargo to his side. I quickly caught up with him. "Are you done running away now?" He didn't raise his head. "No, Huff, puff. I still need to... Puff. I still need to go you back there." I rested my hand on his shoulder. "It's getting dark. Your dad is going to be worried about us. Do you think he needs that on his plate, too?" "Please, Yuki." He lifted his red, weary face. A thread of spittle dangled from his mouth. "Just let me do this first. I have to do this. Then we can go back. Okay? Why not just squish the thing and be done with it?" He shook his head. "She'll come back. I don't know how, but I know she will. I took her out of that place. Now I have to take her back." I sighed deeply. The thought of wrestling him all the way back to the trail and then dragging him back home sounded miserable. "It will be quick, right?" "Yes," he said with exasperated relief and started walking again. "I'm sorry I hit you. I didn't mean to. It's all right. I'll just have to get you back for it later." The shrine gate, in all its decrepit glory, was waiting for us. That pungent, rotting smell was back, floating through the air. It had gotten worse somehow. The earthy wet sock smell had intensified to an outhouse full of moldy meat. "I'm going to wait here. You go do it and come back. I don't want to see that thing again," I said, clamping my nose shut. Before he took another step, we heard a sound, the crackling of dead leaves being repeatedly crunched. Footsteps coming closer. A set of fingers curled themselves over one of the gate's supporting pillars and pulled a trudging body forward. It was Heine, slogging toward us with unbalanced steps, her bare feet caked with grime. The seams on her dirt-stained jinbai split to the point that it was virtually falling off of her. Her head swayed limply on her shoulders. Stretched across her face was that ugly, twisted smile, and those eyes. They were still twisting freely in their sockets. Things were moving all over her. Clusters of spindly caterpillars scrambling endlessly across her body. Before I even realized it, the crippling fear had already squeezed between my joints. My heart rattled around my ribcage, trying to burst its way to freedom. Soda stepped forward and dropped to his knees in front of her. He was saying something, but it was difficult to hear anything over the deafening static. "Sorry. Take back. Didn't want this." Heine clenched a handful of his hair. He screamed and struggled in her grip, dropping Kodama's terrarium into the dirt. She breathed stiffly in croaking moans that sounded like K from behind her back. Her other arm lifted. Brandished between her dirt-caked fingers was a rusted train spike. I stood there, succumbing to paralysis. My thoughts couldn't free themselves. I was losing myself to the static. This isn't real. It's just a bad dream. No, it isn't. I'm somewhere else, somewhere safe. No, you aren't. A scream broke through. Is that soda? Yep, I have to help. Then you're going to have to move. Before even realizing it, I had fired into a sprint. The dazed muscles in my legs were pumping like steam-powered machinery. I was scared, absolutely terrified. But it didn't matter. I was moving. My mother's idiom rang off the walls of my skull, guided by her voice. Fear is only as deep as the mind allows. I swung the tactical flashlight. Its toothed head met Hina's face and splattered a caterpillar on her cheek into a blue-green paste. Her neck swung back with a loud grunt. Although she stumbled a bit, her fingers still clenched Soda's hair. 3 bloody wheels opened on her still smiling face. Put her back, Soda yelled, batting at Hina with his small fists. Put Kodami back! All rationality was gone. Maybe he was right. Perhaps everything would turn back to normal. The terrarium was lying on its side. I ran toward it and shined the flashlight inside. The caterpillar was crawling along the tipped black soil. I tucked the flashlight into my jacket pocket and cupped the small thing in my hands. I couldn't believe what I was doing. The feeling of its small, grubby legs tickling my palms sent shivers up my spine. As I ran for the gate, Hina swayed in my direction. Her fingers unhooked from Soda's hair. She hurled herself at me with a shocking burst of speed. I started up the slope, doing everything in my power to ignore the harsh, throaty sounds behind me and the tickling sensation between my palms. A hand locked around my ankle. I tumbled forward into the dirt. When I looked back, Hina's eyes were no longer rolling. They were dead set on me. Her arm rose, displaying a rust-coated spike. I screamed, trying to kick my free leg at her, but my awkward position on the slope made it difficult. She struck with the spike. I forced my body to roll to the side. My ankle, her hand still clamped around it, popped. Sparks flew as the train spike struck one of the stone steps. Tight, searing pain resonated from my ankle up to my leg. She made a guttural, cackling sound and hoisted the spike again. But this time, Soda was behind her, the glass terrarium held over his head. He smashed it over her, sending a fine spray of glass and grime everywhere. Her grip slackened, just enough for me to escape. I pushed off my elbows and got back to my feet. I trekked the rest of the way up the hill, fighting through the sharp pain in my ankle. The sculpture was waiting for me below the lonesome, rotting tree. Its frozen grimace matched Hina's perfectly, only this time, there wasn't a single caterpillar on its filmy green skin. Hina tromped up the hill as I staggered to the sculpture. I wasn't sure what to expect. Would this even do anything? A horrible, guttural scream came out of her as I forced the caterpillar between the sculpture's realistic teeth and into its coppery gullet. The train spike slipped from Hina's hands. She took a few weak steps and fell limply to the ground like a filthy rag doll. The numerous caterpillars she was wearing all toppled off of her and curled into unmoving ovals. I collapsed. My swelling ankle couldn't handle it anymore. Soda helped me back up, supporting me with my arm over his shoulder. I'm sorry. He was weeping uncontrollably. I'm still not sure if he was apologizing to Hina or me. We left her behind with the sculpture and the caterpillars who worshipped it no more. Just as we staggered out of the trail's entryway, we saw Hori in the parking area, speaking to the same barrel-chested officer as before, most likely because of my message. He quickly spied us and dashed from the officer to meet us halfway. He pulled us into a tight embrace. What happened? Is everything all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't answer your calls. The officer followed shortly after. My cousin and I looked at each other with the same addled uncertainty. The aftermath of everything had left our minds haggard and broken. Even I wasn't sure what exactly the truth of what happened was. We found her in the forest, Soda said quietly, to the man with chapped lips, a tear trailing down his cheek. I know where she is. I can take you there. An ambulance and a few other officers arrived at the scene. Both Soda and his father accompanied them back into the woods while I stayed with one of the EMTs to have my ankle treated. They gave me some ice and wrapped it in an elastic brace. After some time, everyone returned. Hori was wearing a face I'd never seen before, a dazed, foggy stare, like a ghost trying to remember how to feel. They asked him to remove us from the scene and to return home for the night. They'd be in touch. The drive home was long and quiet. We pulled into the driveway, walked into the house, and quietly went to our beds. No one said a word. No one said a word. I wanted to say something. Anything. But absolutely nothing could clear that troubled air. None of us were going to find sleep that night. I kept the closet light on. It provided some comfort from the shadows that were continually morphing into an upraised arm, waiting to pierce my heart with its rusted spike. When the sun rose again, I started packing my things. Now and then I'd eye the window, expecting to see my father's car pull up at any moment. I heard someone crying downstairs. The kitchen was empty, but the crying came from the connecting hallway. Ori was standing there facing the wall, his face buried in his forearm. I could tell he was doing his best to stifle the sounds, but failing miserably. There had to be something I could do. But what? An idea struck. I hobbled to the purple kettle. When he came into the kitchen, a cup of oolong tea was waiting for him on the table. He looked at me, puzzled at first, but then he gave me a subtle smile. I watched as he picked up the drink, blew on the steaming liquid, and sipped it. He suddenly winced. It was probably the poor taste. Sorry, I'm sort of a lousy tea maker. I shook my head. No, he said, waving his fingers at me. It just caught me off guard how familiar the taste was. Yes, it's perfect. My dad eventually pulled into the driveway. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to give Soda a proper goodbye through his locked bedroom door. It was later released that Hino Otori was found dead at the scene, but according to pathology reports, her time of death was the night she disappeared. The same night she walked out the front door. The next time I saw Soda was at the memorial service held for Hina. For the most part, he disregarded me, every so often granting me a passive glance. It wasn't until the end that he pulled me aside and started talking. Everything was gone, he said in a rattled, trembling voice. There was no gate, there was no sculpture, only Hina and the weapon. Where did everything go, Yuki? Was it because of the adults I brought? Is the woman somewhere else now, looking for someone else to let her out of that sculpture? I didn't have any answers for him. How could I have? We both felt crazy. We probably were both crazy. But there was no denying the horrors I witnessed that night. They were real. Sickeningly real. Something tried to stop us from returning to that sculpture. The nightmares that followed were constant. Almost every night, that place haunted me. The Torii gate choked with slime mold, the rotten, pus-bleeding trees, the woman bearing her open-mouthed grimace, the place where the caterpillars went to die. Without my mother's idiom, the fear of falling back asleep would have caused me to collapse mentally. But progressively, the nightmares became less and less frequent. I guess even bad dreams can grow bored of their hosts. Even now, when one manages to claw its way back and wakes me in a cold sweat, I always pull myself back. It became increasingly difficult for me to keep in contact with Soda. He seldom returned to my messages, or he mentioned to me that his son had been seeing a therapist on a regular basis, most likely to help him cope with the dark guilt on his shoulders, reshaping it, making it easier to chew up. Regardless, he'd have to live with it, the ungodly force that he had conjured and used to rip Hora's new love away. all for the sake of keeping his father from moving on. I've changed a lot since the last time I saw Soda, but how much didn't strike me until recently. I was typing a last-minute essay, trying to beat my midnight deadline. Something fluttered in my peripheral. A large moth had flown in through the window. 2 intricately patterned eye spots on its wings resembled skulls. Its black and brown body was robust. I didn't know until later that it was a Brahmin moth. Taking interest in the light from my computer monitor, it whiffled over and landed on the screen. It was so close that I reached a finger out and touched its feathery antenna. It was kind of cute. Story 4. A zoo with a horrific main attraction. This has been a difficult account for me to write, but a necessary one. I never imagined that I'd be given the opportunity to tell my story and speak to my people, even if my communication is indirect. The message transmitted across vast light years from the far side of the galaxy. I am a human being, still recognizable, despite all the modifications made to my physical body. I was born on Earth many decades ago, but I was taken from my planet when I was still a child, and I've accepted the fact that I'll never see my home world again. I haven't thought about my fellow human beings for quite some time. After all, my life has taken me to all corners of the galaxy, where I have met numerous exotic aliens and visited extraordinary worlds, which would be beyond your wildest dreams. And yet here I am, speaking to the peoples of Earth and trying to regain some of my humanity, because recent events have sharply reminded me of who I am and where I come from. I'm not going to recount my entire life story, but a brief history is necessary to set some context. My early years were unremarkable and surprisingly peaceful when I consider what happened in the period that followed. I was born on a small farm in an isolated rural community. My family weren't wealthy, but we were happy and safe. Sadly, I only have fleeting memories of my parents and younger siblings, images etched into my brain of birthday parties, playing in green fields, and bedtime stories. These were the good times before I realized how vulnerable we really were. When I was young, I looked up at the night sky and faraway stars with a childlike sense of wonder. I dreamed of one day becoming an explorer and visiting these uncharted worlds, but I never could have imagined the horrors and dangers which existed out there in the cold vastness of space. My childhood ended one summer's night shortly after my 9th birthday. That's when the asteroid came for me and my family. I remember little about the frantic assault upon our home. I suppose I forced the traumatic experience into the back of my subconscious. In any event, I do recall chaos, white lights and screaming, as my mother and father tried in vain to protect their terrified children from this inexplicable threat. But there was nothing they could do in the face of the advanced and all-powerful alien technology. I was attempting to hide under my bed when the window was smashed and the room flooded with a blinding light. Then I lost control of my own body, being dragged through the window by an invisible force and out into the dark night. And soon after, I lost consciousness. I was now a prisoner of the ruthless asteroid, a cruel and sadistic alien race who have abducted, tortured, and murdered countless human beings over many decades. My entire family was taken that night, and I never saw any of them again. Contrary to popular belief, the asteroid do not kill all of their human victims. It's true that they have built an entire culture and quasi-religion around their cruelty and murderous ways, and few adult humans will ever make it out of their torture cells. Children are a different matter, however. The asteroid like to retrain youngsters and sell them onto various other nefarious actors as slave labor. This was to be my fate. I can only assume that my brother and sister were also enslaved, but they must have been sent to a different training camp than the hellhole I ended up in, because I never saw them again. As for my parents, I'm afraid they likely suffered horrific deaths at the hands of those monsters. The next 6 years of my life is not a time I like to recall. My training at the Astra's hands was typically brutal, with discipline and total obedience drilled into us by constant beatings and electric shock collars. It was hell, pure and simple. I soon realized that there was no hope of escape, and it was all but impossible to fight back against the brutes. Therefore, my sole focus was on survival. I lived while many others didn't. And even now, after all these years, I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Once my training was complete, I got sold to a rogue mining consortium and was forced to work on a mineral-rich asteroid located in the Sirius system. Conditions were almost as brutal and probably even more dangerous than in the Astro Training Center, as I worked down in the mines alongside thousands of other slaves, some human, some from other species. Our robotic overseers dished out savage punishments for even the smallest of misdemeanors, and safety protocols were virtually non-existent. As a result, workers died on a regular basis, and our life expectancy was limited. I fully expected to meet my end upon that rock, but then salvation came from a most unexpected source. I was resting between shifts, laying on my hard bunk in the workers' barracks when all hell broke loose. As suddenly I heard multiple explosions and heavy gunfire. I jumped up from my cot and ran through the barracks to find out what the hell was going on. At first, I suspected a slave rebellion was underway, and my heart sank, because I knew the consortium's automated defense systems would slaughter us in our droves. However, when I looked up into the dark sky, I saw war machines descending into the asteroid's orbit, neutralizing the mine's defenses with lasers and missiles. The battle was short-lived and one-sided, with the attacking forces soon overwhelming the slavers and taking control of the facility. Afterwards, all the surviving workers were gathered up and addressed by a representative of the conquering forces. I'll admit that I was cynical and didn't hold out much hope. I reckon the invaders were simply another gang of slavers who would merely sell us on to the highest bidder. But I'll admit to being astonished when we came face to face with a tall and thin alien with pale skin and large oval-like eyes, which looked upon us with compassion and empathy. When the alien spoke, his voice was soft and almost song-like, and he calmly explained that he was a representative of the Galactic Confederation, sent here to close the illegal mining operation and set us all free. That alien's name is Gabriel. He saved my life that day, and I've been with him ever since. Let me try to explain my situation after the liberation of the Sirius slave mine. I was only 15 years old, but had been forced to grow up fast. I had known nothing but violence and cruelty since my abduction from Earth, and there's no doubt that the tortures I'd endured had a significant impact upon my fragile psyche. I assumed the galaxy was a place of chaos and violence, and so didn't know what to make of this Galactic Confederation. Were they genuine about their stated mission of fighting intergalactic aggressors and ending their reign of terror? I'll admit that I was highly suspicious. They told us we were free, but what did that actually mean? The Confederation weren't able to send me back to Earth, and even if they could, why would I want to go? My family were missing, presumed dead. I had nothing to go back to, and besides, how could I go back to a normal life on Earth after everything I'd been through? And with what I now knew about the universe, I was at a loss on what to do with my newfound freedom. But I guess Gabriel took a shine to me, because he offered me a position as his assistant, one which I would ultimately accept. At the time, I had little idea what this job would entail, but it was clear that Gabriel's life was an interesting one. The alien was a member of the Malik race, an advanced and cultured alien species who lived in peace for millennia, until they were forced to take up arms in self-defense, following a brutal attack upon their homeworld by the Astri. The Malik were one of the founding members of the Galactic Confederation, which aimed to restore peace and justice to the galaxy, and Gabriel acted as a diplomat for that organization, which meant that he traveled through space on his own starship, meeting all kinds of exotic and bizarre alien races. I have been by Gabriel's side for decades, traveling back and forth across the galaxy, using the vital network of wormholes which allow our vessels to transverse between the stars. It may seem like an odd relationship, but over the years Gabriel and I have become close companions and have forged a lasting friendship. So, this is my story and explains how I came to be in this bizarre yet somewhat privileged position. Over the many years of my service, I have come to think of myself as a citizen of the galaxy, rather than a refugee from a backwater planet on the edge of known space. But, as I've said, something significant occurred which changed my point of view and made me reconsider my link to humanity. And this is the story I want to tell you. I'm guessing you'll all be familiar with the concept of a zoo, even if you've never visited one. I recall going to the local zoo with my family before our abduction. I assume they still exist on Earth, although they might have changed somewhat in the many years since. I remember the excitement I shared with my siblings during our visit as we saw exotic and majestic animals from across the globe. Nevertheless, the experience was tinged with sadness on my part, at least. It upset me to see these animals trapped in cages, whereas I'd always imagined such magnificent beasts roaming free in the wild. I told my father how I felt, and he explained that many species were endangered in the wild, and so were safer here in captivity. This made sense, I suppose, but it still didn't sit right with me. In any event, the galactic equivalent of a zoo is something considerably grander and more advanced than anything we have on Earth. Can you imagine a small moon orbiting a gas giant, which has been specifically adapted for this purpose, with vast biodomes and artificial habitats designed and equipped to accommodate all kinds of bizarre and unique creatures from all corners of bizarre and unique creatures from all corners of known space? As you can imagine, a venue such as this is exorbitantly expensive to set up and run, and so only the wealthiest and most important individuals can afford to attend, often traveling many light years to visit the largest and most extravagant zoological facility in the galaxy. Only one race has the wealth and capability to construct and run such an enterprise: the Kalmar. What can I say about the Kalmar and the highly influential position they hold within the galactic hierarchy? Well, they are squid-like aquatic species who have long since abandoned the water world where they evolved, instead traveling through space in mighty colony ships and inhabiting vast space stations scattered across the stars. The Kalmar have become obscenely rich and powerful due to their control of the network of wormholes, which connect the inhabited systems and serves as the sole means of communication, trade, exploration, and military expeditions in the absence of the absence. Faster than light travel, the Kalmar control the entrances to these wormholes, and they never fail to collect their toll. What's more, the Kalmar are pragmatic people who will do business with any species with money, but who also refuse to enter into any formal alliances, coalitions. Therefore, they remain officially neutral in the conflict between the Galactic Confederation and Astri Empire, allowing both sides to use their network, albeit for a substantial price. The Great Galactic Zoo is a vanity project for the Kalmar royal family, allowing them to demonstrate their vast wealth and extravagance. So, why did I end up visiting this location? Simply put, Gabriel was invited to the grand reopening of the facility following a substantial refurbishment, and he was obligated to attend, lest the Kalmar take offense and limit our access to their crucial wormhole network. Such is the convoluted nature of intergalactic diplomacy. I pondered these matters as our needle ship descended into orbit around the gaseous planet, and I admired its vast rings and atmospheric bands as we approached the ball of icy rock that was our destination. The ship's autopilot slowly and carefully made its way towards the docking station, which was constructed upon the moon's rocky surface. The structure didn't look like much from orbit, but I reminded myself that the bulk of the facility was located below ground, within the hollowed-out core of the small moon. As the AI took care of the navigation, Gabriel and I were left to observe the scene from the observation deck and consider the finer details of our mission. I looked into my companion's dark, oval-shaped eyes and felt like I could read his thoughts. We'd been working together for a long time, and there were few secrets between us. "You are concerned about the mission?" I asked, more as a statement of fact than a question. "I am," was Gabriel's limited reply. "But why?" "But why?" I continued. Surely this visit is nothing more than a diplomatic nicety, or is there something I'm missing? Gabriel nodded his egg-shaped head before responding. You are quite correct, my old friend. On paper, this is simply a visit to flatter the Kalmar royal family, to show them due respect and compliment their outlandish creation. But I fear the situation is more complex. Relations between the Kalmar and our confederation are strained. We have put pressure on their government to cease their support for the Astri Empire, but to little avail. My instincts tell me that our Kalmar friends may have an unpleasant surprise in store for us. The alien said no more, but his prophetic warning brought a chill down my spine. Nevertheless, our ship docked without incident, allowing us to disembark and enter the lavish welcome center, which marked the entrance to the mega zoo. As one would expect, the Kalmar had spared no expense in their construction of the center, combining the traditional and modern flawlessly, with pillars of finely sculptured marble alongside holographic 3D images of several exotic creatures accommodated within the zoo. I was awestruck for a moment, admiring the grandeur of the setting, but Gabriel drew my attention towards a glass viewing window set above us, behind which was a tank of dark, murky water. We watched in silent awe as a dark shape emerged through the water, swimming up to the glass so we could see its huge and intimidating form. I took a deep breath as I witnessed the Kalmar in all its terrifying glory, at least 20 foot in diameter, with long, thick swinging tentacles, vast eyes the size of dinner plates, and a sharp beak large enough to swallow my head whole. The Kalmar was like something from a nightmare to my human eyes, and yet it was a member of an advanced and powerful species who demanded respect. Therefore I swallowed my disgust and fear, and followed Gabriel's lead, bowing respectfully towards the Kalmar in a symbolic gesture. The squid-like alien responded by shooting black ink towards the glass, which Gabriel assured me was a good sign. With this bizarre ritual completed, the alien swam away from the glass and disappeared back into the murky water, leaving us still standing within the welcome center and awaiting further instructions. I wasn't surprised by the Kalmar's swift exit. Gabriel had provided me with a crash course on their culture before we landed. In addition to their greed and lust for power, the Kalmar were also surprisingly xenophobic and wanted little to do with other species. The brief greeting we'd received was the best we could have hoped for, and the logistics of our tour would be left to their robotic subordinates. As if on cue, an automated communication drone hovered over to us, speaking in a friendly tone through its attached speakers. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the grand reopening of the greatest zoo in the galaxy. My name is Unit 1642, and I have been personally appointed by His Royal Highness Salak the Great to guide you through his proudest attraction. His welcome was addressed towards Gabriel, of course, and my companion replied in a typically diplomatic manner. Please pass on our sincere thanks to His Majesty for his kind invitation. It is indeed a great honor to attend this prestigious event. Knowing Gabriel as I did, I realized these words would have been difficult for him to speak. My companion had little time for Zalak the Great, the tyrannical leader of the Kalmar. There were many places he'd rather be than here, but Gabriel was an accomplished diplomat and knew how to talk the talk. I was a different matter, however. The aerial drone turned to look upon me, examining me suspiciously within its inbuilt cameras. There was a short delay before it spoke again, and I swore I could hear contempt in its previously emotionless, robotic voice. Is this human a member of your party? It inquired. I was taken aback by the question, but luckily Gabriel answered firmly and without hesitation. Yes, this gentleman will be accompanying me on the tour. I trust this won't be a problem. The robot delayed for a moment, perhaps transmitting the information to its masters upstairs. A tension-filled pause ensued before it eventually answered coolly, saying, As you wish, Ambassador. A thin smile came across Gabriel's slit-like lips as he said, Very good. Now, shall we proceed? No, quite yet, Mr. Ambassador. The drone responded, We are waiting for a second party. Another party? Gabriel replied uncertainly, as clearly he hadn't been informed of this. Yes, the drone confirmed. Aye. Here they come now. We turned around sharply to look back towards the docking bay. My whole body froze when I saw the four creatures approach, their sharpened claws tapping on the metallic floor as they came. The other party were Astri, a family by the look of it. The father stood nearly 7 feet tall, his red scales flaring, and his yellow reptilian eyes burning when he saw us. I noted the visible scars across his tough hide and numerous decorations pinned to his neat uniform, and I guessed the Astri was a seasoned warrior of some repute. The female walking alongside him was only slightly smaller, and just as mean-looking. Walking alongside him was only slightly smaller, and just as mean-looking. I assumed this was his wife or concubine, and trailing behind were 2 juveniles, both male. They were adolescents, and so I reckon they'd already been through the hellish goad-style training which all Astri children were forced to undertake. It's not an exaggeration to say that I was frozen to the spot in terror as I watched the Astri approach. Horrific memories came flooding back into my head as I recalled the hell of my abduction and the tortures inflicted upon me in the Astri slave camp. I had tried to push this trauma to the back of my mind in the years since, but seeing these monsters in the flesh unleashed a tidal wave of repressed trauma. What is the meaning of this? Gabriel exclaimed, his normally cool exterior suddenly disappearing. The robot didn't skip a beat before replying. Ambassador, let me introduce you to Admiral Taz, commander of the Astri 7th Fleet. He is accompanied by his wife and 2 sons. They will be joining us on today's tour. I was told nothing of this, Gabriel protested. His Majesty believed this meeting should be a surprise for both parties. He hopes this occasion can be an opportunity for reconciliation between the Confederation and the Empire, and perhaps the seeds of peace can be planted on this day. Gabriel shook his head, but made no comment. Clearly this was the Kalmar trick he'd anticipated, but he'd been caught unawares by their boldness, judging by the angry clicks emitted by the Astri and the hateful, murderous glares they shot me in particular. I guess they were pretty unhappy about the situation too, but there was nothing either side could do. This was neutral ground, and no one could risk upsetting the Kalmar, lest they cut off access to the crucial wormholes. For better or for worse, we would all have to play their twisted game. The robotic drone guided us to what was described as a mobile viewing platform, essentially a floating, bubble-like transparent aircraft which would bring us through the various exhibits and enclosures, allowing us to remain nearly invisible as we observed the animals at close quarters. The 2 opposing groups shared the same viewing platform, and the tension inside of that pod was intense. I saw the Astri Admiral glaring at me, his claws clicking and eyes burning as no doubt he imagined the horrific ways he would kill me, given half the chance. I was scared, of course, but also very angry, and I'll confess that fantasizes of revenge went through my mind. Gabriel kept his cool, however, calming me and assuring me that I would remain safe by his side. Our journey down into the depths of the hollowed-out moon was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. That much I cannot deny. The vast size of the alien zoo was nearly impossible to quantify. Entire ecosystems and biospheres were contained within the interior, specifically built to accommodate diverse species, originating from many different worlds. I could spend hours describing all the bizarre creatures we encountered during our descent, but I will focus on 3 encounters which directly relate to my account. The first incident occurred when our vessel entered the porous membrane of a desert-type ecosystem, a hot and sandy sphere which looked desolate and virtually devoid of life. Our pod hovered in mid-air for some time, my skin baking under the simulated sun as I looked over what seemed like miles of white, yet pristine sands. It would be easy to forget that we were inside of an artificial environment, rather than an actual desert of natural origins. We sat there and waited, although for what I could not say, and our robotic guide would not tell, boredom soon set in, particularly with the two Astri youngsters who were seemingly obsessed with adrenaline rushes and bloody violence. The predators were certainly their favorites. I thought that whatever creature dwelt in this habitat must be a recluse, but I soon learned otherwise. I stepped back, my jaw dropping as I looked upon the enormous worm-like creature with a thick yellow hide, easily 100 foot in length, rising from the desert sands, its eyeless head and beak-like mouth heading straight for our stationary pod. I yelped in terror as the mighty beast attacked, biting out in an effort to grasp our pod within its mighty maw. I was sure it would swallow us whole, but when the monster attempted to do so, it suffered a sudden shock, no doubt falling victim to a non-lethal hidden defense system. The beast recoiled, shrieking so loudly as it retreated from our pod and returned to the sands below, burying itself deep and leaving us in peace. My God, I exclaimed, looking at Gabriel and finding him typically cool and composed. If the beast's attack had startled him, he didn't let it show. However, our attentions were soon drawn towards the Astri family, as a disturbing and violent incident played out. From what I could gather, one of the Astri youths had flinched whenever the giant worm attacked, which his parents considered an unacceptable sign of weakness. Gabriel and I could only watch as the Astri boy's father angrily remonstrated with his son, while his mother went a step further, violently beating the boy with her claw-like hands formed into fists. Meanwhile, the boy's brother simply stood still and watched on as his brother was abused, no doubt relieved that he wasn't on the receiving end. I winced upon witnessing the savage punishment, which reminded me of the many beatings I'd received back in the slave camp. This was a harsh reminder that the Astri were often as brutal towards their own children as they were to their alien captives. Gabriel no doubt shared my disgust as he placed his long-fingered hand upon my shoulder in an attempt to comfort me. Meanwhile, our robotic guide waited for the punishment to end before delivering its cheery briefing. The death worm of Orkin, terror of the desert world. As you can imagine, my masters had considerable difficulty in obtaining this specimen. It will never be fully domesticated, of course, but we have spared no expense in installing state-of-the-art security measures to ensure the safety of our guests. It seemed there was nothing else to see in this biosphere, and so we moved on. The next habitat was a jungle environment, one of stifling humidity and thick vegetation, all set under an artificial replica of dual suns. This was somewhere I'd never been, and hope I never will, but nevertheless, the location was chillingly familiar to me, and being here confirmed my worst fears. Welcome to our artificial construct of the Astri homeworld. We hope that the Admiral will appreciate the level of detail, including the authentic vegetation and organisms. The Astri male grunted dismissively, which was perhaps the best reaction one could have expected. Our pod descended under the foliage, allowing us a closer view of the ground level. Amongst the exotic creatures we saw was a large and red scorpion-like beast with a sharp, dripping stinger on its tail. The beast was perhaps the size of a bull, but it scurried along the forest floor with surprisingly light feet. As we watched from above, suddenly the beast tore across the dead ground, thrashing out with its stinger and impaling an animal which looked something like a deer, except with a horn on its nose and 3 sets of eyes. The stricken animal struggled desperately, but ultimately to no avail, as the poison from the scorpion's stinger entered its veins and paralyzed its body. With its grim task completed, the hunter dragged its prey towards a narrow cave entrance which I guessed was its lair. The Scorpius queen will lay her eggs inside the still living flesh of her victim. Our guide explained, once her offspring are hatched, they will feast upon its warm flesh. He paused briefly, turning to the Astri family. But you already know this, do you not? I looked upon the Astri brothers, one still bleeding from the beating he'd taken, the second being physically unharmed, but no doubt affected psychologically. Neither flinched upon witnessing the hunt. They knew better than to do so. Nevertheless, I could only imagine what was going through their minds in that moment. No doubt they were recalling the horrors of their Goj training, when Astri youngsters are dropped into the deepest jungle and are forced to fight and kill to survive. More than likely, the brothers once had siblings who hadn't lived through this brutal ritual. Perhaps they had killed them with their own claws. It dreaded me to think of such horrors. Once we left the replica of the Astri homeworld, our guide droned on in its mechanical voice, hinting at the nature of the next exhibit. It is indeed a pleasure to present the star attraction of our renovated zoological facility. The drone turned its cameras towards me before continuing, making me feel incredibly uneasy. Your human pet might find this exhibit quite familiar, it said, directing its distasteful comment towards Gabriel. I gulped, swallowing my anger whilst dreading what we were about to witness. Our pod quickly descended through the purposefully built tunnels, diving deep down into the core of the moon. Eventually, we reached a massive subterranean chamber which must have been many miles in diameter. Our vessel penetrated the membrane surrounding the massive exhibit and came face to face with an environment that brought back many memories. Inside of this hollowed-out core on an alien moon, the Kalmar had somehow managed to construct a vast ecosystem consisting of a small but substantial tropical island surrounded on all sides by water, all contained within a protective bubble which water projected an artificial sky and sun. As our pod descended and got in closer, I was astonished to observe the green vegetation, yellow sands, and clear blue sea, all of which looked suspiciously familiar, and my worst fears came to fruition once the guide spoke again. Behold, our perfect recreation of the planet Earth, home to the uncivilized and primitive Homo sapiens. Shall we take a closer look? He didn't wait for an answer before directing our small craft down towards the island. I was still in a state of shock, and when I looked into Gabriel's oval eyes, I saw an uncharacteristic anger seeping through his normally cool exterior. I could tell he was seething with rage at the Kalmar's latest trick. Soon our pod hovered over a clearing on the island where we witnessed a group of human hunters armed with primitive spears and bows as they pursued their prey. A wild boar which tore across the long grass. I watched as spears and arrows flew through the air. Most missed, but at least one of the projectiles hit the mark, skewing the pig and bringing its charge to a halt. We all looked on and listened as the boar squealed in pain before two of the hunters moved in, one holding the beast by its horns, while the other slit its throat and ended the creature's life. I heard a whoop of triumph from the other hunters, watching as emaciated and scantily clad humans moved in to claim their prize, their tired eyes burning with hunger as they did so. Thank you to our Astri friends for delivering these fine specimens. Our robotic guide suddenly blurted out. I turned towards the Astri family just as the Admiral cast me a hateful look with a sadistic smile etched across his fang-filled maw. Of course the Astri were involved in this atrocity, I told myself. They considered us as nothing more than animals, and it would bring them a perverse pleasure to see human beings reduced to such a lowly state. Mere exhibits in an alien zoo trapped many light years away from their home planet. And it only got worse. Soon our pod flew to the center of the island, where we saw a tiny village of bamboo and wood huts built in a small clearing within the forest. This was surely the main human settlement upon the island, where my fellow Homo sapiens were reduced to living a Stone Age existence. We stayed above the village for some time, observing a tragic scene play out below us. I watched wide-eyed as a weeping young woman carried a clearly deceased baby from her hut and slowly walked towards a tiny swallow grave dug in the ground on the very edge of the village. My heart almost broke as the mother kissed her dead child on the forehead before carefully lowering the body into the waiting grave, all while the other villagers looked on in solemn silence. I noted how there were many other graves of various sizes alongside it, all marked by crude but poignant wooden crosses. It was Gabriel who broke the silence, directing his accusatory questions towards our guide. Your masters surely have the ability to stop the sickness. Can they not cure the humans from their ailments? Of course, the drone answered, but we choose not to intervene with the ecosystem, unless there is no other option. We believe in letting nature take its course. I see, Gabriel answered without any further comment. It seemed we had remained in the same spot for too long, because the villagers eventually noticed our presence. Some of the young men reacted with anger, grabbing hold of their bows and firing arrows up at our pod. Most missed or fell short, and the few arrows that did reach us bounced harmlessly off the pod's exterior, all while the Astri laughed cruelly in open mockery. Time to move on. The guide stated, as our vessel ascended and flew to the south. Soon we were hovering over a sandy beach at the island's edge, watching as a hollowed-out canoe returned from the Swallows, and the people on board unloaded a small number of fish from homemade nets. I guessed that fishing was another source of food for the imprisoned community who were barely surviving as hunter-gatherers. All proceeded without incident until a couple of youngsters emerged from beyond the tree line and sprinted across the hot sands to the now unattended canoe. The two were just kids, a boy and a girl in their teens. Perhaps they were starstruck lovers. In any event, they seemed to have a pre-prepared plan to steal the small boat, as in an instant they were on board and had cast off into the calm blue waters. I saw an older fisherman on the shore shouting desperately at the pair, telling them to turn around and come back home. But they didn't listen, instead rowing faster as they left the island behind. The villager elders warned their young to never sail past the designated boundary. Our guide explained, but alas, human children are ill-disciplined and stubborn. In this situation we must intervene, but the scenario presents an exciting opportunity. I felt a chill creep up my spine when I heard these words. I didn't know what was coming next, but reckoned it couldn't be good news for the young couple attempting to escape their cage. Out of nowhere, a rogue wave emerged from the previously calm waters, an event that was surely triggered by the Kalmar's hidden security systems. The small canoe didn't stand a chance against the powerful wave, and their boat was overturned, throwing both teenagers into the sea. But this was only the start of it. Suddenly, and without warning, our pod dropped from the sky and plummeted underneath the waves, and then we were submerged in water, sealed inside as we looked out into the clear waters, watching the two teenagers kicking wildly as they struggled to stay afloat. And then I heard the excited clicks from the Astri group as the sadistic aliens pointed at the beasts emerging from the depths. My heart almost stopped as I watched the giant fish swimming upwards, their huge mouths opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, and their dark eyes filled with a raw hunger. Mako. Great white and tiger sharks. Mako, great white, the guide announced coldly. Alpha predators of the Earth's oceans. Now we will get to see these magnificent hunters in action. I was frozen in horror whilst watching the trio of sharks rapidly ascend. It was obvious who their target was, but I was powerless to intervene. The great white tore into the boy first, biting his legs and almost severing them at the knees. The kid screamed as his warm blood filled the water, and the feeding frenzy began in earnest. The girl tried to reach out to help her boyfriend, but he was soon pulled under the surface, and a moment later, she was bitten through the torso by the tiger shark, nearly torn in two, as her eyes filled with shock and pain. Meanwhile, the Mako fought with the larger great white over the boy's limp body, ripping one of his arms off while the kid continued his futile struggle. Before long, the scene descended into bloody chaos, the sharks feasting greedily on human flesh with a primal savagery which reminded me that In this place at least, humans weren't on top of the food chain, healed over, retching as I felt like I was going to be sick. I glanced up at Gabriel and saw a terrible sadness in his now expression-filled eyes, but the Astra's reaction was the polar opposite, as the twisted reptilian family snorted and clicked their claws with excitement as they celebrated the bloodbath we just witnessed. Thankfully, the hellish show ended soon after as our pod returned to the surface and left the nightmarish exhibit behind. To his credit, Gabriel retained his professional demeanor as he thanked the Kalmar guide for the tour, and was even cordial to the vicious admiral and his family, but I could tell how angry my Mala companion truly was, as clearly this entire visit had been designed to humiliate him. As for my own feelings, well, we soon returned to our ship and left the dark moon behind us. But I knew I would not forget the horrors I'd witnessed inside of that hellish alien zoo. I was unable to sleep that night, lying awake on my back and staring at the dark ceiling as the awful images of the feeding frenzy remained trapped in my brain. I suppose it was just as well I couldn't sleep, because this probably saved my life. Suddenly, the silence inside of my cabin was broken as I heard a soft but clearly audible hissing sound. I jumped up from my bed, catching a fleeting image out of the corner of my eye, as something small but fast slithered across my cabin floor. I yelped in shock, jumping up on my bunk as I frantically scanned the room to find the mystery creature. But in an instant, the interloper was up on my bed with me, only inches away from my body. Through the darkness, I saw a thin, snake-like creature with red eyes and sharp fangs dripping with venom. I was frozen in terror, seeing my cabin door opening, but thinking it was surely too late. The snake hissed and jumped forward. Its fangs extended as it prepared to deliver its deadly poison into my veins. But at the very last moment, a long hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing the jumping snake in midair and snapping its spine with a single powerful action. I was still shaking, almost uncontrollably, as I looked up to see my savior, Gabriel. The alien examined the dead creature in his hands for a brief moment, before tossing it to the ground in disgust. And then he turned his attentions to me, ensuring that I was unharmed and comforting me after the traumatic near-death experience. After I'd recovered from the shock, Gabriel and I retired to the ship's canteen, where the AI computer prepared me a light sedative to calm my nerves. When I finally felt confident enough to speak, I asked the following questions. That creature, where did it come from? Is it an escapee from the zoo? I knew this was unlikely, but didn't much like the alternative. Gabriel hesitated, appearing deep in thought for a moment, but he eventually replied, I think not. The deceased animal is an astray viper, purposefully bred and trained for targeted killings. It will be impossible to trace the attempt back to the Admiral, of course, but I believe he was insulted by your presence and wanted to take you out to send a message. I felt a fresh pang of panic and a sickness in the pit of my stomach, once again remembering how close I'd come to suffering an excruciating death. I didn't know what to say in that tension-filled moment, and so waited until Gabriel spoke again. The Confederation leadership believe we can still work with the Kalmar and negotiate with the Astri. I fear they are shamefully naive in this regard. We must redouble our efforts to defeat this wicked coalition. The alien gave me a meaningful look through his large oval eyes before continuing. We have traveled together for many years, old friend, but I feel I must now ask you a difficult question. Do you miss your people? Is it your desire to return to Earth? I was shocked by the directness of Gabriel's question, although I'll admit that I had given this matter some thought over the years, and so I soon arrived at an answer. No, I said firmly. In truth, I would be an alien to my own people if I returned. My place is here, by your side. Gabriel nodded his large head and seemed satisfied by my response. And yet, you still care about your people, he added. I could see as much from your reaction today. I thought back to the sickening display in the alien zoo. and realized he was right. I couldn't stand to see my fellow human beings treated in such a way, and wouldn't forget what the Astri had done to me and my family. I felt like Gabriel was going to come up with an alternative proposal and wasn't to be disappointed. You know, we already have a legion of free humans fighting as part of our forces. Before long, we will reach out to the citizens of Earth and request that they join our alliance. I see you as playing a key role in these talks. In the meantime, I believe we have an opportunity here. You have a fascinating and poignant story to tell, old friend. We have the means to transmit your message to the people of Earth. This would not strictly be in line with the Confederation's first contact protocol, but I believe we can make an exception in this case. And so, here it is. My story, warts and all. Much of my life has been marked by tragedy and trauma, but also by hope and redemption. But my message to Earth is this: you have been living in a dark cave for too long, and it is time to see the light. The universe is a dangerous place, full of threats almost beyond human comprehension. But we are not alone in this fight. War is coming, whether we like it or not, and it's time to decide which side we're on. Story 5. Checking out in a hotel. I found myself standing in the middle of a windswept, abandoned street at night, facing the building that had dominated my life so completely, even though I'd come to loathe it so intensely. The sign above the front entrance was faded and almost falling off its hinges. The paint on the walls was peeling away. The brickwork was cracked, and most of the windows were boarded up. An uninformed observer would have assumed the building was a derelict, an empty structure slowly crumbling due to years of neglect. Well, they'd be part right. The Hotel Mort has certainly seen better days. And isn't that an understatement? But it is far from empty. In fact, it's home to a diverse community of residents and staff. Some alive, others not so much. I stared at the glass rotating doors for what seemed like an eternity, focusing on the dim light on the inside. My instincts told me to flee, to run away and never look back. But I couldn't do that. Something was pulling me towards the ominous doorway, forcing me to enter in spite of the pain and fear I carried in my heart. I pushed against the stained glass with a shaking hand, exerting physical effort as the old door creaked and slowly spun around, allowing me entry to the hell within. I walked across the worn red carpet and past the unmanned reception desk, casting my eye upon the hardwood chair in which I'd spent so many miserable hours sitting and regretting the life decisions I'd made to bring me to this place. I sighed deeply as I walked on, exiting the lobby and summoning the elevator with a push of a button. The lift slowly and noisily descended down to the ground floor, hitting the bottom with a thud as the door creaked open in an awkward mechanical motion. Reluctantly, I stepped inside, my shaking finger hovering over the button for floor 6 before I finally pushed it. The elevator ascended noisily as the ancient mechanisms came to life. I almost panicked when the lift became stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors, grinding to an abrupt halt as the lights went off, leaving me standing in the pitch dark. Sweat ran down my brow as I stood helpless in the steel coffin, fearing I would remain trapped inside here indefinitely. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I heard the foul, disembodied cackling from directly behind me. The terror almost overwhelmed me, but I knew from previous experience to control my reaction. Entities such as this one thrived on fear, and I had no intention of giving it that satisfaction. And so I stood tall and waited for the spirit to lose interest. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the power came back on, and the elevator continued upwards to my destination. I felt the dark energy as soon as I stepped out onto the 6th floor. It's as if the old walls with their flaking wallpaper had somehow absorbed all of the violence, suffering, and death which had occurred here over the past century. I tried not to think about this tragic history, and also ignored the dried bloodstains on the carpet As I made my way along the dreaded corridor, my heart sank as I passed the door of room 66 and remembered its vile former residents. The serial killer Mr. Hillman and the twisted cult leader King, both were gone now, thankfully. But they'd left an evil legacy behind them that could never be fully erased. I wanted to reach my bedroom and lock myself inside, as this was the closest thing I had to a sanctuary in this hellish place. But alas, my path was blocked. To my horror, I saw my two enemies marching down the corridor towards me, both armed and ready to inflict pain and injury. Hillman walked on the left, the gaping wound still visible on his chest from when he'd been impaled by his own knife. And on the right was Cain, his body a bloody mess, as his bones had been crushed by the hideous demon he'd unwittingly summoned. Both should be dead and buried, their souls burning for all eternity. But yet here they were, their bodies broken, but somehow still moving, and their dead eyes filled with a murderous rage. They both opened their mouths simultaneously to reveal a pair of dark gaping holes, and when they spoke, their voices were detached and almost inhuman. "Payback time, you idiot," spat Hillman as he drew his butcher's knife from his jacket pocket. "Revenge will be sweet," added Cain, armed with his ceremonial dagger. I gasped in shock, pausing for just a moment before I turned on my feet and ran, frantically racing down the corridor in the opposite direction. I opened my mouth in an attempt to scream, but found I could not emit a sound. I doubted it would do me much good anyway. My friends were nowhere to be seen, and I feared I was all on my own. I ran for what seemed to be an eternity, dashing down seemingly endless, twisted corridors with my ghoulish assailants in close pursuit, as I heard the awful noise of their blades scraping against the walls. Before long, I was exhausted and disorientated, and a part of me felt like giving up and accepting my fate. But then I saw the girl. Her back turned to me as she stood under a flickering light. My heart beat fast in my chest, and suddenly I was filled with a renewed purpose, knowing I must protect her against these monsters. "Isabella," I whimpered, calling the name I hadn't spoken for so long. The girl turned around slowly, her long dark hair almost covering her thin face. But when I looked into her once sweet and innocent eyes, I saw nothing but a black void, her pure soul now stolen away and replaced by something evil. I cried out in evil. I cried out in dismay as I backed off, horrified by what I saw. For a moment I forgot about the murderous spirits pursuing me. But when I turned around, I no longer saw Hillman and Cain, but instead something far more dangerous. A shadow creature emerged from the darkness and swept across the carpet, seeking to swallow me up in its dark form. And as it did so, I was suddenly filled with a terrible despair as a lifetime of regret and shame came flooding back into my memory. In that moment, I wanted it all to end and felt myself falling into the void. Suddenly, there was an almighty scream, a banshee-like wail which brought me back to reality. I shot up from my bed, drenched in sweat and realizing what I'd just gone through was only a nightmare. But the scream that had awoken me was all too real. I glanced across at my alarm clock and noted the time as 3:33 a.m. No surprises there. The photograph album was on the floor beside my bed, with pictures of Isabella, the real Isabella, prominently displayed. In these old photos, she was a carefree and beautiful young girl, enjoying her life. Back in better times, I must have fallen asleep whilst flicking through the album, reminiscing of the good old days before all of this misery. The nightmare had been bad, but the harsh realities of the Hotel Mort were far worse. The screaming ended as suddenly as it began, replaced by an ominous and eerie silence. But in my heart, I knew that the Mort had claimed another victim, and I would have yet another body to deal with come daybreak. Well, good readers, I must apologize for my rather unconventional introduction to this latest tale, but I believe my chilling nightmare best illustrates the stress I was under when these events occurred. The Mort can be an odd place. I've lived, or perhaps survived, here for a decade, and still this old hotel surprises me. The stories I've told you to date haven't made for pleasant reading, but both incidents resulted in a degree of poetic justice. Few would argue that Hillman and Kane's death cult didn't deserve their fates. But alas, the account I will tell you today is one of tragedy, pain, and loss, but also of hope and redemption. And at last, I am ready to reveal the hidden secrets of the Mort and the true relationship between our staff and long-term residents. But I digress. My story begins the morning after my vivid nightmare, as I found myself facing a sadly familiar scene of death and devastation. The deceased was hanging from the back of the clothes hook in the bathroom, a belt wrapped tightly around his neck, his face purple and his eyes bulging. The life had been choked out of the middle-aged man, and I guessed he'd been dead for about 5 hours, perishing at some point during the infamous witching hour. I looked on at the corpse with a terrible sadness in my heart, as tragic memories came flooding back. My staff members, Chef Owen and Maid Mary, both stood behind me, silently holding vigil over the awful scene from a respectable distance. "Who was he?" asked Mary, breaking the tense silence in the room. "I don't know," I replied without turning around. "He came in yesterday afternoon and booked a room for one night, paid in cash, and gave what I assume was a fake name. There's nothing amongst his possessions to identify him. No way to contact his family. I guess he decided to check out early," said Owen. I shot around angrily, ready to rebuke our chef for his poor taste joke, but I saw his head lowered in shame and so said nothing. "A suicide, then?" Mary asked nervously. I sighed deeply before responding. I think we all know this wasn't an ordinary suicide. "It was in my dreams last night," Mary interjected, her eyes filled with fear. "Mine too," Owen confirmed. "Yes," I muttered, breaking eye contact with the pair as I once again looked upon the corpse. "We need to deal with the body. Owen, please bury this man in the forest. He must not go through your kitchen." "Understood. Of course, boss." "Boss," our chef solemnly replied. I glanced across to see the room number upon the open door. No. 66. Enough was enough. "Mary, we're going to close up this bedroom like the others. Board up the windows and weld the door shut," she asked. "Yes," I confirmed sternly. I should have done this after the Hillman murder. Definitely after the Kane fiasco. "Room 66 is now off limits for the living." "As you wish, sir," Mary replied. I took one last look at the poor man's dead eyes before Owen cut him down, and a cold chill ran through me as I realized this was only the beginning. Despite my distress from the morning's events, I reported to the front desk for my shift as usual. Room 66 was now sealed off, and so this was one less thing to worry about. But it would make little practical difference to the shadow creature, which was more than capable of moving freely throughout the hotel, striking at the place and time of its choosing. I felt an almost overwhelming guilt as I sat there in my lonely post, racking my brains as I tried to figure out what to do. Normally in a difficult situation such as this, I would phone Mr. Black, the more enigmatic but all-knowing owner. However, my last conversation with my employer still played on my mind. Mr. Black was getting on in years, and he'd made it clear that the running of the hotel would fall to me when he eventually passed on. Therefore, I couldn't keep going to my elderly boss every time I faced a challenge. I would need to resolve this issue myself. I was still pondering this deadly dilemma that afternoon when an unexpected guest arrived at my front reception. The young man who came through our doors was probably in his late teens or early 20s. Just a kid, really. He looked worse for wear, his clothes soiled and ripped, his hair and beard matted and greasy. He smelled bad, and I guessed it had been some time since he'd last bathed or showered. In all likelihood, he'd been living on the streets for some time. I noted how his eyes were sullen and unfocused, and so guessed he'd been drinking or had taken something. I was rather taken aback by the young man's disheveled appearance and concerned by his arrival here of all places. But I composed myself and remained professional. "Good afternoon, sir," I said. "How may I help you?" "I need a room," he slurred. "One night, please." I gulped, my brain racing as I considered my response. I've seen plenty of folk come and go over the years, and like to think I'd become a fairly decent judge of character. I didn't believe this kid was a danger to anyone, except maybe himself. My instincts told me he wasn't a killer like Hillman or Kane, but this boy was certainly vulnerable, and so I feared he would be in mortal danger if he stayed even one night. I briefly considered lying, telling him there were no rooms available, but Mr. Black had taught me to never turn away paying guests. Besides, if I refused him, he'd likely be back on the streets, and the outside world could be just as dangerous as our hotel. At least in here we could keep an eye on him. "Certainly, sir," I answered. "We have a room on the first floor." "No," he suddenly interrupted. "I want to stay on the top floor." I looked up in shock, meeting his gaze. Alarm bells were now ringing in my head as I stuttered my reply. "As you wish, sir," I said, whilst pretending to look through our bookings journal. "We can put you in room 92, on the 9th floor." "Fine," he replied. "Your name, sir?" I inquired. "Dave Smith," he answered. Another alias, I thought, but I wrote down his given name anyway. He paid up front cash, setting down crumpled and dirty notes on my desk. I didn't ask where he'd got the money or why he wanted to stay on the top floor, but I'd already guessed his intent. With considerable reluctance, I pushed the room key across the desk and into his waiting hand. "Enjoy your stay, sir," I muttered in a somber tone. Mr. Smith nodded his head curtly. I noted a terrible sadness in his tired eyes, and for a brief moment, I hoped he'd changed his mind. But then he took a deep breath and marched towards the waiting elevator, summoning the lift as he ascended to the 9th floor. My heart sank as I watched him go. My anxiety levels had increased as I realized there was now an added urgency to stopping the shadow creature. The beast had a fresh target for tonight, and I doubted Mr. Smith would survive until daybreak unless we intervened. The trouble was, I still had no idea what to do. No plan in my head to stop the coming tragedy. And then I saw her out of the corner of my eye, a sudden appearance which made me jump. I quickly turned my head and saw her standing there in the dark corner of the lobby, staring at me across the void. Her green eyes were not filled with their usual reproach, but instead with pity and, perhaps, regret. Those eyes, once so full of youthful hope and wonder, but they'd seen so many horrors over the years, taking away her innocence, but still her spirit had not been broken. Not entirely, anyway. Despite everything, the young lady was compassionate and prepared to fight back against the evil which stalked our halls. "It's back. You know that, right?" she asked. "Yes," I replied solemnly. "We need to stop it, to save that kid," she stated firmly. I shook my head, breaking eye contact in shame. "I don't know how," I muttered. "You do," she shot back. "You're stronger than you think. All you need is some help." I looked up in surprise, meeting her gaze. For the first time in years, my heart was not filled with regret and fear, but rather love and hope. The señorita hadn't said a kind word to me in a decade. Until now, "We need to meet," the señorita added. "All of us. Your people and mine. We can only defeat this evil if we work together." I nodded my head in agreement. The lounge. In 1 hour. The señorita didn't reply, instead simply melting away into the darkness. I called out after her, somehow knowing she could still hear me. "Thank you, Isabella," I said. "Well, readers, the time has come for me to reveal the truth. The secret I've carried with me for so long. The señorita's real name is Isabella, and she is my daughter. I stay here because she's here, her spirit forever trapped inside the walls of this damn hotel, the place where her life ended so suddenly all those years ago. The whole group met up right on time, once again frequenting the tired old bar/lounge with its cracked tiles, worn-out chairs, and smell of stale alcohol. The patrons sat in their usual positions, the black-clad widow in the corner booth, the major and señorita at the bar. Well, I guess I should call her by her real name now, Isabella. Me girl, forever 21, the age she was when she died. Owen was behind the bar while Mary, who rarely frequented the lounge except to clean it, stood awkwardly by the door, refusing to take a seat. The mood inside the barroom was somber, as all present recognized the seriousness of our situation. No drink was had, but the major puffed on his pipe, and the widow smoked her cigarettes. It was a little too late for either of them to worry about the impact smoking would have on their health. All were silent, looking to me to start the meeting. I felt a sharp pang of anxiety as I came to the realization that I was now their leader. No more Mr. Black to fall back on. It was all me. I cleared my throat before I began to speak. Thank you for coming, everyone. Let's not beat about the bush. We all know why we're here. That monster is back, interjected the widow, her voice filled with anger and dread. Yes, I replied, watching as the faces dropped. Their worst fears confirmed. Why now? The widow asked. Why has it come back after all these years? I don't know for sure, I answered truthfully. I saw Kane speaking with it the night before he died. Perhaps he summoned it. Maybe, the major added thoughtfully, although perhaps there's a simpler explanation. The spirit or demon. I believe it is a hunter at its core. Pickings were slim for a number of years, and so it moved on to new territories. But now it smells new prey. Fresh meat to feed its ravenous appetite. It lures in its targets, preying on their vulnerabilities, sucking them into its kill zone so it can strike them down at will. Sadly, we all know the story. The major's normally steely front dropped for a moment before he continued. The bullet in the head did it for me. Years of untreated PTSD and the trauma of conflict. The monster struck when I was at my weakest, unable to fight back. The same for me, the widow added, a bottle of pills down in the bathtub, not long after my husband died. And it made me hang myself, said Isabella, making eye contact with me as she did so. But you already knew that. Suddenly, the terrible images flooded back. The sight of my daughter's lifeless body in the hospital morgue, her skin pale and ice cold, the red rope mark still visible around her neck. My old life ended that day, and her death almost broke me. I came to the morgue to find answers, but instead discovered my daughter's spirit trapped here, unable to pass over to the next world. And so I stayed, trying in vain to reestablish some kind of connection with my deceased daughter, and hoping to absolve my guilt for losing her in the first place. We all know how this monster operates, Isabella continued. It's a liar, invading your psyche and discovering your worst fears and anxieties, telling you that there's no way out, no other choice but to end it all. She paused, sighing deeply before finding the inner strength to carry on. It's too late for us, but we can still save that young man upstairs, and the countless others who will surely follow him. But what can we do? Owen exclaimed from behind the bar. It's a damn shadow with no physical body. It's not like I can chop it to pieces with my meat cleaver. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it all, but knew our chef was right. Different enemies call for different tactics, the major offered. Like what? Exclaimed Mary. This isn't a bloody war, you know. And with that, the room descended into anarchy, with everyone shouting over each other with their own opinions. I knew this was my moment to assert my authority, such as it was. I surprised them all by whistling as loudly as I could, the high-pitched sound filling the small room and instantly halting all other conversations. They all looked at me with a measure of respect as I made my speech. Listen, people. Listen, people. We know the Morte can be hell on earth, but it's also our home. This vile creature has invaded our hotel and turned it into its hunting ground. I don't know about you folk, but I'm not okay with that. We're a community, a family, living and dead. It makes no difference. We must work together to stop this monster. We have no choice. But how? Mary exclaimed. It's too powerful. It's not as strong as you think. It's too powerful. It's not as strong as you think, Isabella proclaimed, taking my side for the first time in years. You only believe it's powerful because it preys on your weaknesses and insecurities. The truth is, the only strength it gains is from our pain and fear. Take that away, and it can't survive. Isabella met my eye, nodding and smiling as she passed the baton back to me. I can't describe how good it felt to have won back my daughter's trust. Isabella's right, I confirmed. But we need a plan, and it needs to happen tonight. We must act now to save that young man's life. And so all were in agreement. But the hardest part was still to come. Over the coming hours, we made our plans and waited for nightfall. In order to battle the shadow creature, I needed to do something I swore I would never do again. Leave my bedroom during the dreaded witching hour, between 3 and 4 a.m. This was the most dangerous time for the living to walk the haunted corridors of the Morte. But it was also when the creature did its hunting, and so we had no option but to act. The bravery I'd shown earlier in the safety of daylight seemed like so much folly now, as my whole body shook when I slowly unlocked my bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. I sheepishly crept along the 6th floor corridor, experiencing a chilling cold that had little to do with the low temperature. I didn't believe the shadow creature would be present on my floor, it having already fed on the soul of the poor wretch in room 66 the previous night. However, it was by no means the only dangerous paranormal entity to stalk our corridors during this deadly hour. But, to my relief, I found the hallway ominously quiet. Perhaps this wasn't just good luck, however. It struck me that the shadow was an apex predator, and so the others surely feared its presence, electing to remain hidden in the dark corners, waiting for the creature to finish its hunt in the hope they could pick up the scraps. Even the trapped spirits were largely, but not entirely, silent. They weren't banging and scratching at the doors of their rooms, nor did they scream or wail. However, when I listened carefully, I could hear a soft crying from inside each of the sealed-off rooms, sorrowful sobbing from spirits in emotional pain. The shadow creature's activities were impacting on all of our unconventional community, slowly but surely draining the energy from our walls, replacing it with nothing but a black void. I paused momentarily outside of room 66, painfully recalling the previous victims who died in there, in part due to my negligence. The guilt and anger I felt helped spur me on. I wouldn't risk taking the elevator at this time of night, as I feared a devious ghoul may trap me inside. Therefore, I braved the stairs, watching my step under the dim light as I made my way up to the 9th floor. I knew this was where I'd find the beast. I just hoped it wasn't already too late. I was panting, perspiring by the time I made it up the 3 flights of stairs, my heart beating fast in my chest as I darted out into the 9th floor hallway. I glared for a moment at the sealed door to our former suite, sparing a thought for the hotel's first owner who allegedly set off all this horror 100 years ago. If this was true, I hoped he was burning in hell right now. When I reached room 92, I saw the door was already ajar, and instantly feared the worst. With a shaking hand, I pushed it open to reveal a horrifying scene within. Inside the room, at the far end of the bed, I saw Mr. Smith. His face was full of terror, and he was standing with his back to the open window, only inches away from a fatal fall. But this wasn't what had scared him. That was the shadow creature, the darkness in the shape of a man which had cornered him, using its black magic to drive him to madness. I stood in the doorway, paralyzed in terror for a moment, before I caught Dave Smith's eye, and then I opened my mouth and screamed. "Don't do it, kid," I cried. "Step away from the window. You can't let it beat you." Dave, or whatever his real name was, looked astonished by my intervention. But the demonic entity was furious that I'd come between it and its prey. I believe it turned to face me, but I couldn't tell for sure, because the being had no face. It was the strangest thing, but I could feel its glare burning through me, even though it had no eyes. And I could hear it, even though it had no mouth. And the sound was awful. An ear-splitting scream, high-pitched and so loud I was nearly deafened. Suddenly the shape shot forwards, seeking to devour me within its dark form. And I ran, fleeing for my life as the wailing demon pursued me, intent on ending my mortal existence. I sprinted down the corridor before suddenly tripping on the ripped carpet, falling heavily to the floor with a crash. I frantically looked up, seeing the shadow approach. Its wail was now one of glee, as it prepared to suck out my very soul. But thankfully the next part of the plan came into effect. "Hey, you idiot over here." It was Owen, standing at the far end of the corridor and purposefully drawing the creature's attention. The shadow screeched, gliding away along the hallway in pursuit of its new target. I pulled myself up, watching as Owen darted into the staircase and headed up to the roof. I followed, pausing only briefly to see our maid Mary evacuating Dave Smith from room 92 and leading him to safety. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the young man would at least be safe, no matter what happened to us. I raced after them and up onto the roof of the building, feeling the chill from the cold air, but somehow being comforted by the sight of the moon and stars in the night sky above. The shadow had Owen cornered, his back facing the edge as he stared at the demon with terror in his eyes. I had never seen our chef so frightened, and for a moment believed he was in real danger. But the creature seemed less certain now it was out in the open, and no longer in its usual hunting grounds. It moved slowly and without its former purpose, giving Owen a chance to escape its deadly grasp. And that's when the final part of our plan was put into action. I can't tell you the range of emotions I felt when I saw the trio. Our three righteous spirits suddenly emerging upon the hotel's flat roof, moving towards the shadow beast with steadfast purpose. Isabella, the major, and the widow linked hands, seeming to draw off each other's supernatural energy. What happened next was truly breathtaking, as the triumvirate of spirits suddenly illuminated their souls, emitting a blinding white light which lit up the night. The shadow creature faced its enemy, but was overwhelmed by the intensity of the light, emitting a scream which wasn't of anger and sadism, but rather pain and fear. Next, the three spoke as one, their voices filling the night air. "Begone, foul spirit. Your time in our realm is over." The shadow had no answer. It screeched in agony as the white light surrounded it, crushing its form, and then it was gone, cast back to whatever hellish realm it had come from, and leaving us standing under the stars. Their task done, the spirits unlocked their hands and the bright light faded. All seemed exhausted by the effort, and I wondered what it had taken out of the trio to summon such immense power. Concerned, I looked at Isabella, but saw her shooting me a wink and a smile as she laughed. "See, I told you we could do it." Still in a state of shock, I couldn't find the words to respond, but as always it was Owen who brought us back to reality as he quipped, "Well, that was quite the light show. Who's for a drink?" In spite of myself, I burst out laughing, realizing that some things would never change. 15 minutes later, we were all sitting in the lounge, either calming our nerves or celebrating as we came to terms with all that had happened that night. Owen, Isabella and the Major sat at the far end of the bar, toasting our victory against the shadow creature. Meanwhile, Mary and the widow were seeing to the young man, Dave Smith, who sat in the corner booth wrapped in a blanket and still in a state of shock. The older women's maternal instincts kicked in as they talked him down with soothing words, offering him a medicinal drink to calm his nerves. We aren't doctors or psychiatrists, but would do what we could for the boy before sending him back into the world. As for me, I sat alone, nursing a whiskey and feeling drained by the whole experience. I wasn't a natural leader, and despite the solidarity of my friends, I still felt isolated and lonely at the top. We'd eaten this monster, or had at least banished it from our realm, but more would surely come, and I wondered how long I would have the strength to continue this fight. I vowed to quickly finish my drink and retreat back to my bedroom, but there was one last twist in the tale to come. As I made my way to the door, I found my path blocked by Isabella. She stood in my way, her dark green eyes filled with sympathy, although the expression on her beautiful face was deadly serious. "I think we need to talk," she stated in a matter-of-fact tone. I nodded meekly, letting her guide me over to a side booth hidden away from the rest of the bar. I felt nervous as I had no idea what my daughter would say to me. We sat facing each other, and Isabella maintained eye contact as she spoke. "You did well tonight," she proclaimed. I shook my head in modesty. "I hardly did anything. You're the one who came up with the plan and carried it through." "We work together," she stated, "and I think we make a pretty good team." I experienced a flood of emotions in that moment. Some good, others bad. There'd been this awful forced silence between us for that many years, and I had so much I wanted to say to my daughter. But now I had my opportunity. I couldn't find the words. After a lengthy and awkward pause, I spluttered out what I wanted to say the most. "I'm so sorry, Isabella. I'm sorry I let you down." Her response surprised me greatly as she said, "You didn't let me down. Not really. We drifted apart. I was a girl who lost her way and got drawn in by the darkness. It wasn't your fault, Daddy." I saw the emotion in her eyes and realized this was just as tough for her as it was for me. But she wasn't finished yet. "The reason I've been cold to you all these years is because I didn't want you trapped here with me. I wanted you to leave this place and live your life." I responded without thinking, stating, "This is where I belong." My daughter smiled before replying in a soft tone, "Yes, Dad. I understand that now. The Mort is a crazy place, but it's also our home. And we can still do some good here, don't you think?" I broke eye contact with my daughter momentarily, glancing across at young Dave Smith, who was beginning to regain his composure under the care of Mary and the widow. "Yes," I replied, after turning back to look into my daughter's deep eyes. "We can still save lives and protect the innocent and vulnerable from this evil." My emotions got the better of me as tears rolled down my cheeks and my voice cracked. "I love you, baby," I spluttered. "I love you too, Daddy." My daughter replied. My heart was restored in that moment. I knew I could never hold my daughter again, but I'd reestablished our loving relationship, and this was all that mattered to me. And so, there you have it, good readers. After 3 installments, we have finally reached the truth of the Monte and its permanent residence. And the reason why I've stayed here for all these years. I will never leave the Mort. Not only because I can't abandon Isabella's spirit, but also due to my renewed sense of purpose. I run this hotel now, and it's my responsibility to keep our permanent guests content, whilst also catering to the needs of our short-term visitors, who come in all shapes and sizes. This is the end of my accounts, for now at least, but there are many more tales to be told from the twisted annals of Hotel Morte's long and torturous history. Every trapped spirit and every living guest who's stepped into the darkness, they all have their stories to tell, and perhaps one day they will make it onto this forum. In the meantime, You must excuse me, good readers, as I hear the banging on doors and the disembodied wailing from the corridors, meaning our guests need my attention. But if by chance you do find your way to the Moritz doors and feel brave enough to enter, come see me at our front reception, and I'll find you a safe, or at least relatively safe, room for the night. And feel free to join us for a nightcap in our bar, where you'll find both types of spirits in abundance. Those with a good heart will always be welcome at the Mort, no matter what you've done to get here. But if you come here with malicious intent, not even God will be able to help you. You have been warned. Story 6. The Wolf Below and Above. I don't need to watch to know where the woman has decided to hide. It's always one of 3 places, and out of those 3, it's usually one specific spot. It's also predictable. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't absolutely need to. If I could avoid it, I would. That's always the case. The problem is that I can't. Not when my condition reaches this point. I really thought that I was going to make it this time. That happens more often than you might think. I managed to get through the past 2 cycles without having to resort to this. I was so damn close to making it this time as well. Yesterday my hands started shaking though, and that was soon followed by the sensation of itching in the back of my skull. I knew then that I was out of time. There's no point in lamenting what isn't to be. I retrieved a pair of knives from the table. The blades bob up and down in the air due to my shaking hands, but I will just have to make them work. I slowly walked down the stairs leading into the main warehouse storage area. This would not be my choice of hunting grounds. Much of the space is taken up by crates and storage containers, and all the doors and windows are chained shut. It creates a claustrophobic environment that offers no chance for escape, which in turn takes away any potential thrill and makes for a tedious experience. Unfortunately, it can't be avoided. I can't take any unnecessary risks, even if that means that everything has become repetitive and dull. There was a time that I would have tried to drag this out for as long as possible. That was back when I still believed that I could make all of this mean more than simply fulfilling an unavoidable physical need. I thought that I could force satisfaction from it through ritual. Maybe there was a time when that did work, or at least when I could make myself believe that it did. Now, though, there's no point. I just want it to be over with. I make my way over to the large stack of crates with the opening between the bottom ones. This is where the majority of people choose to hide once they realize that escape isn't an option. If she isn't here, I'll move on to the storage container with the broken door, and from there to the small office with the large metal doors. Those are the only 3 places in the warehouse where hiding makes sense. So inevitably one of them is chosen. Also damn predictable. I don't have to check the other 2 hiding spots because I can see the woman crouched down in the shadows between the crates. I sigh. Of course she is. This isn't some random woman. She's the chef and owner of one of the best restaurants in town. I stopped in to dine there earlier in the evening, and the pork I had eaten had been exquisitely prepared. The meal had been the highlight of my evening. I had hoped that I would be able to spare her. She had sent her staff home when she had closed the restaurant for the night, though, and she had stayed late alone to do the final bits of cleaning. With no time to find someone else, my hands had been tied. She looks up at me with wide-eyed terror as I approach. It doesn't have to take long or be overly painful. I'll finish this quickly. I owe her that much for the pleasant meal. Television shows and movies would have you believe that people start screaming at the top of their lungs or try to fight back when their would-be killer approaches. I've found that's not typically the case. Oh, it does happen from time to time. But usually they behave the way that this woman is. She is frozen in fear, her mouth moving but no sound coming out. I suppose that this kind of reaction should make me feel powerful. Maybe dominant. It does nothing for me. I hunch over slightly to enter into the small opening. She's whimpering now, but I ignore it as I raise the knives. The shaking in my hands is worse now, and it's all I can do to keep my fingers wrapped around the wooden handles. I need to get this done quickly. The knives plunge into her body, and for the first time she screams. I swear loudly as blood leaks out onto my hands. The blades haven't gone into the points that I intended them to. I had tried to make the stabbing lethal so that she wouldn't have to suffer. Now I have to do things the messy way. I pull the knives free. I've waited too long, and my hands are shaking uncontrollably now. I have to forget the original plan and improvise. Tossing one of the knives back behind me, I wrap both hands around the handle of the one that I'm still holding. This is a bit better. I definitely have more control over the weapon, even if I can't hold it perfectly steady. The woman is still stunned from the initial attack. I don't think it's registered through the shock that she's been stabbed. She stares at me blankly as her hands press against the pair of wounds. Before she can recover, I thrust the knife forward, and this time my aim is true. The metal slides into her chest, and I feel it pierce through her heart. I make sure to remove it instead of leaving it in. That way, the bleeding will increase and death will come faster. I sigh again as I back out of the space between the crates and walk away. She's not dead yet, but she will be in just a few moments. I've been doing this long enough to know when a wound is fatal. There's no point in standing around and watching the inevitable. I hold out my hands in front of me. They're still shaking, but the tremors are smaller and easily managed. The itching is gone from the back of my head. It's an improvement, albeit a minor one. It's just so unsatisfying. It never feels the same way that it does during that incredible final night of the cycle. My dissatisfaction is quickly being replaced by anger. Why the heck can't it ever feel the same? One night of an incredible, indescribable, unmatched high, and nearly a month of rock bottom, and just trying to exist until the next one. How in the heck is that fair? I force myself to calm down. The answer is that it's not fair, but there's nothing that I can do about it either. Besides, the end of the cycle is almost here. I just have to make it until tomorrow night. The smart thing to do would be to clean up the mess that I've just made and go home to get some rest. I know from experience that I won't be able to sleep though, and I'm not in the right headspace to make sure that I take care of my crime scene properly. Both those things will just have to wait. Pulling a set of keys out of my pocket, I remove the locks from one of the doors and pull the chains free. I toss them off to the side in a small pile and go outside. The cold winter wind immediately assaults me, and I grit my teeth as I wish that I hadn't left my coat inside. Before I leave, I go around the side of the warehouse until I reach a spigot. I turn the valve and freezing water starts pouring out of it. As quickly as I can, I wash the blood off of my hands and dry them on the legs of my jeans. I let the water run long enough to allow the ichor to flow into a nearby storm drain. Then close the valve once again. A light drizzle begins to fall as I walk towards town. The warehouse that I use is located at an old dockyard that hasn't been in service for years. I don't own it, and the various cargo items inside of it aren't mine, but somewhere along the way the actual owner stopped caring about it and left it to rot. I look around at the other buildings that I'm walking past. They're all in various states of decay. I often wonder what happened here to make so many people walk away at the same time and leave so much merchandise behind. Having such a large area to myself, especially one that includes more contained sections throughout the site, has been extremely useful. No one is around to hear any noises from either myself or my guests, and there's no security that might accidentally stumble on my activities. It's basically the perfect environment. I grit my teeth. Except it isn't perfect, is it? If it was, maybe I wouldn't feel so hollow when I treat my condition. Maybe I need a challenge, and this place is making everything all too easy. I shake my head firmly. That isn't it. I know that it isn't. The abandoned dockyard gives me safety when I otherwise wouldn't have it. I'm just irritable and lashing out. Another wonderful side effect of my condition. My car is parked at the edge of the dockyard. I ignore it and continue on foot. I found that the best way to prolong the effects of a treatment is to remain active. The physical activity helps to distract from the return of my symptoms, at least for a short while. I checked my watch. About 20 hours left. Damn, the road leading away from the docks is empty. That's no surprise, as there's nothing else out this way. There's no reason for anyone else but myself to be here. I walk down the middle of the road instead of off to one side. In a very real sense, this is my own personal domain. I walk for over 2 miles before I reach an intersection. I continue forward without so much as a glance to either side. Both the left and right paths lead to highways. The direction I'm headed in goes into town. Before it does that, though, it leads right past a smaller diner that's open all night. That's where I'm going. After another mile, I arrive at the diner. I'm pleased to see that there are only 2 cars in the parking lot. I go inside and sit down in a booth in the corner. I'm alone in the eating area. The cars must belong to employees. Speak of the devil. A woman comes out of the kitchen and gives me a smile. I see the smile slip a bit. It wasn't by much, but I definitely saw it. Do I still have some blood on me that I missed? Looks like you got caught outside in this lovely weather, she says to me. Did your car break down or something? Truck, actually. I lie easily, my worries dissipating. Just down at the 219 ramp, I called it in. But I can't get anyone out until morning. I had to walk here. I wasn't born a good liar. Quite the opposite, actually. I was terrible at it as a child, and every time that I attempted lying, I would be caught. I've developed the skill over the years. It's been a necessity that I do so. Now, I do it as needed, without even thinking about it. I order a cup of coffee to start before asking to see a menu. I smell a fresh pot brewing somewhere nearby, and my walk through the cold and rainy night has chilled me to the bone. I avoid caffeine most of the time, but I'm willing to make an exception on this particular occasion. When the waitress returns with my drink, I order something off the menu. It's some sort of sandwich, but I'm not sure which one. I just point at a line and she nods before going back to the kitchen. I'm not actually hungry. I know that I need to eat, though. My body needs as many calories as possible during the final phase of the cycle. The coffee helps get the chill out of my body. That, combined with time having passed since the kill, makes me feel more like myself than I have in days. It won't last, it never does. But for the moment, I don't want to focus on that. I sit in the uncomfortable booth for a little over an hour, slowly eating my rather mediocre chicken sandwich and drinking progressively worse cups of coffee. Eventually, it's time for me to go. The diner is only a few miles from the dockyard, and I don't want to leave too much of an impression on the waitress, just in case something happens down the line. The waitress brings me the check, and as she does, she offers to give me a ride back to my non-existent truck. I give her a smile and politely decline, telling her that I've been stuck inside it all day, and it feels good to be able to walk around and stretch. She glances out at the still falling rain and asks if I'm sure. I assure her that I am. As she's walking back towards the kitchen, I feel the familiar itching in the back of my head. No, this is too soon. I've never had the itching come back just hours after making a kill. It's always a few days at the very least before I start to notice it. I sit still in the booth, the pin-like pricks working their way up and down my skull. Something is very wrong. Usually the itching starts out so faintly that it's barely noticeable. Over the course of 2 or 3 days, it gradually increases in intensity until it's so strong that it pushes me to the point of insanity. That isn't happening now. The sensation is already intense, and I can feel it growing steadily as each second ticks by. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. Think, did I do something wrong? Change something about the kill? I shake my head. That doesn't make sense. There is no ritual or anything like that. Make the kill. Satisfy the need. That's all there is to it. It's not goddamn rocket science. Calm down. Breathe. Maybe there was something different about the woman that I had chosen. All that had mattered before was the killing. But I guess that is possible. There's no way to know for sure. Focus. None of this matters. What matters is what I do now. There's no way that I'm going to make I look at the clock hanging on the wall. The sun won't even be up for another hour. At the rate it's going, the itching will reach its peak soon. When that happens, the pain will begin. It will feel like spikes being hammered into every inch of my body. I'll be so blinded by the agony that I will no longer be capable of rational thought. The last and only time that it got to that point, I regained my wits in the family room of a house that I didn't know. The remains of 3 people, torn apart and barely recognizable as being human, surrounded me. Every inch of me was covered in hot blood. All my symptoms were gone. I had no idea what had happened and where I was. It had solved one problem and created a multitude of others. I can't risk that sort of thing happening again. There's an odd thumping noise. I dismiss it as noise coming from the diner's ancient-looking eating ducts. It continues, however, and it doesn't seem to be coming from above me. I look down and find that my hands are shaking so violently that they're banging against the top of the table. I stared for a long moment. I hadn't even noticed that they were trembling. I wrap my fingers around the edge of the table and grip it as tightly as I can in an effort to stop them. I've come to a decision. I don't know when I started working my way towards one, or how I had arrived at this particular conclusion, but I know what needs to be done. Taking my wallet out of my back pocket, I pull a few bills out and place them on top of the check the waitress had left me. I know that she's watching me through the small window that looks out from the kitchen into the dining area. After all, I'm the only customer. I'm not going to be ordering anything else. And she's already earned whatever tip that I decide to leave. At this point, she'll just want me gone so that I'm out of her hair, and she can go back to doing nothing. I allow myself a small, imperceivable smile as she immediately comes out of the kitchen. Some people are just too easy to read. I don't have a plan. It doesn't matter. I don't need one. I've taken so many lives over the years that it's instinctive at this point. She reaches the table and puts her hand out to pick up the check and money. As she does so, my arm lashes out like a snake, and my fingers dig into her brown hair. Before she can react, I'm slamming her face into the edge of the table. Her scream is silenced almost as soon as it begins. She slides to the tile floor, unconscious. I know that she's not dead. Instead of tending to that, I slide out of the booth and immediately head towards the kitchen. The waitress isn't going anywhere, and even if she wakes up, she won't be in any condition to leave or present a threat to me. There's one more person in the diner, though, and I can't take the chance that they heard her short cry. The door to the kitchen begins to open just before I reach it. I grab a steak knife out of a basket of silverware behind the counter before kicking the door back towards the person emerging from the other room. There's a loud grunt as it smashes hard into someone, pressing my momentary advantage. I throw open the door and thrust the blade at the large man standing behind it. The knife isn't nearly as sharp as the ones I keep at the dockyard, and the slightly serrated blade is designed for cutting rather than stabbing. I wasn't expecting the person to be quite so tall either. The knife digs into his flesh, but it's not much more than a flesh wound. Ducking my shoulder, I ram it into his chest and knock the wind out of him. He really is big. He's got at least 6 inches and 50 pounds on me. This is the danger of not planning things out before killing. I find myself in situations like this where I can't fully control what's happening. At the end of the cycle, this wouldn't matter. But until then, these kinds of risks are extremely dangerous. He's temporarily winded now, though, and he's been wounded, judging from the expression on his face. He's also unsure of what's happening. I can work with that. I take a quick glance around me, and my eyes fall on a skillet on the stove to my right. Its contents are sizzling from the heat underneath it. I pick it up by the handle and swing it like a tennis racket at the man's head. It impacts hard with his forehead. There's a sickening crunch of bone, followed by a crackling noise as the hot metal burns his flesh. His mouth opens, but he doesn't scream. Instead, he makes a gurgling sound as bloody foam spills out over his lower lip. Thick red fluid also starts to drip from his ears and the corners of his eyes. The skillet makes a sucking sound as I pull it free from his face. It tears skin off as I do so. It sticks to the pan like burned leather. I swing the skillet for a second time, and he immediately slumps over onto his side. His right eye has come free from its socket, and it lays across the bridge of his nose with the optic nerve trailing back into the gap. He is almost done. I have to give him credit for surviving the 2 blows with the skillet, even if he did so with quite a bit of brain damage. I allow the skillet to fall to the floor as I step over the man to reach a microwave sitting on a shelf. Unplugging it from the wall, I carry it over to him and take one last look at him as he twitches and convulses. I raise the heavy appliance up over my head before bringing it down as hard as I can. His damaged skull provides little resistance, and his body goes still. There's a sound from out in the dining area. I hurry out through the kitchen door, worried that a customer has walked into my kill zone. Instead, I find the waitress struggling to get up. She's leaning up against the side of the booth seat, the salt shaker she had knocked over with her hand lying shattered on the floor next to her. I get another knife from the silverware basket and cross the distance between us. She looks up at me with glazed over eyes, and I doubt that she can even see me. I adjust my grip on the knife and cut her throat. Blood bursts out from the gouge. The small piles of spilled salt on the ground become sticky and clumpy as it covers them. The itching has stopped. My hands are as steady as rocks. I sit down on a stool at the counter and sigh in relief. For the first time since the symptoms started this cycle, I feel human. With the relief comes a familiar bitterness. No matter how satisfying a kill is, it never has the same pleasure and overwhelming satisfaction that one does during the final night of the cycle. It's infuriating. It's like some higher power has decreed that I'm only allowed to be happy one night each month. Twice a month every 2.5 years or so, I allow myself a minute to sulk in my anger and disappointment before I force myself to put it aside. There's a pressing matter to attend to. I've got 2 dead bodies and all the mess they created to deal with. It won't be long before people start to arrive for breakfast. I have to figure out what I'm going to do before that happens. It doesn't take me long to realize that I've made a hell of a mistake. No matter what I do, this place is going to end up being a crime scene. Since it's only a few miles from the dockyard, the police are bound to search it. When they do, they'll find the woman that I killed earlier, likely along with evidence of previous kills as well. I don't have any choice but to abandon the dockyard and move on to somewhere else. Probably another state entirely. I look up at the ceiling. Definitely another state. Fine. If that's what I have to do, it's what I have to do. Going back around the counter, I open the cash register and take the small amount of money that it contains. I also go into the kitchen and take the money from the cook's wallet, as well as a set of car keys from his other pocket. It doesn't end up being much in total, but it's better than nothing. I just have to make it through the day. If I can do that, I can end the cycle tonight in a different place before continuing on my way in the morning. I just have to make it through the day. The kitchen provides me with the answer I need for covering my tracks. There is an exposed gas line that runs through the kitchen, covering my mouth. I break a section of the line before quickly making sure that the pilot light in the stove is still burning. Good. I've broken a secondary line, not the main line. I leave the diner through the front door. There's still no one in the parking lot, and there isn't any traffic on the road either. I try the key that I took from the cook in the small white car first, but it doesn't fit the lock. It slides easily into the driver's side door of the red pickup though, so I get in and start the engine. The rain has stopped, and the first hints of the rising sun can be seen in the distance as I turn out onto the road and head away from town. After less than a minute of driving, I see what appears to be the light of a second sunrise in the rearview mirror. I nod to myself. It won't be long before the fire at the diner is completely out of control, if it isn't already. At the very least, it will take the authorities a couple of days to dig through the rubble and ashes. Even if they somehow manage to find enough evidence to piece together what happened, I'll be long gone before then. The only thing working against me is the truck that I'm driving. It won't take the police long to figure out that it's missing. If they do that fast enough, they'll be able to get word out across the state with the make, model, and license plate number that could lead to disaster. Luckily, I don't have to stay in this pickup for long. I drive back towards the dockyard, going as fast as I dare on the slick pavement. I reach my destination without incident and pull the truck up to the edge of one of the concrete docks before putting it into neutral and getting out. I try to push the pickup off the edge of the dock, but I'm barely able to get it to budge. I get down lower and press my back up against the tailgate as I push as hard as I can. It eventually starts rolling forward. There's a crash of metal as the front wheels go over the edge. I nearly fall as the weight of the front end does the rest of the work for me. The truck slides into the dark water and sinks below the surface. I give myself a few moments to rest before dusting myself off and hurrying over to the car that I had parked at the dockyard earlier. It's a black 4-door sedan, the kind that countless people drive in every city in the country. I check to make sure that my backpack is still in the passenger seat before opening the trunk and retrieving a duffel bag. I change out of my blood-stained clothes and into fresh ones before getting into the car and leaving the dockyard. This time I turn right at the 4-way intersection instead of continuing towards town. My plan is to put as many miles between here and me that I can by mid-afternoon, then find a place where I can complete the cycle. I fish my cell phone out from the car's glove box and bring up the map app. The phone is a prepaid one, of course, and I purchased it under a fake name. There are half a dozen other ones in the car trunk and one in the backpack, all of which are still in their packages and are listed under different names. The map confirms what I already thought. If I stay on the highways and don't make any stops, I can be out of Minnesota and into North Dakota by 1 o'clock. That should give me more than enough time to get myself oriented and figure out where I would spend the night. So that's what I do. Ignoring the fatigue that creeps in, I drive towards the state border, making sure to keep my speed at or under the limit. To avoid the possibility of being pulled over, I have to resist the urge to go faster. While I know sticking to the speed limit is the smart play, I'm anxious to reach my destination. I almost nod off twice during the drive, now that the symptoms of my condition are gone, at least for now. My body is more relaxed than it has been in quite a while. It isn't helping that the roads in this part of Minnesota are mostly just trees and open land, with nothing to break up the monotony. It's with more than a little relief that I reach the state border. There's a sign for a rest stop a few miles past the line, and I gratefully follow it into the parking lot. I need to get out and stretch for a bit, get some fresh air. I've never been to this part of the country before, and I'm surprised to see that the rest stop isn't one of the standard ones with just a few bathrooms and vending machines. This one is quite a bit larger, with a cafeteria-like section housing 5 or 6 chain fast food restaurants. There's also a small arcade, as well as a side room with a dozen leather massage chairs. I'm mostly interested in a kiosk just inside the doorway. It contains racks of maps and brochures, both for specific landmarks and for North Dakota in general. I take a few of them and tuck them under my arm before I buy some lunch. Once I have my burgers and drink, I pick a table in the corner away from the other people and open one of the maps. I'm looking for a town to use for the night. It has to fit some specific criteria, though. It needs to have a large enough population to be worthwhile, but also not so large that it has a major police presence. The police aren't a concern during the final night of the cycle. I'm worried about what could happen the next day. I also prefer towns that are isolated. The more that things are contained, the better. There don't seem to be many options that meet my needs. I'm starting to think that I'm going to have to go with something less than ideal. I have had to do that in the past. Never on this short of notice, though. I don't like going into something blind. It's not looking like there's a choice, though. Wait. There. A small town about 100 miles from where I'm at, with enough clustered streets on the map to imply at least a decent-sized population. I pull the town up on my phone and confirm this is indeed the case. Broken Bend, North Dakota. Finishing my food, I toss the wrappers and maps into a trash can. I make sure that I have directions to my new destination before I leave, as I hold the door open for an elderly man I notice a newspaper rack off to one side. The story on the front page of the newspaper on top had the title, "The Planets Align." I fish 50 cents out of my pocket and buy the newspaper. I return to my car and open it. According to the article, over a roughly 18-hour period, the Earth will be going in and out of alignment with multiple planets. It's extremely rare for this to happen. Normally, 3 or more planets align for a short period of time, then move along their orbits until they're no longer in line with one another. This is different because of where the planets are at in their orbits around the Sun currently. The Earth has been and will be moving in and out of different alignments with different planets. 2 of these events will involve the Moon as well. That has to be it. That has to be why my symptoms return so quickly. I've always known that the lunar cycle is tied in with my own. Something about these planetary alignments must be throwing things off. There's nothing that I can do about it. I toss the newspaper into the back seat before getting back out on the road. It doesn't really change anything anyway. I still need to reach Broken Bend and get myself situated before dark. The path to the town that I've chosen takes me off the main highways and onto smaller state routes. The roads are in much worse condition on these, and I have to slow down to make sure that the car doesn't bottom out in some of the larger potholes. The forests are much thicker along these roads as well. The trees are taller and closer together, and their tops reach out over the road like a canopy. Even though it's the afternoon on a sunny day, I have to turn on the car lights to see where I'm going. It's like I'm driving through a tunnel. 2 hours after I leave the rest stop, I pass a sign with the words, "Swelcome to Broken Bend" painted on it. Just beyond it is a wooden bridge that spans over a river. The car bounces uncomfortably as it passes over the boards. A few minutes after leaving the bridge behind, the trees thin out and I arrive in town. I found that most towns this size tend to look the same, and Broken Bend is no exception. The downtown area is comprised of local businesses, a couple of churches, a few government buildings, and a gas station on both sides. As I drive beyond that, I find that most of the older homes are on fairly large properties, but there are also some newer-looking developments with the houses much closer together. Past the residential areas are parks and nature preserves. I smile slightly. This is perfect. I begin to make plans. There's a closed construction site just outside of downtown that I can hide my car in overnight. It's in both walking distance to the various shops and businesses, as well as at least 2 of the housing developments. I can park the car, go into town until dusk, come back to the car to get ready, and head for the housing developments as night falls. I pull the car into the construction site and maneuver it around the equipment to park it behind a long trailer. I take a moment to make sure that I have everything that I'll need. It isn't much. Since I'm going to be coming back to the car before nightfall, I only really need my wallet. I get out of the car and feel the cold air against my skin. Correction. My wallet's in a coat. I open the trunk and retrieve my heavy coat. While I do so, I also take out a large pocket knife. Typically, I don't carry a weapon with me. As strange as it sounds, it's safer that way. I don't have to worry about metal detectors or, as has happened a few times in the past, being frisked. Besides, it's not like I really need it. I can be quite creative when it comes to figuring out ways to hurt people. This is a new town that I'm not familiar with, though. It doesn't hurt to take extra precautions. My short trip into downtown Broken Bend is uneventful. Only a few cars pass by as I walk along the side of the road, and none of the drivers pay much attention to me. I'm not in any particular hurry. At this point, I'm just looking to waste time until sundown. When I reach downtown, I slowly walk past the various businesses and shops. A number of pedestrians greet me as I move down the sidewalk. I nod and smile at them in turn. These people have no idea what is coming for them tonight. That thought causes my smiles to become even wider. It's been a long day, so it's a relief when I come to a bar. The painted window proclaims it as the Rock Creek Tavern. I open the door and head inside. That's where I spend the next couple of hours. The food is surprisingly good. The beer is pleasantly cold, and the patrons leave me alone. I've had worse afternoons. I'm struck by the need to go to the bathroom. As I stand up to head to the restroom, I check the time on my phone. It's just past 5. That's plenty of time to do my business. Have one last beer and I start back towards the car. It's a single toilet bathroom. I lock the door before I relieve myself. Once I'm finished, I wash my hands and look at myself in the mirror. I'm feeling a bit warm. I suppose that shouldn't come as a surprise. It's been a long day and I've been on the road for most of it. It's either from the stress or the beers. I look at myself closely in the mirror. I definitely look tired. My eyes are a bit bloodshot, and there are dark circles under them. I'm also looking a bit pale. Sighing, I run a hand over my face. I stop. My hand is shaking. I force myself to stay calm. The shaking doesn't matter. I'm only a few hours away from the end of the cycle. I can make it until then. There isn't even any itching at the back of my neck. Sweat begins to drip from my forehead. I'm getting warmer. Gripping the sink with both hands, I lean in towards the mirror and take a closer look at my eyes. The black of the pupil is no longer circular. Instead, it resembles a blot of ink that has run out across the blue iris. It's happening. The end of the cycle has arrived. The change is beginning. This shouldn't be possible. The change shouldn't happen until the moon begins to rise. The sun isn't even all the way down yet. I remember the newspaper story about the strange planetary alignments. There must be something about them that's not just causing my symptoms to return faster, but also forcing the change to happen earlier. I need to leave the bar. If I hurry, I might be able to get to the car before. There is an audible snap as my right cheekbone breaks in half. I gasp at the sudden onset of pain. It's too late. It's happening now. As quickly as I can, I strip off the clothes that I'm wearing. I normally have time to pack away any clothing so that I can come back for it after the night is over, but I doubt I'll be able to retrieve them this time. It's still best to take them off. The less restrained my body is during the change, the better. I feel pressure in my upper back. This signals that one of the worst parts of the change is coming. I sit down on the bathroom floor and slide my belt out of my pants. Putting it in my mouth, I bite down on the soft leather. Mere seconds later, my arms slide forward in their sockets before dislocating completely. It's terribly painful, but not as bad as what comes next. I lean back against the wall and close my eyes. My jaw presses into the belt so hard that my gums hurt as my leg bones jerk out of place. I nearly black out as my spine pops and cracks, creating a steep curve near the top. Saliva and dark blood are leaking out around the belt from my mouth. More of it comes pouring out as the front of my skull starts breaking into pieces and my ribs pull apart further. I feel like I'm on fire, but I know that the worst is almost here. During this part of the change, my pain is doubled. This is because I have twice the amount of nerves in my body, the ones running to my current shell, and the ones attached to what's emerging. All of them are screaming in agony as they're stretched and mangled and torn. There's no thought or reason. There's only the torture, deep and infinite. I'm so lost in this void of torment that I can no longer register the individual changes that are happening. Everything is merely a part of the overall torment. I float in the agony as it engulfs me. Moments pass. Years, maybe. It's impossible to tell. Time has no meaning now. Only pain exists. Suddenly, mercifully, there is relief. My outer skin tears open as my new body emerges from underneath it. The belt falls from my mouth as I pant heavily. It's like an unbearable pressure has been released. There are small stabs of discomfort as the change is completed, but it's barely noticeable when compared to what I've just gone through. The last of my bones lock into place. I can feel my rational mind beginning to slip. In moments, it will be secondary to instinct. I never lose my mind completely. I'm fully conscious of what I'm doing, just doesn't matter. I get to my feet. Everything feels so different now. Powerful. I can't believe that I ever managed to stand on my weak human legs. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. The face of a wolf stares back at me. It is thin and gaunt, the skin stretched tight against the face and muzzle. The black fur is matted down with blood. I pull a loose strip of ruined flesh off of the bottom of my jaw. Movies, television, books, legends. They're all wrong about werewolves. There's a resemblance to wolves after the change, yes. Especially in the face. But that resemblance only goes so far. My body is far more skeletal and thin than the popular interpretations. Certain parts of me, like my clawed fingers, appear almost delicate. I don't have a tail, and my long muzzle contains multiple rows of teeth. It's my eyes that tell the true story. They are completely black, with pinpricks of red light barely visible in their depths. To look into them is to know fear. It's to know death. I hear movement out in the bar, and I turn away from the mirror. My senses are heightened far beyond what a human is capable of. I hear a stool pulling away from the bar. I can smell the scent of beer wafting in from under the door. I can see every crack and imperfection on the tiled bathroom wall. I feel alive in a way that I never do except when the wolf comes out to play. I take one last look around the bathroom. There is blood everywhere, and pieces of my human skin cover the floor. Even though it's my own blood, the smell of it excites me. I bare my teeth as I turn back to the bathroom door. Finally, after all this time, the hunt is finally here. The door explodes into a shower of splinters as I burst through it. There's a man standing nearby in the short hallway, a half-filled glass in his hand. His eyes grow wide with shock. Before he can say or do anything, my right arm is swinging towards him. The claws slide through skin, muscle, and bone, as though they offer no resistance at all. His body splits into two pieces and falls to the ground in a heap. Oh yes, my heightened senses enhance every moment of the kill. It's a pleasure that goes beyond the effects of any drug. More. I need more. There are screams coming from the main room. Bar patrons are staring at me in surprise and horror, and some are fleeing towards the door. I take 2 strides forward before leaping over their heads and landing between them and the exit. No one leaves. This is my moment. One of the customers swings a clumsy punch at me. I open my jaws to expose my rows of teeth and bite down into the flesh of his arm. The razor-sharp fangs sink in deep. With a twist of my head, I tear off the arm and fling it up against the far wall. The blood running down my throat tastes incredible. I'm a flurry of suffering and death. Throats are torn, limbs are severed, lives are ended. Each kill increases my need for more. I revel as I rip apart the bar patrons. The man behind the bar has a gun. He brings it up and fires once, twice, a third time. All his shots are true. I feel the impact of the bullets as they strike my skin. The metal is hot, and it singes the tips of my fur. My mouth opens slightly as a grin spreads across my face. The sheep believes it can harm the wolf. I jump onto the bar and snap my mouth around the sides of his head. For a moment, I let him struggle, my teeth piercing his skin as he tries to free himself. Now, he understands his place in the order of things. His struggling ends as I clamp my jaws closed. Music plays from the jukebox in the corner of the bar as I survey the room. The Rock Creek Tavern is now a monument to carnage. The scent of death fills my nostrils as I bask in the pleasures of the kill. I raise my head towards the ceiling and howl triumphantly. A werewolf's howl is not like a wolf's. It is an inhuman sound. A deep guttural call that spreads fear to all that hear it. It is the sound of hell's gates being opened. I need more. The hunt has just begun, and I intend to make the most out of every second. I go out the front door and into the streets. People immediately begin to scream, but I ignore them for the moment. The sun is just beginning to set in the distance. The sky is filled with splashes of red and thick purples. I'm momentarily frozen in place. I've never seen the sunset before, not with these eyes. The charge has always happened after nightfall. Even through my frenzy, the beauty of the scene before me is striking. The spell is broken as I smell the blood on my fur. It's time to continue what I've only just started. The car is beginning to pull out of the parking space in front of me. Baring my teeth, I jump through the passenger side window and into the vehicle. In one motion, I wrap my claws around the driver's neck and throw both him and myself through his door. We land hard on the concrete. I crush his throat before looking over my shoulder to watch the car crash into an oncoming truck. A man and a woman are running down the sidewalk away from me. I race after them and catch up to them before they even realize that I'm following. The woman falls as my claws and arm push through her back and out of her chest. Grabbing the man, I lift him up over my head and rip him in half, his blood and entrails pouring out of him. I drop the body and narrow my eyes. The wind has brought a scent to me, one that isn't the sweet coppery smell of blood or one of the common smells associated with a small town. This scent is much different for the first time. Not just during this change, but for the first time ever in this form. I feel uneasy. I don't recognize the smell, but I do understand what it means. Someone else, something else, has already marked this town as its own. I'm in claimed territory. It doesn't matter. I only get this opportunity once per cycle. If another creature has claimed Broken Bend, it's more than welcome to come try to defend its territory. Most of the people have abandoned the street. They hope to hide from me, or at least put some distance between them and me. It's a futile hope, and I suspect that some part of them knows that. I'll hunt out those in the small downtown area, then move on to the housing developments. Before the night is over, I'll slaughter as much of this town as possible. I hear sirens begin to blare from less than a mile away. It isn't often that I encounter the police while under the influence of the full moon. Normally, I make sure that I'm in less public places than this when the change takes place to avoid that. The changes to my cycle from the planetary alignments is making this night far more complicated than it usually is. I bare my teeth, unable to contain my excitement. It's been so long since my prey has tried to resist its slaughter. I've missed the thrill of it this so damn much. The first of the police cars comes around the corner. I grab a nearby mailbox and tear it free from the heavy bolts attaching it to the sidewalk. With one arm, I fling it into the approaching car's windshield. It shatters the glass and smashes into the upper body of the driver. The car veers wildly to the right and crashes into the side of a store. The sun has set now, and the sky is growing darker. The second police car comes into view, its red and blue lights flashing and its siren shrieking. It stops a block away from me, and two officers get out, using their car doors as shields as they pull their guns free from their holsters. I begin running towards them, my jaws gnashing and my claws flexing eagerly. I get about halfway before I stop. The air is full of the smell of the other creature. It's stronger now, no longer the lingering scent of something that had previously passed through, but instead the fresh odor of something approaching. I ignore the officers and inhale deeply. It's coming from upwind. Either this creature doesn't know that I'm here, or it doesn't care that it's announcing its presence to me. There's something about the scent that makes me feel unsettled, even though I don't recognize it. It's like some primal part of me. Some past memory buried in my werewolf biology knows that it means danger is near. I know that there are other unnatural beings out in the world. I've encountered a few over the years, but none of them had triggered this sort of response in me. I was the alpha predator. Nothing was above me in the food chain. The hairs along my back stand up as the smell continues to grow stronger. I try to tell myself that these feelings are only a result of the unusual circumstances surrounding tonight's change. My instincts know. that this isn't true. The officers begin to fire their guns. I barely noticed as some of the shots strike me. I concentrate on the smell, trying to decipher what I can from it. Thoughts begin to flash through my head. No, not thoughts, more like impressions. The scent makes me think of the dark, cold waters of the deepest oceans, the still and silent darkness down far below the surface. At the same time, I am reminded of the vast night sky, of the black emptiness between stars. The images flash through my mind quickly like single frames of movie film in a projector. There is madness in them. Fog is starting to fill the streets. It is cool and thick, and it makes my skin feel greasy. It has come out of nowhere and is rapidly becoming too dense to see through. It smells the same as the approaching creature. The police officers have stopped shooting at me. I turn my head towards them and find that they are no longer pointing their guns at me. Instead, they are standing perfectly still, their faces blank as they each point the index finger of their left hands towards me. Never seen anything like it before. People that had been hiding from me inside of the businesses are now coming back outside. Each of them has the same blank look on their faces as the officers, and they're all pointing at me in the same way. I growl at them in warning. All of them no longer smell human, and instead reek of the scent of the fog. My instincts scream at me that I need to abandon my hunt and escape. Whatever is coming for me isn't just unnatural. It's not of this world. It's not of this world. I shake my head in frustration. This is my night. This is my hunt. It is my right to spill blood and feast on flesh. I hear the creature coming. It's close. If it wasn't for the fog, I would be able to see it already. It sounds... I don't know how to describe it. The closest word I can think of is wet. I look around at the gathered people as a realization comes to me. This isn't just some other creature's territory. The territory is part of the creature. I have come to a long-conquered town. All of the citizens are extensions of its will. My bloodlust melts away. If I remain, it will take me as well. I run, moving on all fours to get away, as fast as I possibly can. The scent of the creature rapidly fades into the distance. It's not following me, at least not at any significant speed. Its smell is still around me, though, and it's closing in from both the sides and in front of me. The fog is expanding outward, and more people are coming out of their shops and homes. The otherworldly creature doesn't believe that it needs to personally come for me. It thinks that it can tighten a noose around me with its followers. If I was human, I could get back to my car and drive out of town. In this form, I don't have that option. Instead, I plunge into the woods at the edge of downtown. There are people waiting for me just inside of the tree line. These aren't just standing and pointing, however. Each of them is armed, most of them with knives and the rest with various tools. They swarm towards me in a semicircle, looking to cut off my escape. I howl as I charge directly into the middle of the crowd. Their master may make me afraid, but these are just humans. With teeth and claws, I tear into their bodies. There are no screams or wails of pain. They are completely silent as they stab at me with their knives before being torn apart. As the last one falls, I pause to catch my breath. The creature's scent is closer. While the people weren't able to stop me, they were successful in delaying me. I continue on. Something slams into my side hard, and I lose my footing. I strike a tree before sliding to a stop. I reach down with one clawed hand and touch where I was hit. I'm bleeding. A man steps out of the brush and into view. He is soon followed by one woman, and then another. They are all holding heavy-looking rifles. Bullets don't typically hurt me, but these are large-caliber weapons and pack far more of a punch. I regain my footing and keep running. Shots are fired, but none of them manage to hit me. I'm moving slower than I was just moments earlier. The round that pierced me must have hit something important. I'm having a harder time breathing, and my right leg is slightly numb. I ignore these things and push on. I don't stop until I reach the river marking the edge of town. Without pausing, I plunge into the water. It is freezing, and the cold causes my wound to hurt more. More gunshots sound from behind me. I hear some of them slap the water, but nothing comes close to me. I reach the other side of the river and pull myself up onto the bank. I hurry into the cover of the nearby trees before stopping to look back the way I've come. There's no sign of either the townsfolk or the fog, and I can no longer smell the creature's scent on the air. I've made it out of its territory. I look down at the blood dripping from my wound. It will soon heal. I raise my head to look back at the other side of the river, feeling shame as I do so. Something unholy has claimed Broken Bend, and it is the true Alpha. Story 7. In the Forest of the Damned. My sister was not an evil person. Not before that camping trip anyway. Yes, she did those horrific things. I can't deny that, as I was the one who stopped her. Though it wasn't without something of a cost. It took a toll on me. I still can't quite explain. Left a stain I cannot clean. There was a time when she was the most caring and compassionate person you could ever meet. She would always put others' needs before her own back then. The woman who did those horrific things. Yes, that was Lainey. But at the same time, it wasn't. Not the Lainey I knew any. I'm not making any sense. Forgive me, if you will. I'm not the same man I once was either. Though that trip did change my sister to someone I barely recognized, what came after altered me as well, both physically and mentally. It was some weeks ago when we took that ill-fated vacation, but it's only been days since. I'm sorry. I'm getting to the point, I promise. Just hang in there. It can be difficult to find the words at times. It's hard to form the thoughts into something understandable, or even legible. My family was really no different from many others, I suppose. Mom and Dad split when I was young, both remarried, and my sister and I would be stuck in the middle. Yeah, I would get 2 Christmases, extra birthday gifts, and all the other good stuff children in divorce use to convince themselves that things are just as okay as they were before. But I didn't always buy it. I'd twist my mental arm, so to speak, in an effort to believe I was content. But it was rarely effective. Lainey was a good 7 years older than me, so she was more aware of how dysfunctional our parents were before they gave up on trying to make it work. She would try to explain to me what those times were like when I got older, but I could only imagine what she went through back then, before I came along. I was around 5 when they gave up the fight to pretend they were a happy couple. But I remember crying a lot over those first few months of living with Mom, and only seeing Dad on the weekends. We got used to it, though. We always have each other. Lainey would remind me when I was feeling down, and she was right. I know none of this backstory may seem all that relevant to what happened, but I just wanted to illustrate why my sister and I were so close. I'm sure it's not necessarily hard to believe that siblings can be tight or anything, but my whole life, Lainey was the only person I could count on. Our parents were usually so caught up in their own shit, they didn't pay us much attention. They'd bicker when one or the other would drop us off or pick us up, and when they started seeing other people, they were pretty much focused on the new relationships, more than their kids. A little after I turned 11, my sister moved out, after being unable to take either of our parents' shit anymore. I didn't see her for a few years after that day, but I had no doubt she needed her space for a bit. Admittedly, she had it a lot harder than I, as both my mother and father practically ignored her existence. They didn't exactly lather me with affection either, but after they split up, they would barely acknowledge her. It almost felt like they blamed her for the divorce, but I couldn't see how she could have caused that. Maybe it was simply because she was a good bit older than I, but it still pissed me off, the way they would just brush her to the side, regardless of how they treated her. She never took that out on me, even though I didn't see her for a while. When she moved back to our hometown, It was like she'd never been gone. We have spent a lot of time together since her return. And when I got my learner's permit, we began our regular camping trips. We would go to a different spot each time we headed out into the wilderness, and I began to love the peacefulness of it all. Maybe it was due to my parents' incessant need to bicker and bitch anytime they shared a room together. But I had grown to almost despise being around other people, with the exception of Lainey, of course. So, by the time I reached 23, the age I am now, my sister and I had ventured to about every good camping spot in the state, and many more beyond its borders. We had saved up some years back and invested in a decent camper, as it had become a very regular part of our lives. It was nothing fancy, but it suited our needs just fine. We would still bring tents along for when we wanted to rough it a bit more, but it was definitely nice for those rainy nights out in the woods. While I was doing some research to find a new place for our next stay in the many forests of America, Lainey came bursting into my apartment out of the blue. She told me about this spot she'd found, just outside of an old ghost town, somewhere practically on the other side of the country. Though I wasn't all that well versed in what she did for a living, she would do a lot of traveling and could sometimes be gone for weeks at a time, so she'd come across a good many interesting areas and back roads. I hadn't really come up with any other alternatives, so I didn't argue about her recommendation, as she had grown far more worldly than I. I was a bit apprehensive, as the old deserted town was a good many miles from where I lived, but Lainey assured me it would be worth it. The farthest we'd ever ventured from home in the past had only taken about 4 hours in the camper to get there, but this one took us over half a day to reach. Luckily, she had committed the route to memory, as the city we were seeking out had no name assigned to it anymore, and as such, I couldn't punch it into my GPS. We headed out around 8 in the morning, and it was a little after 9 at night when we passed by what was left of the city limit sign. Most of the beaten, warped and buckled sign had been worn off for what could have been decades, but whatever the name of this town was, it began with an R and ended in either an L or an I. But there wasn't enough left to tell one way or another. I could barely see it at first, let alone a thin, single-lane road, as the wild brush and low-hanging branches of the trees hid them well. There was absolutely no way I would have even noticed it. If it hadn't been for my sister's guidance, the old city itself looked like it was once a nice little place, though. Even when the road widened into dual lanes as we entered what was once seemingly the main street, it was covered by just as much greenery as the thin pavement that led us there. I stared around at the old place in awe, feeling as though I was gazing into the past. The crumpled gas station appeared as though it had closed its doors at least 30 or 40 years ago, as did the department store with broken boards of splintered and dry rotted wood covering where windows once sat in place. There were lampposts bent over, while still erected from the concrete, and others having toppled to the ground. Each building that stood to one side or the other of the cracked and potholed road was in their own state of decomposition. The ones that didn't have windows boarded had only shards of filthy and foggy glass remaining, while others had crumbled to their tarnished foundations many years before. Part of me wanted to get out of the camper and explore what was left of the little town that time forgot, but given how rough it was to even drive through the streets, I knew it would be risky at best to attempt to enter any of the buildings. Still, it was a strange sensation to be what felt like the only living thing in this town. Well, aside from Lainey, anyway. After navigating the lengthy camper around the scattered debris and broken down houses and stores, we finally cleared the city from years gone by, making our way to another slender, one-lane road leading up the mountain behind the little town. Again, greenery pushed through the splits in the pavement, but that offered little resistance to the thick and wide tires. Even if it wasn't the prettiest little house on wheels, I maintained it well, so I knew what it could and couldn't handle. I had led it up and down many back roads and trails over the years, and hadn't ever gotten the old girl stuck, not even once. Even the trees on either side of us looked ancient, their thick trunks reaching high above, almost farther than I could even see. Lainey looked out the windows at the beautiful sights with just as much wonder in her eyes as I had. She was around 30 now, but I swear she looked just as youthful and glorious as I remember when we shared my mother's house together so many years ago. She never changed in my eyes. Even now, even after the things she did, she'll always be that beautiful, carefree, and magical spirit who kept me from breaking back then. We were maybe some miles away from and above the dilapidated little town, after the steeply inclined road finally leveled out, when Lainey suggested we may have reached our destination. I'd have to say I was thrilled to finally have a chance to crawl out from behind the wheel, and when I opened the door, the wonderfully fresh and clean air of the woods we parked beside felt heavenly. I stretched my back out while Lainey called out into the night, to hear her voice echo across the seemingly empty woods. As soon as she yelled out, the forest's inhabitants suddenly sprung to life. Crickets chirped, feet and hooves, both tiny and larger, scampered across the leaves, while wings fluttered and flapped against the branches, carrying birds up into the sky. I couldn't help but laugh at my sister's goofy chuckles after she awoke the creatures of the forest, accompanied by her wide, enthusiastic grin. But things settled back down after a while. We didn't do much else for the remainder of that night, aside from chugging down a few beers and grilling some burgers. When I woke up the following morning, Lainey was already gone. I was worried at first, but I assumed she had just ventured out into the woods for a bit, to take in the beauty of it all. I still wish she would have waited for me, but she was often prone to waking at a far more premature hour than I. Honestly, I didn't mean to sleep in, but I think my body had been exhausted from the hours of driving. While I was in the middle of making some breakfast, I saw my sister clearing the tree line with a huge smile on her face. "This may be one of the coolest spots we have ever been to," she said, with her excited grin lighting up her wide eyes. "Want to go for a hike after you eat?" She was practically hopping in place, coming off like a giddy little kid. "Hell yes. You hungry?" "Nah, too excited to eat," she replied with a laugh. She'd get like that sometimes. She could be easily distracted, and it didn't take much to make her light up like a kid on Christmas morning, but it still made me smile every time. She had that infectious kind of happiness. It was almost impossible not to share her inherent joy and love of life. So, I finished up making my food, scarfed it down, and grabbed my pack to head out into the wild with my sister. It was absolutely beautiful behind the tree line, and quite spacious within. There was no trail to speak of, but the terrain wasn't particularly bumpy either. I had the feeling that ours were the first human feet to walk between these trees in some time, though the squirrels, deer, and other occupants did not seem especially alarmed by our presence. If anything, they appeared more friendly than those of many other forests we had spent time in over the years. A curious doe even walked directly up to me at one point, allowing me to run my fingers across the soft fur of her back. Lainey and I just smiled at each other before she sprinted back over the mound she had trotted around at first. After walking in varying directions for some hours, we settled down in a wide clearing, with a slender stream running through its center to a glistening pond not far from where we parked. Sometime later that day, we'd head back to the camper to grab our tents, chairs, portable grill, and fishing poles, to camp out in that lovely open space, as it was just too good to resist. I truly wish that we could have spent days in those woods, with each being as wonderful as that one, as I grilled the fish I caught in the pond, while Lainey danced to the music echoing from my little Bluetooth speaker. I felt more content than I ever had before. I suppose that happiness was just too good to last. The sound that pulled me from my sleep sometime during the night was unlike anything I had ever heard. It was something like a wailing that would accompany someone hysterically crying, combined with something mechanical, almost. It wasn't like rusty sprockets turning, or chains rattling against gears, but more like a slipping belt squealing, or worn brake pads scraping against the rotor. It's hard to explain, really, because it wasn't exactly similar to anything I was familiar with. I know it sounds like I'm just babbling, but that's how it, I guess, felt, more than sounded. I sat straight up in my sleeping bag, which made me feel like some sort of bug attempting to escape its cocoon. I unzipped my tent, peeking my head through like a freaked-out kid, afraid of a potential monster in the closet, or perhaps nestled under the bed. When I saw that Laney's tent was open too, I practically ran out of mine, replacing my fear of what may be lurking in the darkness with concern for my sister. It was freezing outside, far more so than it had been when I laid down. I pulled my jacket and flashlight out of my backpack and headed out into the night. After confirming her tent was indeed vacant, I had no way of knowing which way she'd gone. She was always more curious than I, so I had little doubt she was seeking out the source of the sound that was still echoing from somewhere in the distance. It was a good deal softer than it had been when it caused me to jerk awake, but loud enough to be able to trace what direction it was coming from. I don't know if it was the cold, or just how eerie the trees looked through the beam of my flashlight. That was making me shiver, but I could barely hold the damn thing straight. The fog that blew from my mouth when I exhaled didn't help things appear any less creepy either. As the sound increased in volume, I hoped it was because I was getting closer, and not whatever was causing it to grow more. I don't know. Agitated. "Laney," I called out, not quite whispering, but not especially loud. My brain hadn't yet decided if it thought the noises belonged to anything living, but it hadn't ruled out the possibility. Either way, it wouldn't allow my voice to fully expose me. "Sis, where are you?" "Brian." I heard my name echoing from somewhere beyond the trees ahead. "It's beautiful, Brian." It didn't entirely sound like my sister's voice. Similar, but not quite right, if that makes sense. It was enough to allow me to assume I was going the right direction, but it was also enough to cause me to slow down a little. I could feel the pulse throbbing in my neck, as well as my chest beating against the fabric of my shirt. The bizarre sound now combined with the beating of my heart on the inner lining of my ears, causing me to feel even more on edge. The plumes I breathed began to combine with a subtle mist that caressed the forest floor, made even more unnerving by a subtle light emanating from somewhere ahead. My surroundings grew more visible, but it was more like I could just see more clearly. Things didn't appear to be especially illuminated by the dim light, but I could make out that the trees around me were rotting and dead. Their blackened barks were split, with a dark ooze leaking from within. The leaves I could make out that lined the ground beneath the sporadic fog all looked to be as lifeless and discolored as everything else around me. Every branch was bare, and each bled that same thick pus. When I finally cleared the rows and rows of deceased trees, I came to another clearing, large, but much smaller than the one we had set up our tents in. My sister was in the very center of the almost perfectly circular area. She had her back to me, with her arms outstretched from the body which appeared to float above the mist, which had grown far thicker than it had in the forest of the dead I left behind. There was nothing else around her, though she still moaned her words in that borderline foreign voice. "It's so goddamn beautiful, Brian. What's beautiful, Lane?" I could make out nothing I would consider even remotely pleasing to the eye, nor could I figure out what caused my sister to hover a foot or two from the ground. As I approached her, that disturbing sound now surrounded me, as opposed to being where I was headed towards. When I turned my head to each side, seeking the source of the noise, I screamed out, horrified by the hands which reached out from the trees that lined the circumstance of the clearing. There were more of them than I took the time to count, each with darkened flesh that looked as rotten as the bark and branches they reached through. As I watched on, slender, almost skeletal legs stepped out, followed by sunken, emaciated torsos and abnormally small, spherical heads with orange, glowing eyes peering through. Each of the creatures slowly broke free of the tree line in jerky, staggered movements. I could hear bones shift and crackle as the scrawny arms and legs sliced through the fog. That sound emitted from what I would assume to be their mouths, though I could make out no openings in those tiny, roundel heads. Only the bright, beady eyes glaring towards where my sister floated. "Lane, we gotta go." She didn't respond, only continued to moan and whimper, which contrasted with the sound of the blackened creatures to form noises which almost made me feel sick to my stomach. Hey. God. Damn it. Snap out of it! I screamed at my sister, wrapping my hand on her right wrist, turning her to face me, reaching out from somewhere within her head, beaming through her eyes, nose, and mouth. Those things were getting closer. Regardless of how slowly their staggered movements pushed them forwards, their wails were so much louder now, causing a thin stream of blood to leak from my ears. It was practically deafening by this point, inspiring me to scream out, just to make sure I still had a voice, while yelling my sister's name as hard as I could. Lainey! Fucking snap out of it! Though it made my chest hurt. I slapped my hand across her face as hard as I could. As her head jerked to the side, the light shining through her beamed across the creatures to her left, showing me a better glimpse of the sunken cheeks and withered flesh before it snuffed out, blinking her eyes back to the real world. Fucking ouch, Bray, she said, not even noticing when her feet made contact with the ground. Are you here? What? Of course What the fuck is that? She screamed, finally noticing the approaching horde. Double, what the fuck are they, Bry? I don't know, Lane, but we have to get the fuck away from here. Are you with me? Her whole body shook while she rapidly nodded her head, darting her eyes all around her. We were surrounded by those things, and they were edging closer but there was space between them. If we ran fast enough, I was sure we could get through. We gotta run, sis. As fast as we can, okay? She nodded again, and I wrapped my trembling fingers around her shivering hand. I hoped I spun to face us in the right direction, but I planned to just keep running until we got back to the camper. I didn't care about the tents, nor any of the other shit we had left in the clearing where we set up camp for the night. I just wanted to get the hell away from here as soon as I could. We ran between two of those things, though they were closer together than I had hoped. I pushed one back, feeling its rough and cushioned tissue give way against my palm, before the other reached out to grab Lainey by the wrist. She screamed out, attempting to pull away from it, but the grip was tight. Another was moving in from the other side, giving us little time to get her loose. I just punched at that rotten flesh of its arm, while kicking at its withered knees. Its sound bellowed in an angered screech, causing my sister and I both to share an equally loud scream, before I slugged the thing in the face over and over again, finally causing it to let Lainey's arm slip from its grasp, giving the rest of the jerkily approaching mob no chance to get any closer. As soon as Lane was free, we hauled ass, hopefully, back the way we came. I could still both feel and hear that echoing chorus of haunting howls behind us, causing my head to spin, damn near sending me to the ground. But it was Lainey who kept me on my feet this time. Hand in hand we plundered onwards, breaking free of the forest of the blackened and deceased trees, back into the clearing where our tents still stood in place. We were almost to the other side of that clearing before I realized my keys were still in the tent. I told Lainey to continue on to the camper, while I spun in place to see the creatures already breaking through the tree line. Keep going, I called to my sister as I sprinted back to the tent, with those things moving considerably more quickly than they had before, which, given the fact their movements were still incredibly staggered and jerky, made the whole scene look even more bizarre. I yanked my pants, which held my keys in their pocket, from the floor of the tent, with the rotted figures closing the gap between us more and more by the second. I pulled free of my tent, while three of the things reached out towards me, but I leapt away from them before they could make contact. Lainey still stood where I had left her, visibly shaking from head to toe, but I locked my fingers around hers once more when I got alongside her, as we resumed our effort to escape. The whimpering, metallic shrieks from behind us, combined now with the scampering of their feet crackling against the dried leaves lining the forest floor. As I looked back to see how close they were, I noticed anything living around them was growing as blackened and lifeless as they appeared. As they passed between and through the trees, they were maybe 15 feet from our backs, but that just inspired me to force my legs to speed their pursuit of freedom. practically pulling my sister along. Finally, I could make out the moonlight reflecting off the windows of the camper ahead. I hoped to God and everything I held holy that I'd left the damn thing unlocked, which, to my surprise, I had as my sister pulled the side door open. With me jumping in after her, I slammed it shut, sliding the simple lock to the side before hopping into the driver's seat and cranking the engine as soon as I convinced my trembling fingers to feed the key into the ignition. As I heard the glorious familiar rumbling echoing from under the hood, it was accompanied by the sounds of pounding and scraping on the outside wall of our home, away from home, on wheels. I cranked the radio up in an attempt to drown out the creature's wails, along with what sounded to be metal being sliced into and pulled apart. I pushed the pedal to the floor so damn hard I thought I may crush it through the floorboard. But I felt the wheels spin in place before they secured themselves enough to force us along the road, away from that goddamn forest from hell. Even with credence loudly warning us there may be a bad moon rising, I could still hear the pounding of those little feet across the pavement as they fought to chase us down. But I wouldn't let up, though I was incredibly unfamiliar with this winding and bumpy road. I would be damned if I was going to let them catch us. The wheels violently bounced in and out of cracks and holes in the pavement, while skidding against the border of where the road met the steep drop off to our left. But I wouldn't allow us to yield our descent from the mountain. Lainey was still whimpering and screaming out with every jump and skid, but I wouldn't break my focus. The wails from somewhere behind the rear bumper were fading more as we approached the town, lost to the past. But I still pressed the gas as hard as I could. I almost lost control of the long camper as I turned back onto the two-lane road of the broken-down old city. But I managed to control it, even after the tires on the right side lifted from the crumbled concrete. I sped onto curbs to avoid the debris scattered across the road, as well as the tipped-over lamp posts and various street signs. I didn't even think about letting up, even after passing by the faded and warped city limits signpost, still neatly hidden behind the unkempt overgrowth surrounding the deserted single-lane road. I didn't allow the blood to return to my whitened knuckles until I finally began to see signs of life outside of the ghost town and the forest of the damned behind it, before pulling into the 24-hour truck stop close to the exit to the exit interstate. "It hurts, Bri," Lainey said while I examined where the blackened and frigid fingers had wrapped around her wrist. She was bordering on tears while I gently turned her arm over in an attempt to see how bad it was under the flickering fluorescent lights of the gas station restroom. The imprint of a slender hand appeared to be almost burned into her flesh, along with 5 little pin-prick holes, each oozing thin streams of dark blood. I tried to wash her wounds as well as I could, but even the slightest pressure I applied with the moistened paper towels caused her to wince and practically buckle from the pain. Being both untrained and unable to do anything to actually treat the damage to her skin, I grabbed some ibuprofen, antibiotic cream, and gauze from the truck stop. I applied the ointment to the inside of the gauze before wrapping her arm to avoid causing her more pain than necessary. I wanted to take her to the emergency room, but she wouldn't have it. I made her promise she would go have it checked out if it either got any worse or didn't show any signs of improvement after a few days had passed, but she still seemed reluctant. She was never one to seek out medical assistance, as she was both somewhat untrusting of doctors and a bit grossed out by hospitals in general. She had always been a bit of a germaphobe, but that would never keep her from exploring the darker and more gritty places of the world. It did seem a bit contradictory to me, but I'm sure I have my own share of oddball aspects to my personality to her, and just about anyone else, so I wouldn't hold it against her or anything. Still, I was worried about this one. God knows what sort of fungus those, whatever the heck they were, had pasted to their rancid flesh. Regardless of how late the hour had grown, nor how far from home we were at this point, Lainey begged me to get back on the road, to head back home. I had tried to suggest a hotel for the night, but I couldn't blame her for wanting to get as far away from that mountain as possible. Of course, I was far beyond exhausted at that point, not to mention growing more worried about my sister by the moment, but I did what she asked. If nothing else, I would be able to keep an eye on her, to make sure the marks on her wrist didn't spread, or somehow worsen her condition to something more than just a tired and freaked out woman. My mind was still reeling from what we'd seen out there, but I still had no idea what she had been through before I awoke. The eerie little creatures were one thing, but I wanted so badly to ask her what left her floating above the ground, bordering on some sort of catatonic ecstasy, or whatever the hell that was. I had already tried to ask her a few times, but whenever I brought it up, she would begin to shiver and cry again. She had seemed in such awe and wonder while she hovered only feet above the foggy forest floor. But whatever it was that she saw only brought fear back to the forefront of her mind. As much as I wanted answers to what truly happened out in those woods, up on that mountain, behind the town that time forgot, I would have to wait until she was ready. Of course, I didn't realize at the time that my nightmare had only just begun. It felt as though it took twice as long to get back home than it did to make our way out to the mysterious ghost town in the first place. But that may have simply been the fact that both the camper and I were running on fumes when we arrived back onto my street. Lainey had calmed down considerably, especially since she slept for a good half of the trip. I would have loved to have been able to pass out for a bit myself, but I was certain she needed it far more than I. Yes, I hadn't exactly enjoyed much of a rest for the portion of the night I spent in my sleeping bag, but I still had no idea how long she had been awake before I showed up. I hated to think what could have happened had I not arrived before those things came staggering through the trees, given the marks on her wrists that still looked quite fresh. I could only imagine what they were capable of if they had more time to spend with their victims. My sister agreed to stay at my place for a few days, as we had already planned on being out of town for at least a long week. She still refused to see a doctor, but she didn't resist my insistence that I had to be allowed to keep an eye on her. Of course, I wouldn't be able to do much until I got some much-needed sleep. Before I hit the sack, I ordered some pizza, as neither of us had eaten much over the previous 24 hours. But once my stomach was content, I passed out as soon as my head hit the pillow. My dreams took me back to that foggy clearing in the woods, but it was more in that distorted and far removed from real-life imagery that the sleeping brain takes us to. I won't say it wasn't exactly a nightmare or anything, but it wasn't enough to cause me to jerk awake in a cold sweat or anything either. I've always had a bit of clarity in a dream state, finding even the most horrific ones a bit too far-fetched to believe to be taking place in the waking world. I'm not a lucid dreamer or anything. I like to think I just generally have enough awareness to know what's real and what isn't. It had been around 5 in the afternoon when I pulled back into my driveway. So, when I finally reopened my eyes, it was nearing 7 in the morning. I hadn't paid much attention to what time it had been when I crashed for the night, but my body felt pretty content from the longer than normal rests, albeit a bit sore from laying in one place for so long. Well worth the price, I thought, as I dragged my heels to take a shower, where I stayed for a good half hour at least. When I finally strolled back into my living room, I saw no trace of Lainey, causing my heartbeat to quicken as I stood staring at the vacant blanket and pillow on my couch. In a way, I wasn't surprised, but I had still been hopeful she would stick around like she promised. She has always been a free spirit, though, even while she maintained eye contact when she gave me her word she wouldn't go anywhere without me for a few days. I think I knew she was full of crap. Maybe I was just too damn beat to read too much into it at the time. I still took a compulsory look around my home, along with the camper parked outside to make sure she wasn't just hiding out. I thought she may have also experienced some nightmares about the events that still seemed barely believable at the time, and even more so as I look over some of the words I've already written. Of course, she wasn't around, but I could only hope she was all right. I considered calling my mom to see if she had heard from Lainey, but they hadn't really been on speaking terms since my sister moved out. Honestly, I think they had barely talked since before the divorce, but I can't speak to the times I wasn't around. I can't necessarily say if it was some sort of grudge between my parents and sister, but any time I brought her up to either of my folks, they would just act like they didn't want to talk about it. We weren't exactly a close-knit family, but I did long for the more simple times on occasion. Back when I was a kid, 2 more days went by and I still hadn't heard anything from Lainey, nor could I even get in contact with her. I was growing more and more worried by the day, leading me to call around the hospitals in the area to see if anyone matching her description had been admitted. It set my mind a little more at ease when none showed any records of anyone by my sister's name or appearance. But I was still very uncertain about the whole thing. She was often prone to just being gone for extended periods of time over the years. But I was still spooked by the events that led us to cut our trip short. After yet another day passed with no sign of my sister, I finally gave in and decided to reach out to my folks. I didn't want to talk about any of this on the phone, so I hopped in the car and headed to my dad's place first. I could see my sister being far more likely to talk to him than our mom, as he was most certainly the more understanding and open-minded of my folks. But, neither of them were ever particularly open to the topic. Truth be told, I didn't talk much with my parents anymore either, as they had grown so self-consumed and distant over the years. This was not a situation I needed to leave alone, though. Even if it could be a bit awkward, I had to give it a shot. I still highly doubted Lainey would ever think about getting in contact with either of them, but I just didn't know what else to do at that point. As I drew closer to the house my father shared with my stepmother, I realized I should at least place a call to ensure he would actually be at home. Something I felt stupid for not doing before driving the 30 or so miles to get there. Given my erratic thoughts and concerns for my sister's well-being, I couldn't fault myself for being so unfocused. But it had to be done. I was already within the last few minutes of my journey. So, when I received no reply from the call, I didn't immediately turn back. I thought I may be able to at least wait for him for a bit, if he wasn't home. When I pulled into his driveway, next to my dad's glossy black Expedition, I noticed the garage door was open, assuming he may indeed be home after all. I headed to the front door and knocked, inadvertently pushing it ajar, as it was apparently unlatched. I called out to my father while nudging the door farther open. Peering my head around the side, I was barely aware of my own scream when my eyes met the bloodied mess across the living room. I couldn't remotely convince my own limbs to move as I stood frozen in place, glaring at what appeared to have once been my father. I couldn't even fathom what could have done this to him, but my thoughts were not nearly focused enough to make any sort of clear judgment at the time. His left arm looked as though it had been pulled from the socket, as the bone protruding from the discarded limb was not jagged, but rounded. There were deep gashes across his chest and remaining arm. Both eyes were replaced by dark and weedy scarlet globs, and his jaw had been torn from the skull on the left side, leaving it hanging loosely from grizzled strips of tissue. His legs were splayed in opposing directions, with shards of bone splitting through the flesh of his thighs and shins, and blood still seeping out from within, as well as having sprayed across each and every wall in the room. Regardless of how far removed from my parents' life had grown over the years, I still found myself kneeling on the floor beside my father's remains, holding him in my arms, while still screaming out in horrified shock. When someone else entered the house behind me, I was only vaguely aware of the cold metal of the handcuffs snapping around each wrist, as well as the fact my hands had been pulled from my dad's corpse. In the first place, I was still in that mentally vacant state over the course of the ride to the police station, finally coming back to awareness, sitting straight up in a drab, gray, concrete walled room. "Why'd you do it, you piece of crap?" the middle-aged, balding man in the wrinkled suit said, breaking me from my catatonic state. "Answer me. What?" "No, I didn't. Nonsense." "Cool it, Jerry," the taller man with the salt and pepper, messy hair said. I could only assume he was to be my good co-pager for the remainder of the interrogation. I can't say I exactly had much experience with this sort of thing, but I had watched enough movies in my time to be familiar with the concept. I never actually knew if this was a real thing that the police do, but I had to believe I was not just coincidentally locked in a room with two such polarizing different personalities. "Why don't you just tell us what happened?" "Yeah," good cop asked. I don't know. I just got there and saw him like, nonsense, Bad Cop said, pounding the table with his fists. We know you killed him. What? You didn't get what you wanted for Christmas. He didn't love you enough. Just tell the goddamn truth, you piece. Jerry, you're not helping. Let the kid tell us his side of the... We already know his side. Idiot brutally murdered his old man and... What, we should put on kid gloves? I ain't never seen stuff like that. I didn't do it. I swear to Christ I didn't. I just went to see him and found him like that. I said, practically begging them to listen. Before I knew it, Bad Cop pulled me from my uncomfortable chair, slamming me up against the solid wall. I coughed and gagged as the oxygen was thrust from my lungs and into the greasy, bald man's face. You're a murderer? You piece of crap. Admit it, he said through gritted teeth, with his nose practically rubbing alongside my own. I didn't do it. I swear, I said, wheezing, still trying to catch my breath. While Good Cop pulled the portly guy off me, I fell to the ground, buckled over, still gasping. Bad Cop pushed Good Cop away after they exchanged some heated words, before the chunky bald guy headed for the door, pounding on it to get the attention of the guard posted on the other side. I gathered myself up, while the thin man with the salt and pepper hair helped me to my feet. Sorry, kid. He gets a little bit heated. I swear I didn't. Look, just take a seat. I'll give you a few minutes to cool off. Want something to drink? Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. After he left the room, I was left alone to attempt to process everything, which was no easy task, regardless of my being far from close to either of my parents. The sight of what was left of my dad was practically etched into my brain. That, combined with the fact I appeared to be the lone suspect in his murder, left my thoughts far more erratic than they had been before I left my home that morning. I just couldn't wrap my mind around it. What had happened, as well as the recent events which left my sister's whereabouts unknown to me. I had absolutely no clue as to how the hell I was going to get out of this. Yes, I knew I was innocent. But as long as they were focused on me for the crime, they would not have a chance of tracking down whoever or whatever did that to my old man. I couldn't even imagine what could be capable of inflicting such horrendous brutality. After a while, Good Cop walked back in, accompanied by a younger guy in a nice gray suit, who was revealed to be a lawyer my mother had contacted to help me. He looked to be maybe a few years older than me, with perfectly styled, dirty blonde hair and a tidy beard. He introduced himself as Derek MacArthur from the law firm of MacArthur and he. Apparently his father was quite the well-respected attorney, as was his partner, Abby Heath. He assured me I was in good hands, and they planned to have me released within a few hours, as the evidence was circumstantial at best, regardless of the fact I was still covered in my father's blood. Before I would be permitted to leave, I had to allow them to take possession of my clothing, as well as providing DNA samples, along with giving a statement on my account of the day's events. Bad Cop still stared knives at me from the other side of the table, while Good Cop continued to play the part of my best buddy. Both looked quite unhappy when MacArthur stuck a fork in the discussion, before leading me out of the police station, wearing some fresh clothes my mom had brought by. Though I was beyond relieved to feel the fresh air hitting my face again, I was still stunned by everything that had occurred that day. The following days blended together, during which I repeated the story I had told the police numerous times. Everyone from my mother and her husband, Carl, to my stepmother, Brienne, wanted to know what had happened. It wasn't easy to recount what I had seen, especially to Brienne, but I suppose they needed to know what I knew, which wasn't much, truth be told. MacArthur was still content with the notion that I had nothing to worry about, but I was still terrified, both of what I could be facing, as well as the things I had witnessed over the previous days. Maybe 2 weeks later, after several more visits from detectives and lawyers, I finally got some answers to the craziness of late. Truths I was not prepared for. I returned to my home around mid-afternoon, after having to attend yet another meeting with my attorney. I had grown exhausted from the situation, but it wasn't in my hands to put an end to it. Yes, I knew myself to be innocent, as did MacArthur. Or so he claimed anyway. But it felt as though we were making absolutely no progress, as the only evidence revealed in my dad's home pointed to me. I was far more than stressed, and quite mentally checked out while I drove the far too familiar roads to reach the solitude of my house, that I didn't even notice my guest when I arrived. I was paying little attention to anything around me. After I swung my door open, I just strolled over to my favorite chair, flopped down into it, and flipped on the television. It wasn't until I heard the voice from behind me that I realized I was not alone. "Hey, little brother." "What the heck?" I yelled, almost falling out of my chair as I had assumed myself to be the only resident of my home. "Lane, where the hell have you been?" I got up and walked over to where she stood at the back of the room, but she held her hand out before I got close enough to wrap my arms around her. "Stay back, kiddo," she said, with wide eyes and a trembling lower lip into darkened veins. "Oh my God, Laney, we need to get you to a doctor. I can't, baby brother. They'll lock me away." She now waved both arms in front of her, looking downright terrified at the thought of facing possible involvement from the authorities. "Lane, that does not look good. I mean, it looks like he's infected or something. If we don't get you to the emergency room, you may end up losing the hand. It may already be too far gone. It doesn't matter what happens to me. I've done." She cut her own words short as she covered her face with the hand that was attached to her untarnished wrist, which now had tears leaking from behind it. "What have you done, Lane?" I almost didn't want to ask, but I feared I already knew the answer. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't stop it. I didn't even realize what I was doing until there was so much blood, Bry. I wanted to console her, but she still wouldn't allow it. "Stay back," she screamed, holding her hand out once more. "Laney, please just..." "No," she yelled, getting to her feet and running for the back door before I could wrap my arms around her. "Laney!" I called out, chasing after her. I was closing the gap between us as she threw open the door, but I couldn't even hope to catch up after she freed herself from my home. She was just so goddamn fast. I had never seen anyone move like that before. For a moment, I had entertained the idea that she was transforming into one of those things from the woods, as those blackened veins were almost reminiscent of their rotten flesh. But they had barely even moved in any human manner, while she now seemed as though she could outrun my car with little to no effort. I still made an attempt to chase her down, but I knew it was pointless before I even reached the end of my backyard, as she was barely visible by that point. I still tried, though. I kept running in the direction she had fled towards, even after I could no longer see her. I held on to some sort of hope that she may run out of energy before long, possibly dropping her to the ground. But that was wishful thinking at best. After a solid 10 minutes at least, I finally gave in to the splitting in my side, gasping for breath while almost buckling to the concrete. I knew I wouldn't be able to find her now, but I still returned to my car, after my head stopped spinning, to drive out in hopes of being able to maybe find some trace of where she had gone. I spent hours speeding from one neighborhood to the next, up and down back roads, and even out towards the interstate. But it had been pointless to begin with. When I finally returned to my house, I allowed the gravity of what she had told me to set in. "So much blood," she had said. Those words bounced around in my head for some time, until I allowed the truth to break through the wall my own denial had begun to build around itself. "She killed him," I said aloud, finally accepting it, admitting to myself that my own beloved sister was the one who killed our father with such brutality. I just sat there, glaring at the nothingness behind my television, which was still tuned into whatever it was I had been watching before Laney broke me away from it. I could neither focus on it, nor anything else, other than what she had done. I knew that it had to be due to whatever the hell those things in the woods were, but them being on the other side of the country made them far from my current dilemma. What concerned me at that moment was that I needed to get my sister some help. couldn't allow her to be taken into custody for something I knew she would never have done, had she not been, altered. That alone made her innocent in my eyes. Yes, she had torn our dad to shreds, something I still had trouble wrapping my mind around. But it wasn't her. Not entirely, anyway. Somewhere in the midst of my brooding over all of the chaotic craziness, I suddenly broke free from my pensive stare, practically leaping back to my feet. I ran to my bedroom to fetch my phone from the charger. Before it dawned on me, it was still in my damn pocket. I placed the call to my mom as soon as I was able, feeling my heart slam against the inner wall of my chest. Pick up. Pick up. Pick up. I rambled over and over, while every beat of the dial tone caused my breathing to grow more erratic. Pick up, I screamed out one last time, before my mother's voice greeted me from the recording, requesting that I leave a message at the beep. Damn, I yelled, jogging towards my front door, while placing the call for a second time, knowing full well it would result in the same thing. Before I knew it, I was speeding much faster than I knew I should have. But I had to get to my mom's place. I had to be sure she was safe. With the knowledge of who had actually murdered my father, I knew I had to intervene before my sister inflicted the same thing on my mom. Whatever that thing was that grabbed her by the wrist had infected her with something. I had no doubt about that, but I couldn't help her if she wouldn't allow me to. The only thing I hoped I could do was stop her from what I had little doubt she was planning. My tires tore into the front lawn of my mother's house, after I screeched them to a halt, halfway in the driveway and half in the grass. I ran from the car to her front door, leaving the engine running as I wanted to waste as little time as possible. As soon as I knocked my fist against the wood, the door swung open to reveal Carl, my stepfather, standing behind it. "What's up, kid?" he asked with a puzzled and somewhat annoyed expression, made even more aggravated after his eyes met where my tires had torn into the grass. "Carl, hi. Is my mom around?" I was panting as I spoke, still gasping for the breath that had not seemed to fill my lungs since I chased after Lainey. She stepped out for a few. "Would you care to wait for her inside?" He pulled the door open further, before cutting his eyes back to the shredded lawn with my wheels buried. He clenched his jaw, but still spoke in a friendly tone, though I could make out the underlying annoyance underneath. I glanced back at my car before giving Carl an apologetic shrug. "Let me adjust my parking real quick. Sorry about the lawn." I gave a pitiful excuse for a nonsense chuckle before heading back over to my vehicle. "Just come on in when you're done," he said, wearing a facsimile of a grin. In all honesty, I never much cared for Carl, a feeling that I was certain to be mutual. He wasn't a bad guy overall. He just always had that "I don't stink" look on his face, and he had a tendency to sort of look down his nose at me. I don't think he had ever even met Lainey, since she didn't come around anyone but me since the divorce. But I'm sure he would have treated her the same way if he had. It took far longer than necessary to regulate the parking of my car, but I was in no rush to share my mom's place with her husband for any longer than I had to. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I think I was hoping that she'd pull in behind me before I would have to drag my heels into the house. Unfortunately, it appeared that I would have little choice but to just bite down and deal with Carl for the time being. He was just sitting on the recliner when I let myself in, staring at his phone, while barely acknowledging my entry. I was still moving slowly, even if we did officially share the room already. But I could tell he was about as excited about this as I, while he did his best to continue to ignore me, though this was the house I grew up in. Something about it felt foreign to me these days. It could be no more than the fact I no longer lived there, or just the fact that good old Carl appeared right at home in it. He just nodded his head to my request, so I strolled into the kitchen, fully planning on grabbing my beverage and sitting at the dining table to avoid the man as much as I could. That was my intention anyway, before the scream caused me to drop the beer, shattering the bottle into both thick and fine shards of reflective green glass. while the liquid within splashed across the tile floor. By the time my short sprint brought me back to the living room, blood had already sprayed across the dark wood of the coffee table, as well as the front door and wall. It still dripped from Lainey's fingers, which had only just pulled themselves free from her stepdad's throat when I entered. She didn't even look up at me, as my wailing took the place of my stepfather's now gargling voice. There was nothing especially deformed or maliciously expressive in her eyes, as she grabbed both of his arms, before thrusting her heel against his chest, to pull his limbs free from his torso. She still wore my sister's kind face, her warm smile, and almost childlike eyes, while globs of crimson and chunks of grizzled meat slapped across her own body. As Carl's spewing shoulders gave way, I was borderline paralyzed and rooted to the spot, as I watched her rip more and more from what was once a middle-aged, condescending idiot. Somewhere within the chaos of my frenzied and shell-shocked mind, I wondered why she kept tearing her fingers through his flesh, as it appeared her initial attack had put an end to his life. But she just wouldn't stop. I knew it was my beloved sister. I watched shred our mother's husband, but I was also well aware that it wasn't, regardless of the light-hearted glint in her eye, as though she were doing nothing more than messily preparing a meal. I had to put an end to this. After what she had done to our father, I had no reason to believe she would stop after this. I loved my sister more than anyone else in this world, but I could not allow her to go on this way. For all intents and purposes, Lainey died on that mountain. Whatever I brought back with me could not be permitted to live on in her place. Finally convincing my shuddering limbs to function again, I charged at my sister, connecting my tightly balled fist with the side of her face. Blood sprayed across my knuckles, but I couldn't tell if it was hers, or just some of my stepfather's bodily fluids, as she was currently soaked from head to toe in them. She fell back onto the floor, before gazing up at me with a look of shock on her face, an expression of one who had been betrayed by the only person they loved. I felt the tears well in my eyes as we stared at each other. The stabbing pain in my chest was not from fear, but from the agony of knowing what had to be done. "What the heck, Bri?" she asked, her own eyes glassy and trembling. "Look what you did, Lane," I replied, choking on the words as they rippled from my throat. Her mouth drooped as she looked upon what she had done to Carl. She blinked from his remains to her blood-soaked hands and back to me, still holding my fist out before me like a shield. She began shaking her head, pushing herself across the floor, away from the bloodied heap of what was once a man. No. I didn't do this. I couldn't." She gazed back into my eyes, hers now flowing tears down her reddened cheeks, though I couldn't tell if her own blood flushed beneath the surface, or if it was just liquid Carl smeared across her skin. "Lane, I saw you. I watched it happen. You have to stop." "Bri, what?" I couldn't." "You did. You killed Dad, too." No, I wouldn't. You did, Lane. You even told me you did. You even told me you did. You remember coming to my place?" "No, how did I get here? What's going on, baby brother?" We just stared at each other for a time, both of us in our own separate degree of shock. I knew she wasn't in control while she did those awful things, but I couldn't allow this to continue, even if I dreaded the thought of what I would have to do to put an end to her murderous rampage. While our glassy eyes glared into one another, I could tell she was of the same mind as I, as well as sharing the fear of what was to come. When she got back to her feet, there was a look of resolve on her face, one that I believe I also shared. She walked around with the dismembered body of our mother's husband, trying as much as she could to avoid stepping another foot into the thick scarlet fluids, which still spurted from his many grievous wounds. After the gap between us was closed, and we stood face to face, I felt my chest heaving, while my heart sank to the pit of my stomach. "You know what you have to do, Bri," Lainey said with her lips forming a quivering smile. I can't, Lane. Don't make me." I could feel the moisture drip from my chin, dampening the wrinkled Jimi Hendrix t-shirt I wore. My breathing skipped, while my heart fought to regulate itself, causing my trembling fingers to feel cold and absent of blood. "You have to, baby brother," she said, placing her hand on the side of my face, allowing me to feel the warmth of her skin upon my frigid cheek. After gazing at one another for more time than I can say, she once more lowered her hand, wrapping her fingers around mine. We walked side by side as she guided me to the kitchen, where the remains of the shattered bottle still lined the floor. She did not break her eyes from mine as she reached for the rack of knives perched on the marble countertop. She never broke her stare while she lay the hilt of the long blade in my hand before lifting it to her own throat. "Please," she said, sounding far more calm and accepting than I was even remotely capable of, as my hand shuddered so violently I could barely keep the knife gripped between my fingers and palm. "Don't make me," I pleaded, knowing she was certain this was necessary. "You love me, right? Of course. Then let me die as me." "Not what did that," she said, pointing towards the oozing corpse in the living room. I had to fight against her grip as she guided the blade I held into the flesh of her neck, instantly causing blood to stream from around where the cold metal pierced. I cried out, allowing the hopelessness to consume me, letting the tears spill into a veritable storm, soaking the fabric of my shirt while blending with the warm spray erupting from her throat. As the life began to leave the hands she still held in place around mine, they dropped to her side. I pulled the knife from her neck, tossing it to the floor to wrap my arms around her. The gargling from both her open, gushing throat and her gaping mouth did not distract from the childlike beauty of her eyes. As we continued to look upon each other, her mouth twitched as she fought to form her lips into a smile, and I attempted to return the sentiment, though my racing heart was slowly fragmented. Her body became heavier when the final sparks of life left her, and I allowed myself to sink to the floor, with my arms still clutching her tightly. I could barely form a rational thought over the course of what felt like hours of crouching on the tiles, running my fingers through her hair, wishing for nothing more than for her to inhale another sweet draw of oxygen into her now permanently deflated lungs. I stared down into her wide and blank eyes, allowing my tears to splash upon that final attempt at a loving smile, still frozen onto her face. Sometime later, I was vaguely aware of the front door creaking open, followed by a horrified squeal that finally broke my pensive stare from that of my sister. My mother was still wailing when she saw me perched on her kitchen floor as she ran towards me, rubbing her hands across my face and arms. "Who did this? Are you hurt? Answer me," she yelled, still searching my body for injuries. I had to stop her. I didn't want to. "It's not her fault?" "Who? You had to stop who?" "It was Laney, Mom. She killed him. Dad, too. It wasn't her, though." "Not really." "Beat Brian," she said, pulling her hands off me, as she backed away from where I sat, still holding the corpse of my beloved sister. Did you do this? What?" "No, Mom." It was Laney. My senses were returning, though my mind was still reeling. She was infected with something in the woods. It made her bad, I think. It wasn't her fault. "What the heck are you talking about, Brian?" "We went to some mountain behind an old ghost town. There were these things up there. They touched her. I think they infected her with..." "Brian, your sister has been dead for 13 years. You know that, right? What the hell is wrong with you?" "What?" "No. I looked down to see nothing but my own blood-stained jeans staring back up at me. I darted my eyes around the room, searching for any sign of my sister, but there wasn't even a trace. I saw the knife lying on the floor, but it was clean, besides the residual blood around its hilt. I began to lift myself up from the floor, causing my mother to jump, screaming out once more. "What the heck have you done, Brian?" "No, I didn't. It was..." I finally got back to my feet, attempting to wipe off the dry blood which had soaked into the skin of my hands, still seeing absolutely no trace of my sister. I felt my stomach churn as an endless stream of questions attacked my frenzied mind. "Stay back," my mother screamed, pulling a gun from her purse before outstretching it towards me in a shaking hand. "It wasn't me, Mom. I wouldn't. It was Lainey, Mom. I wouldn't. It was Lainey. I swear to God. I'm calling the police." She still held the gun trained on me, as much as she could with her very erratic aim at the time, while placing a call with her free hand. "Mom, I didn't. There's been a murder," she stuttered into the phone. "My husband, my son." Ha! I shook my head from side to side, backing away from the woman who had already determined me to be the killer. I knew I hadn't hurt anyone. Well, anyone besides my sister, but she made me do that. I knew I would never hurt anyone, but she just couldn't see it. I couldn't understand how she could believe me capable of such a thing, but I couldn't wait around to be thrown into a prison cell when I could never prove my innocence if I were locked away. Without giving it a second thought, I ran for the back door. 2 shots rang out from behind me, along with another terror-filled wail from my own mother, who I could barely believe had actually tried to shoot me. I didn't waste any time checking myself to see if any of the bullets hit their mark, as I just wanted to get as far away from there as I could. I don't know if my mom attempted to chase after me or what, but once I busted through the back door, I circled the house back to my car and hauled ass in a hurry. I was a good ways up the road when I heard the sirens in the distance, which I could only assume belonged to the police headed for my mom's place. But I did not stop driving until I got back to my home. I gathered up as many of my things as I could before loading up the camper and getting back on the road before giving the authorities a chance to catch up with me. I couldn't risk staying at a hotel, but I hoped I could keep my camper under the radar until I could clear this stuff up. I don't know what's real anymore. I know what I saw. I know what I've lived through, but any information I can find on my sister claims she died before my parents even divorced. I've known her my whole life. I've spent more time in Lainey's company than anyone else on this goddamn planet. She was the only person I could ever count on, and it was my hands that put an end to her life. I know that. I still feel the guilt of having to kill the only person I truly loved in this world, as well as the memories of all the good times we shared growing up. I'm slowly making my way across the country, hopeful that I can make it back to the town that time forgot before the police catch up with me. I swear my sister was not a monster, but I also know I didn't kill anybody. Unfortunately, I can't prove either of those facts to anyone, nor that Lainey was even real, until I truly understand what's going on myself. I'm terrified at even the thought of going back up that mountain, but I think it's the only choice I have left. Lainey was my best friend, and the only person I could ever count on. I have to find the answers to what made her do those horrific things, as well as why nobody remembers her but me. Well, remembers her to be alive anyway. I can't take back the things that happened, and I will never look upon my beloved sister again. But I hope to God I can at least rationalize it all. I don't know if those things in the woods changed reality in some way, or maybe even sent me somewhere else. But I know they did this. I know all of this insanity is connected to them, whatever the heck they are. I'll try to pick up some sort of weapons before I get back to that mountain, and I'll get to the truth of it all. Even if I have to gut a few of those creatures to make them listen to me, I'll set this right. I'll make everyone see it, one way or another. Just please believe me. I am innocent, and Lane was too. It wasn't her who did those things. She had the kindest and most loving heart, and would never ever do such a thing to anyone. I may have lost touch with reality a bit, but I will never believe she was capable of such horrifying acts. I won't even entertain the idea that I was responsible for them either. My sister wasn't a monster, and I swear to Christ, I am not one either. It took me a few days to make that cross-country trip back to the broken-down old city, as I only traveled at night. I was sure my mother had already told the police that I was responsible for the death of both her husband and ex, but I still maintained the belief that I was innocent, given the fact there was likely an all-points bulletin out for me. I couldn't risk exposing myself during the day. I followed the old movie tips for those hopeful to avoid the law, dyed my hair, muddied up my tag, and even crudely repainted my camper. I'm not a professional by any means, so I could only keep my fingers crossed that my meager attempt at a makeshift camouflage color scheme would be enough to not warrant any second glances from any police cars I may have inadvertently passed by. It wasn't pretty, but it did help a little when nestling the old girl behind whatever trees I found to hide out in before sunrise. Even though I'd spent a good deal of my life since moving out of my mother's house on my own, I still felt almost cripplingly lonesome, especially on those long days hiding in my camper. I would take some chances here and there, walking to local fast food joints, various stores and the like, but I always kept my head down and spoke as little as possible. Most of my gas stops were at night, and I would only use cash for my transactions. I pulled every cent I had out of the bank before giving the authorities a chance to lock me out, so I was sure I had enough to cover whatever I may need. Since Lainey had done the majority of the navigating from the passenger seat, I wasn't entirely certain if I was going the right direction when I neared the border of the state that housed the ghost town. I ended up backtracking quite a few times, basically getting myself more lost. I didn't recognize anything. The closer I got, I was sure I was at least in the neighborhood, but I'd gotten so turned around. I had to find a new hiding spot for the day before I'd be able to pick my quest back up after nightfall. I was yelling and cursing while I searched for a good place to park, feeling my face burn from the frustration of being so close, yet so far. When I finally found the day's resting area, I cut the engine off and just sat there, feeling as though my ears were billowing thick plumes of smoke, while fighting against the urge to beat the hell out of my steering wheel. I controlled my building rage to the best of my ability, as I couldn't risk unwarranted damage to my RV. I stared through the windshield, focusing on calming my breathing, while gazing upon yet another series of trees beyond the glass. I was growing incredibly tired of this whole ordeal, but I had little choice but to plunder on, and just hope to God I could find a way to fix the train wreck my life had become. Not only was I a wanted man for crimes I was certain I hadn't committed, but I missed my sister terribly. Maybe it was that very state of mind, combined with being quite disconnected from reality, that made what happened next seem far less disturbingly bizarre. "You're not far off now, Bri," Lainey said from the passenger seat. "Damn, I can't tell. Feel like I've just been driving in circles for the last few hours." Somehow, I had felt her with me this whole time, and somewhere in my chaotic mind, I knew she couldn't be, but I didn't question it when she spoke from beside me. Perhaps I just wanted her to still be alive so badly. Her sudden appearance was simply my only way to deal with everything. "I can help you find your way back there, if you want," she said, giving me her classic playful smile. Hell yes, I'm only getting myself more lost by the minute. "Want to get going then?" "Nah, can't risk it in the daytime. Can't fix this if I'm behind bars, you know." "Yeah, I gotcha. Probably a good call." We talked for a bit just like we always did. No particular topic, just one pointless subject led to the other. We laughed and joked about all of the craziness of the last few days, though it felt quite the grim discussion to be making light of. Still, it felt amazing to have her by my side again, and her being there made me far more confident that I may actually be able to pull this off. After a while, we took a stroll to find a place to grab something to eat. She was still as bouncy and enthusiastic as she had been when we first parked the old camper beside those very woods we were headed back to, and her joy was just as contagious as always. By the time we found a local diner, just off the road a mile or two from where we parked, I had almost forgotten how terrified I was about what lay ahead. I got some strange looks from the waitress and the guy behind the counter flipping burgers. As it would seem, they could not see the person I was talking to, but the food tasted amazing nonetheless. After I noticed their erratic glances, I slid out of the seat to join my sister on the other side, with my back to the staff of the small roadside cafe. Lainey chuckled, joking about how crazy I must have looked to them, but I attempted to keep my words and laughs to a minimum. As unusual a situation as it was, I think Lane and I both were well aware that she wasn't exactly there, but it didn't bother us. In some ways, I think I just saw the girl whose company I shared as the restless spirit of my beloved sister, more so than a manifestation of my messed up mind. I generally didn't believe in such things, but not too long ago, I didn't believe in creepy little skeletal creatures, capable of altering people or reality either. Once my meal was done, I got up to pay, when I saw the cook was now on the phone, cutting his eyes back at me on occasion. I felt my chest heaving again, with the realization the man may have recognized me, perhaps from the news or something. I just grabbed my change from the waitress and took off out the door. "We may want to run, Lane," I said, already quickening my pace. She looked as nervous as I felt, so we gunned it back in the direction of the camper. I had hoped to get a little rest before heading back towards the ghost town, but I just knew we had to get back on the road as soon as possible. I threw the door back open as soon as I got back to my little house on wheels, locking it behind me. Lainey was already in the passenger seat when I slid into my spot at the helm, and I cranked her right up. "We're close, Bri. We can be there within an hour if you follow my lead. We're that close." I was sure. "Just go. Get back to the highway and take the first right you see." I thought I heard sirens off in the distance, but I hope to God I was just imagining it. The paranoid mind can hear things that aren't there, but I had little choice but to get moving, whether it was real or not. Once I backed out of the trail between the trees, I floored it to get back to the highway. It should only be a few miles from where I was, but I could still make out what could have possibly been the approaching horde of officers, as though they were not far behind us. I felt the tires bounce in and out of cracks and splits in the neglected back road, before the tarmac smoothed out once I pulled back onto the highway, just as Lainey yelled out, pointing towards the right turn we had to get on. The sirens grew significantly louder, and were now accompanied by strobing lights from a ways behind us. "Damn," I said, darting my eyes to my sister, who looked as worried as I. "Don't let up, baby brother." She barked directions from one road to the next, and things were beginning to feel familiar to me again. We were close. Maybe only a few more miles to go, but I could now make out the front bumpers of our pursuers. I pressed the pedal as far as it would go, though there wouldn't be the slightest chance of escaping a police car in a rusty old camper, no matter how well I maintained her. I knew the road wasn't far ahead now, as though I could feel it. All of the trees to our right were overgrown and unkempt, just like the ones that covered the buckled city limits sign. But I highly doubted I could even hope to lose the cops chasing us down. My sister looked over her shoulder, out the back window, before glancing back at me. I could feel the tightened skin of my knuckles, as though the bones were about to tear through the flesh, just as I had when we sped away from where I now hoped to return. "Just a little further," Lainey said with a certain intensity in her voice. "Keep going, Brian." She was right beside me, having apparently gotten out of her seat to talk directly into my ear. "You know the turn now, right?" "Yeah, Lane. I got this." "All right, kiddo. You hit that turn as soon as you get to it. And don't stop until you get to the other side. You got it?" "Yeah, Lane? I'll see you there, okay?" Lane, she just gave me a wink before running to the back of the camper and out through the window, passing through the glass as though it weren't even there. "Lane!" Almost as soon as I saw the small gap in the trees ahead, with the slightest rim of the corner edge of the one-screen city limits sign, I pressed down the brake pedal while cutting the wheels to the right. While I faced sideways in the road for maybe a second or two at most, I saw my sister slam into the police car closest to me, causing the driver to lose control. It quickly veered to the other side of the road, flipping onto its roof, then over again, as the one behind it screeched its tires to a halt before careening into the side of the other. I could still hear the slamming and crushing of metal against metal as I sped down the slender single-lane road towards the city lost to the past. I breathed a heavy sigh after assuring myself that I was alone on the bumpy and potholed pavement, with my pursuers having somehow been removed from the equation through the efforts of my deceased sister. It didn't make a damn bit of rational sense, but I didn't give it a second thought at the time. As soon as my tires made contact with the cracked tarmac of the main strip down the center of town, my momentary settled pulse began to quicken again. I hadn't had a chance to look upon the city with the sun shining down the last time we were here, but it strangely felt far more ominous than it did after dark. Maybe it was simply the fact that I could make out the destruction of the little place in more vivid detail in the daylight. Perhaps it was nothing more than the reason I was here that led to the inherent foreboding in the recesses of my mind. But whatever the case, my hands were already beginning to tremble. As I let off on the gas a bit, I told myself I was just slowing my pace to more easily navigate the camper through the streets filled with rubble and debris. But I knew exactly what it was that caused me to no longer find myself in a rush. I could see the mountain ahead, looming over the old burg like a feral beast preparing to pounce. But I kept going towards it. This had to be done, no matter what I may be facing. This was not a choice I had much control over. It was this, or face the authorities, and pay for the crimes I knew myself not to have committed, regardless of the facts that were handed to me. Maybe my sister did die when I was just a kid, and my fragile and immature mind couldn't handle it, cracking under the weight of it. Not unlike the tarnished pavement my wheels bounced across. Perhaps there was something else at play here, though. Something I could potentially look upon very soon. It had been early when I got myself turned around and lost. So, as I guided the old girl back onto the steeply inclined, slender and rough road behind the ghost town, to see the world falling into darkness around me, I couldn't help but find myself a bit more unsettled than I already was. I knew it wasn't long after leveling back out that we pulled over the last time I was here. But when I saw my own tire marks from our rapidly paced escape, I knew I had reached my destination. I sat in place, just glaring out into the trees for some time, unsure whether or not I was ready to seek out that circular gap in the diseased and rotting trees. A good half hour or so of staring down the tree line, I lifted myself from the driver's seat, reached for my flashlight and the machete I had been able to pick up at a department store some miles back, and walked out of the RV. My initial footsteps were still reluctant ones, but once I walked into the grass, still lined with the blackened leaves left in the wake of those who chased us down, I felt my pulse quickening again. It was then that I became aware of the noises, though they were somewhat more subdued than when they pulled me from my sleep. What felt like both long ago and only yesterday at the same time, with my blade in one hand and my guiding light in the other, I took a deep breath and forced one leg in front of the other once more. As I wandered onwards towards the escalating sound, I noticed the blackened bark of the trees surrounding me, oozing that same dark pus. I walked into the wide clearing, recalling the woods falling lifeless as those creatures chased after us. Everything around the now deflated tents was as sickeningly diseased as the things I headed in search of. As the mist gently caressed the forest floor while wafting between my legs, it took everything I had to continue on. While my legs were weakening, the more I forced them forwards, and my back felt as though my spine had been replaced with a sturdy wooden table leg. As I strolled from the wide area back between the bleeding trees, I felt my shoes attempting to stick to the thick liquid that now lined the forest floor. I felt my own fluids leaking from my ears again as the sound intensified back to that near-deafening howl. But I still wouldn't let up. It wasn't until I stepped from within the woods, back into the circular clearing, that I found myself stunned, unable to pick my feet from the ground. I just stood there like a startled doe, where the trees gave way to the almost perfectly round, empty area, struggling to process what I looked upon. The rotten and skeletal creatures all stood, sat or perched in the center of the clearing. Maybe 15 of them altogether, though I didn't exactly waste time counting them. Each and every one of them had at least one hand gripped tightly onto my sister, who hovered above the ground as she had before. The flickering, flame-like orange eyes of the things now shone brightly, somewhat mimicking the light breaching from Lainey's mouth, nostrils, and eyes. They all looked as though they were in something of a trance, as their glows carved through the darkness in varying directions, spilling across the fog and blackened bark surrounding them. I noticed that my sister's skin appeared charred around where the seemingly endless bony fingers grasped, but she did not look to be in any sort of pain, as her gleeful expression would imply she was beyond content, while her audible moans blended with the awful screeching, yet somewhat ecstatic howls of those scrawny beasts. My mind fought to regain its composure. To figure out what next move, I still held my flashlight and machete, but my limbs ignored my pleas to do any more than hang limp to my sides. "Move, goddammit," I commanded aloud, momentarily afraid I would prematurely gain the attention of the decayed little critters. I felt my left foot break free from the sticky ground, closely followed by my right. My arms still were not responding, but I would worry about that when I got closer to my goal. Those initial steps were slight, but each one gained more momentum than the last, finally garnering the aid of my arms. My mind was clearing more and more as my legs pursued each other. Right, left, one after the other, until I could pick up the stench of those grotesque little idiots. Before I could allow myself to give it a second thought, I softly carved my blade into the throat of one of the things that lay sprawled out on the ground, with one hand wrapped around my sister's ankle. It didn't so much as twitch as its voice, white, left its siblings' chorus of madness before the flickering flames of its eyes went dark, as its hand slipped away from Lainey's leg, leaving only the scarring left by its grasp. I noticed how thin and malnourished she appeared. It wasn't easy to get a clear look at her through the creatures gathered around where she hovered, but it looked as though the life force was being drained from her. I could only assume that these things were somehow feeding on or being intoxicated by what they stole from her. But I would be damned if I was about to allow them to continue, though the realization that she had somehow been here, possibly this whole time, I was prepared to do whatever it took to get her back. Really get her back this time. I tried to keep my actions as controlled as possible as I guided the blade into the decayed flesh of the grotesque creatures with my shivering hands. I could only hope to not alert those still entranced as I left one after the other, oozing their noxious milky fluids onto the ground from their lifeless skeletal bodies. As I worked my way up to those hanging onto her arms, it was growing more difficult to keep my assault somewhat silent. The higher up they were, the farther they had to fall, landing with a nasty slapping sound onto their fallen comrades. I still carried on, slicing throats and carving fatal wounds into the brittle and hardened meat, each of them spraying that creamy and foul-smelling pus across my clothes. The gut-wrenching stench and sounds would not distract me from freeing my sister from the bony tendrils of their knobby fingers, as the chorus of their horrendous howls were growing softer from more voices falling silent. I sped my movements, pulling my blade from one, and almost instantly slicing into another. I feared it was only a matter of time until at least one of them became aware of what I was doing, so I couldn't drag my heels. Only 5 remained, all dangling like disgusting meaty ornaments from the upper arms and shoulders of my sister. I found I was now having to step over the mound of corpses that lined the ground beneath me, causing me to take far more care in my jabs and cuts, as to not inadvertently slice into Lainey. I finally had to take something of a back step to clear some of the heap from the path, which was when my smooth sailing came to a jarring and bitter end. I was somewhat distracted while heaving the gruesome sacks of rotten flesh away from my sister's feet, audibly gagging more than once as my fingers felt as though they were wrapping around some sort of dense, crusty pudding, lined with a brittle skin. By the time I realized my shadow was being cast across the bodies I had already moved, I didn't have a chance to escape the blackened hands which latched onto my arms As soon as I turned around, all 10 of the remaining flickering eyes gazed into mine, while my skin began to burn. I screamed as I attempted to move my arms, but I couldn't so much as break free from the tight grip. 2 of them held on to me, each with one hand clutched on, but they were insanely strong for having such a seemingly weak and fragile frame. I kicked at their knees, causing them to shriek in a much more aggravated version of their maddening wails, but they still wouldn't release me. I just continued to smack my heels against the bones of their legs while trying with everything I could pull away from them. The other 3 were bearing down on me, each moving in those staggered and jerky motions while I waged my assault. Finally, after successfully snapping one of the legs into something of a reverse sitting stance, my left arm slipped loose. I frantically felt around for the machete I had stabbed into the ground while I made my efforts to clear a pathway, as another wrapped its fingers around my right arm, just below where the other hand still grasped tightly. I felt my thumb brush across the hilt of my blade. I gave another loud yell, both from the incredible pain of my scorched flesh, as well as the anguished desire to reach my weapon. I stretched my body as much as I could, grabbing onto the rubbery textured handle, while another burning hand grasped the upper thigh of my right leg. I roared a rage-fueled battle cry as I freed the blade from the dead grass and dirt, before swatting it down upon each of the arms of the creatures who held me in place. Their shared squeals blended with my own, as the skeletal forearms separated from the hands which still held me tight. I leapt back as the quintet bore down on me, now revealing haggard and gaping mouths, with more of that fiery aura glowing from within. Their stuttering movements quickened as they staggered at me, but I kept swinging my machete from one side to the other while I gathered my bearings. As I felt both of my feet secure themselves to the ground beneath me, I prepared to make my stand, no longer retreating. When the nearest one closed the gap between us, I sliced my blade once, and once again across its midsection. The anguished howl erupted from its orifice again, now spewing as much foul and milky fluids as the gut I tore into. It grasped at its stomach, attempting to hold in the meaty, entangled cords that spilled from behind the opening I made. Before one last swat from my gore-lined weapon silenced it for good, I leapt towards the next 2, which staggered side by side towards me, until I carved deep into the chest of the one on the left, before hacking a ditch into the neck of the other. When they fell to the ground, I stuck them both again, just to be sure the deed was done. Only 2 remained, each of whom had begun to back away from me, but I would be damned if I was about to let them escape from their shared fate. I dug the machete right through the upper torso of the next in line, before rearing back with all my might to separate the head from the spewing neck of the last. I stood there, heaving deep and exhausted breaths, while continuing to slice through the meat and tissue of each and every one of my victims, until I was damn sure they would never grip their bony tendrils around anyone else ever again. I gripped at my side while buckling over, reaching across the widely strewn mounds of gore I had scattered across the forest floor. I gasped for breath as my erratic lungs begged for me to take control and regulate my frenzied heartbeat, which I battled as well as I could while attempting to slow my intake of oxygen. My chest continued to pound, but my lightning head began to alleviate as I once more slowed my breathing back to something almost in the neighborhood of normal. I gazed across the now darkened area as the glowing from my sister was now the only thing illuminating the circular clearing. I looked around for my flashlight, but realized it was more than likely buried under the mass of rotten meat and bone, something I was not about to root through. I finally stepped towards my sister, not remotely hesitating, before throwing my arms around her, pulling her close, while begging for her to awaken from her catatonic state. As I held her, I couldn't tell if my own feet were lifting from the ground, or if she was descending to where I stood. But when the darkened forest dissolved before my eyes, I suddenly didn't care one way or the other. My entire body, no, my entire being was filled with such ecstasy as I had never even imagined possible. It felt as though I had escaped the body which imprisoned me, allowing me to soar above reality itself. Within what seemed to be no more than seconds, I watched my life play out before what I could only assume to be my mind's eye. I saw the child who would grow to be the man I could be, being brought into this world, before taking my first steps, my first run, my first kiss, and my first love. I just watched on as though I were living a movie. As I married the amazing woman I had known since junior high, I viewed the travels we would share together, along with the heartache of the struggle that we would endure. But even the tears filled me with such awe, I could barely rationalize the thoughts. As one life ended, another began, as though I were switching the channels of a television tuned to a realm of possibilities. When I would come across a life I did not care for, I found I could simply fast forward to the next. And were it not to my liking, I would just flip the script once more. I saw myself go through so many trials and hardships, yet so many more wonders that showed me hope that pure and exhilarated joy can truly exist. It's so goddamn beautiful. I felt whisper from my lips, which were so far removed from where I was. As I gazed into the endless wonders of what could be, I was vaguely aware of the moans and whimpers as they left my mouth. But that was not where I lived anymore. My body was little more than a dream I no longer cared to take part in. It was an old beaten-down car that I saw no reason not to leave deserted on the side of the road. Even when I became aware of fingers tightly wrapping themselves around my arms, I didn't care. Let them have it, I thought. I didn't especially want it anymore. I felt the sensation of the vessel I once occupied being shaken, with something of a jarring that threatened to send me falling back into it. My grip on the wonders I viewed and somehow lived all at once began to slip, causing the experience to fragment slightly. I fought to maintain my connection, with my soul practically begging not to be pulled away. "Brian," a voice called out from miles away. Somewhere beyond the realm I struggled to remain within. There was a sudden and somewhat alarming pain that shot across what was once my face, causing my awareness to falter. "Brian," a distant voice screamed from much closer than before. Something inside me became heavy, a weight I was once familiar with, something tangible that I began to crave ever so slightly. It was a hunger, almost, though I didn't know if that was the right word. "Brian, snap out of it, damn it." Another sharp and more shocking pain pulled me from the glorious oasis of the place beyond reality. I felt my body toppling back to the ground, momentarily confused as to what I was looking at. My eyes burned, feeling as though I hadn't used them in years. I was struggling to remember how to function within my body, when I finally looked into the kind and loving eyes of my sister, which practically thrusted my mind back to the awareness of what led me there in the first place. "I thought I'd lost you, baby brother." The tears spilled down her sunken cheeks, while her lips quivered in a strained attempt at a smile. I wrapped my arms around her, and, though I could feel her ribs right below the surface, her heart rapidly beating against my own, caused a warmth to spread through me I never thought I would feel again. After a while, just holding one another, we helped each other back to the camper that still rested next to those ancient trees. I could already see signs of life returning to the forest behind us, assuring me that I had indeed put an end to those creatures who fed on my sister's bliss like a drug. As I guided the old girl back through the streets of the city from times long gone, I was quite reluctant at what we may be facing back in the real world. Yes, I had retrieved my sister, something I hadn't believed possible, but I still hadn't actually changed anything. Or so I thought at the time. I pulled out of this slender road and back onto the highway, next to the tarnished and warped city limit sign, seeing no sign of any wreckage that could have potentially been left by the police cars that chased after me. There weren't even any tire marks on the road, from where I knew at least one of my pursuers to have screeched onto the tarmac. Don't get me wrong, I was thrilled to see nobody awaiting my emergence from the land before time, but I couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive about what could really be going on. I pulled up to a 24-hour diner just as the sun was beginning to emerge from its dormant state. Lainey had been sleeping for the last hour or so, but I had to get some food into her incredibly malnourished body. I didn't wake her up until I returned with some burgers and fries for us both. And, though she was quite groggy at first, she enthusiastically wolfed the meal down like it was the first thing she'd eaten in weeks. It wasn't far from the truth of things, of course, but it still felt good to see her so happy. I didn't give her a choice about heading to the first emergency room I could find. Well, the first one. Far enough from the old ghost town anyway. Even if I was confident our nightmare may be reaching its end, I still wanted to be nowhere near that damn place by the time we stopped for the night. She actually didn't resist my recommendation, and, given her weakened state, the nurse didn't waste any time getting her back to see a doctor. I also had to be treated for the hand-shaped burns on my arms, but while mine bore the oozing pinpricks, Lainey's did not. This time, I could only assume that whatever infected her before was now coursing through my veins. But the hospital staff managed to get it under control before any blackened veins began to spiderweb from within. Lainey was kept in that hospital for a good week, while she regained her strength, during which time I made some calls and checked online to see what I may still be facing. I reluctantly reached out to my mom, which was a conversation that did not at all go down like I was expecting. She assured me that she and her husband, my father, had lost their son when he was only a child, and the prank I was playing was nothing short of cruel. The more I insisted that I was who I claimed to be, the more enraged she grew, threatening to call the police. I hung up the phone, shocked by the revelation that I apparently did not belong here. I attempted to reach out to a few of my other contacts, but the numbers that still led to who I expected didn't know me either. Lainey and I talked a good deal about this, but she assured me that she still had my back, no matter what. When she was ready to be released from the hospital, we resumed our cross-country trek. Back to the town I no longer had a place in, but at least I had my sister, the only one I could ever count on. Over the course of the journey back home, I began to feel an almost overpowering weakness, forcing me to yield the responsibility of driving the old camper to Lainey. Given the fact she was far healthier than I had found her behind those ancient trees, she took no hesitation in accepting the task. Yes, she was still quite withered and was slowly recovering her strength, but her scars were almost completely faded, and she was already back to that energetic and youthful woman I had always loved. By the time our road trip came to its close, I could barely keep my eyes open for more than a few minutes at a time. Lainey insisted I let her take me to a hospital this time, but I had a feeling I knew what was happening. I didn't belong in this world, just as she had not belonged in the one that left me labeled a murderer. I have no regrets, all things considered. I think this is still a better outcome than being locked away for the rest of my life, or even being put to death for the crimes I did not commit. I just hope that Lainey will get through this. She's the best person I've ever known, and I'm just grateful I was able to get her back home, even if it's one I cannot join her in. It would seem that this is the end of my story, and I thank you for hearing me out. I don't think I can write anymore now. Getting harder to focus by the second. That's it for me now. It's not the ending I hoped for, but it would appear it's the one I got. Maybe I still left things better than they were. Maybe it was all still worth it. My name is Lainey Renee Harris, and it would seem, until recently, I had a brother. I don't remember him well, since he died when I was around 9 years old, but I know it hit Mom and Dad pretty hard. He was like 2, I think, when we lost him, but I can't say I really knew him. You know, he had a lot of medical issues, so he had to be kept in a sterile environment. I was always made to stay away from him, but only for his own good. I still felt bad when it got the better of him, though. I'm 30 now, and I'm part of a sort of think tank group of paranormal researchers. We were looking into this old ghost town that was apparently once called Rimrose Fall, but it took us a lot of work to even get that much information. My colleagues wanted to do some more looking into it before checking it out, but I think my curiosity got the better of me, and I headed across the country to see it for myself. When I got there, even though I was immediately intoxicated by the melancholy beauty of the broken-down old place. Something, I guess, called to me from the mountain that stood behind it. I know, that sounds like some crazy, psychic cat lady stuff, but that's the best way I can describe it. Before I knew it, I was weaving through the streets in my hand-me-down camper and speeding up the steep hillside road. Somewhere along the line I sort of blacked out and didn't even come out of it until I just fell to the ground in the middle of an open space in the woods. I don't remember much, but there was a boy there sort of floating above the ground. I know, it sounds nuts, right? That's not even the weirdest part though. At the time I, knew him. Not just that, but I knew him as my brother, totally forgetting that he died when I was a kid. I snapped him out of the trance he was in, and we booked it, back to the camper. But it was our camper, not just mine. Crazy, right? So, even though it had only been a little while from my perspective, I was all skin and bones, like I hadn't eaten for a month or something. And I had these burn marks all over my arms and legs. Brian, my brother, got me to a hospital, and it took a week or so for me to get back on my feet. But by the time we headed back home, he was in bad shape. He asked me to finish what he was writing and post it online, but when I read it, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing, I guess I was already myself again by the time he just vanished. That's right. I took the luggage back into my house, came back out, and he was just gone. Anyway, even though I didn't see him as my brother after I got my mind right, I know he helped me, so finishing his story and posting it is the least I can do. It does make me a bit sad if everything he had written was true, because it sounds like we would have been pretty close if my brother had survived. It's weird, because even though I know who I am and what my life has been, I miss him. I feel like we'd only just met, but I'd known him for years at the same time. I can't ask you guys to believe any of this, especially since I'm not sure if I do or not. But I know something happened to me up on that mountain. I'm halfway tempted to go back and try to figure it all out, but I don't know. I suppose I'll run it by the guys and see what they think. Come to think of it, I should probably call them if I've been out of action for a while. I suppose I need to get in touch with my folks too. We were never really a close family or anything, and I think they've always been right on the brink of a divorce, but I gotta give them some credit for hanging in there, even if they did sort of push me to the side. That's nothing for me to bore you guys with, and I'm sorry for rambling and all. I guess I just don't really know how to finish this, If the guys are interested in checking the old town out, I think I'll be open to returning. Just not on my own this time. I suppose I owe that much to Brian, to see what else might be out there. I do wonder where he is now, though. Maybe I'll never know, but I hope it's somewhere happy. I think he deserves that. For some reason, I'm crying right now. I feel as if my heart is breaking. It's like I've lost a part of me I never knew I had, if that makes sense at all. I'm not sure if I'll ever really come to grips with everything that happened, but I hope I will. Maybe my kid brother is still out there somewhere, in some magical place beyond the walls of reality. Of course, it's very possible that I'm still there too.